In the beginning, there were 6 gods of creation: life and death, time and space, knowledge and wisdom. Together, they made the mortal realm and lived among their new creations to keep them safe and maintain a proper balance. Until one day, the gods decided that it was time for the mortals to stand on their own, and they left to begin another project. But the mortals had short memories. They fell into a dangerous cycle of violence and forgot about the importance of balance. Eventually, many forgot the gods were real at all. Without faith, the gods could not fix their mistake. So they gave their power to the families they trusted to govern, to rule as kings over the land and the people. Unquestioned. That's what they say anyway. Everyone knows the truth is often not quite so clean. Morning, Annalise. Prologue. Lieutenant Howe. The women who worshipped the saints believed that some people were sensitive to power. Not the power kings went to war over, but true power. The kind of power that made kings fall to their knees and weep, begging for forgiveness for ever believing that they were worthy to sit upon a throne. Howe had never believed he could be one of them until a woman dressed in tatters passed out after collapsing into his arms as he patrolled the perimeter of King Devon's war camp. Being a lowly foot soldier, he took her to his commander, the king's second, and left her in their care. He never imagined that one moon cycle later, she would step out onto the field of battle and kill an entire army without a sword or arrow. And when his king knelt before her and offered her his crown, Howe never would have guessed that she would turn down his offer. Until word came that she was pregnant with the king's child. Even though Howe had been promoted to lead those who remained at the border, he raced back to the capital city to take a pay cut and become a castle guard. He knew, without a shadow of a doubt, that the child would be worth protecting, that she would change the world. And now, as Howe stood with the other guards around the perimeter of the throne room, watching as mourners approached the black lacquered casket of the late Queen Annalise, he couldn't help but feel like they were standing on the edge of something terrible, something amazing. Mourning Naporia. Prologue. Captain Llewellyn. Queen Annalise was dead. King Devon was in mourning. So was his second. Word had come that Trinar soldiers were already gathering on the eastern border. If they were going to get the princess out of the kingdom, they needed to leave now while everyone was focused on the 2 men standing by the queen's side one last time. Llewellyn would be right beside them if he didn't have orders for something even more important. There were 4 people alive in the room who knew the truth about the royal birth order. Devon and Annalise took care to have another child as quickly as possible so that they might pass the boy off as the first. It was believed that the child born first to a king held the greatest concentration of blood passed down from the gods, and they were always boys. Of course, they were not always boys. Royals simply killed any firstborn girl and claimed she had been stillborn. Boys were born with the fire in their blood that made them better suited for war, so it was believed they'd be better suited to protect the kingdom. But bloodfire couldn't hold a candle to the magic Annalise possessed. It was different than anything they'd ever witnessed, and if that power had been passed down into her firstborn daughter, then she would be their only hope of protecting the land they held as a refuge from the tyrannical kingdoms of the East. It was a grave sin for a second to keep secrets from their king, but even Llewellyn had to wonder if Commander Yo had discussed the details of the plan they devised to make sure the princess survived long enough to claim her birthright. Would Devon sacrifice his other 2 children to give his kingdom and all it represented a chance to survive? Maybe. It wouldn't be the first rule he broke to do so. The princess is missing. Prologue. Lieutenant Howe. Howe saw Captain Llewellyn snake his way through the room full of mourners, seen and unseen, in that special way he had taught the men who stood guard inside the castle walls. Llewellyn was a good man, a worthy superior officer, if not classically lacking in humor. Preamble as well. The princess is missing, Llewellyn said, as he took position beside How. She was not in her chambers. How refrained from smiling lest the captain thought he was being insubordinate. She's likely down in the kitchen. She hides there sometimes. Llewellyn sighed. We got word from the border. Burns' men are mobilizing. They might already be past the outer farmland. So soon? They're smart to strike hard and fast. Devon is distracted. The commander will be busy keeping him safe. And without Annalise. If there is a chance that the princess has her mother's gifts, shouldn't we stay? It's already been decided. Commander Yo made it seem as if Anna didn't come into her power until she was older, and Ara hasn't shown any sign of the abilities needed to turn the tide of a war. We can't take the risk. His eyes shifted ever so slightly toward the raised dais on the other side of the room. It's time to go. Then, there was no more discussion to be had. Will he come down to say goodbye? No. Everyone's eyes are exactly where we need them to be right now. When How didn't say anything more, Llewellyn turned toward the dais more fully, as if to pay his respects to the Queen one last time. Brandon and Keeley are already waiting? How surmised. Llewellyn nodded. Go fetch the princess and bring her to the carriage outside the west stables. Oh, and don't let her touch you. Can't have you succumbing to that damned curse. The last bit was said in jest, a rarity for the captain, but in this case, the joke was not funny. Men Llewellyn thought could be trusted had been driven mad by Princess Ara's nightmares and her uncanny resemblance to her mother. A few thought it odd that Annalise never used her horrible power again after that day in the lavender field. There were whispers that the shadow of death now followed Ara, and if she touched you, then your days were numbered. Anyone with some clarity would tell you that all men in Naporia had their lives cut short. How waited for Llewellyn to fade back into the crowd before taking one last look at Queen Annalise himself. Help me keep her safe, Anna. I swear to you, I will give my all to do so. Bad Dreams. Prologue. Lieutenant How. The moment How stepped onto the dark stone stairs leading to the castle's lower level, he knew Ara was in the kitchen. Naporia was not a kingdom of means, but the bright white stone walls made their simple facilities seem nicer than they were, and that day, the light was gone. Princess? The air grew heavy, and How involuntarily paused at the base of the stairs, some ancient instinct to be wary of predators. No need to be scared, Ara, it's just me, Richard. She had a fondness for using first names. No one else in the castle bothered to learn the first names of guards and soldiers. Some knew the first names of Commander Yo and Captain Llewellyn, but they knew better than to say them out loud. Steeling his spine, How stepped down into the shadows and steadied his breathing. Ara? She stepped forward from where she'd been standing in the corner, and her wide, dark eyes found his. I had a bad dream. She held up her arms so he could see the white powder that dusted them. I can't get the blood off. A cold chill pricked the back of his neck. Ara spooked weak-minded men for good reason. She dreamed of things unknown and saw things that scared her so badly she'd wake up screaming. Despite Llewellyn's warning, How took a rag and dipped it into a nearby bucket of water. It's just flour, Princess. See? He took her hand and wiped the white dust from her copper-tinted skin. We're leaving? She asked. How didn't ask how she knew, only nodded as he continued to clean off the last of the flour that clung to her forearms. Will I see my father again? Of course. You'll return here presently if it becomes safe. He cleared his throat and corrected himself. When it becomes safe. She gave him a look that could wither stone. You'll like Nerys. King Harrow has children there your age. I'm sure you'll be fast friends. Brandon and Keeley, too? Too smart. She'd always been more clever than anyone gave her credit for. Yes, he lied. All three of you. Bad news. Prologue. Captain Llewellyn. Snow was beginning to fall in the west courtyard. Winter was creeping closer, the air growing cool and crisp as Llewellyn waited for Lieutenant Howe to retrieve the princess. The trip would be the first for many of the guards who stood beside their horses. For many, it would also be their last. Nerys was a month of hard riding west. There were long stretches of wood toward the border that would be especially treacherous, to say nothing of the mountain pass. Snow this far east did not bode well for easy travel. Finally, Howe appeared with the princess. She looked grim. Howe lingered as she climbed into the carriage. "You're late." He shrugged. "Couldn't be helped. The princess had a bad dream." "Should we expect trouble?" "Likely." "Serious trouble?" "Probably. You may have commanded a few farm boys in the fields, but I'm still your captain, Howe. I give you more leeway with her because I need someone that she trusts to tell these things to." "Well, your plan may have backfired." "So, she wouldn't tell you." Which meant bad news, for Howe, at the very least. "Is that going to be a problem?" "I knew the risks when I took this job, Llewellyn. Ara Palacios will make it to Nerys, with or without me. I'll spread the word. Whatever happens, we'll face it as a team." "Aw, shut up. Are you going to say something nice while my corpse burns on a funeral pyre?" "Get in the carriage, Howe, or I'll throw you on a pyre before we leave." Howe chuckled. Napoleon men danced with death so often it burned in their blood, and those who served Annalise knew all too well the consequences of getting distracted by sentimentality. If Howe died, it would throw off their contingency plan. Llewellyn needed to make another. "Rowan." The young guard appeared at Llewellyn's side. "Yes, sir?" "Right up front with me. There is something I'd like to discuss with you." The Apparent Heir. Prologue. Lieutenant Howe. "It's not fair. I should stay. I can fight." Prince Brandon grumbled as the carriage began to pull away from Castle Naporia. "You're needed here to help protect your sisters," Howe offered. "I might need help." The prince did not look convinced. He was 7 years old with the heart of a hardened warrior. "What help would I be to you?" "Probably the same as you'd offer the King's Guard," Howe admonished carefully. Prince Brandon was technically his superior. "But out here, you'll have a better chance of actually making a difference." To further prove his point, Howe produced a 6-inch black and gold sheathed dagger. "Commander Yo is counting on you to watch my back." The boy's eyes grew wide as dinner plates. The knife was half the size of those carried by the castle guards, but to a young boy, Howe knew it would seem like a dangerous weapon. Saints, Prince Brandon had more blood fire in his veins than any full-grown man anyway. If anyone could do damage with that thing, it was him. Harold gave Bran one of his knives. Ara was watching the exchange. She knew the significance of a black and gold weapon. "Do I get one too?" "Don't be silly. Girls don't fight." Ara shot Bran a dirty look. "Mama did." "That was different." "How?" "Okay, let's agree to disagree." It was a long carriage ride in the best of circumstances, and it did not bode well to start out with a fight before they'd even made it out of the city. "No, Ara. Harold only gave a weapon to Bran." The affirmation was an admission, but Howe wondered if she understood the significance of a boy prince carrying the knife of his king father's second in command. Did she understand that carrying the blade was for more than protection? Brandon was conceived for the sole purpose of being Ara's foil. Girls weren't born first to royal families. The assumption would give them a few extra minutes to save Naporia's future. Commander Yo understands the need for boys to be useful. Ara squinted. Oh, yeah. She knew. Approaching the border. Prologue. Captain Llewellyn. Llewellyn preferred castle walls over the endless unknowns of a dark forest. They kept a fast pace, only stopping for the children to bathe and relieve themselves. It was worth the frayed nerves as long as they got through the mountain pass. Once on the other side, the snow and the Narration shadows would keep any pursuers from following, but it was a long trek through the woods to get there. How had warned of trouble. If it happened, it would be there. This was their best chance of killing what was left of the soul of Annalise. Llewellyn could sense it coming, like the cold shadow of death he'd become so familiar with. It lingered in the trees and played tricks on the mind. He could only pray that Hal was faring better with the children in the carriage. Worth dying for. Prologue. Lieutenant Howe. Ara finally slept. Brandon and Keeley came to sit on Howe's side of the carriage so Ara could curl up on the other bench. She made it almost a full 3 days, trying to avoid the nightmares that resurfaced every time she closed her eyes. Howe could tell by the way her body never relaxed. She jerked and said half words in her sleep, as if she were negotiating with death itself for their lives. The waiting was the worst part, knowing it was coming and not being able to take action. When she woke up with a start and reached out toward him, Howe instinctively reached back and took her hand. "Richard!" Her eyes darting toward the wall was his only warning. Seconds later, a flaming arrow pierced the canvas and flames bloomed out from the tip, hungry for fuel. Shit. The carriage slammed to a halt as Howe reached for his sword. "Wait! You can't go?" Ara tightened her grip on his arm. "Ah, so this was it. I have to clear a path, Your Highness." "But—" Her eyes turned to cold steel. "You will die if you do." Howe knelt. Some things are worth dying for. Tears welled in her eyes, but he wouldn't let her say another word. "I will come back. Wait for me." Then he turned toward Brandon, who was wide-eyed, staring at the growing flames. "Protect your sisters. I want to hear you say it." The boy repeated the order even though his voice shook. "I'll protect them." Good. Then there was only one thing left to do. A secret weapon, Captain Llewellyn. Trouble came just as we'd been warned. The Trinar knew one of two outcomes would happen if Annalise died. Either the children would be kept at the castle, or the children would be sent west. He had hoped that they would only send a small band to the mountains, but the Trinar force was well organized and outnumbered our men 2-1. Bad. "Defensive positions. You do not yield." The order wasn't necessary. The men they chose for this escort were trained well enough to know what to do, and in the heat of battle, they could be trusted to make their own decisions on how best to kill the enemy. Rowan was still technically a cadet, barely old enough to wear a uniform, but he jumped off of his horse without hesitation and killed 2 men who thought the young boy would be an easy target. I promised his mother I'd never use his heritage for our own gains, but Rowan understood that sometimes good men lied to get a job done. He looked to me for confirmation, and I nodded. The boy wore 2 uniforms. He shed his blue coat to show the green he wore underneath. His blonde hair and green Trinar eyes caused the other soldiers to pull their defense at the last moment. But the boy did not hesitate. He knew in his blood what we protected, and he would outlive them all to see the job done. Safe. Prologue. Lieutenant Howe. 1, 2, 3. Howe blocked out everything but the fire in his blood and let the instincts he normally kept in check flow free. 4, 5. The carriage roared in flames, but he couldn't let that distract him from his task. He needed to clear the way for Ara to get out. 6. Had they sent an entire Trinar battalion? The smell of blood and iron sharpened his focus. 7. One more. Howe saw the man reach for the carriage door and lunged, shoving the tip of his blade up under the soldier's ribs. He didn't wait to hear him scream or watch him bleed. With a swift kick and pull, the man's body was out of his way, and Howe's sword was free of the hindrance. Just in time. He yanked open the door. The children were waiting, Ara behind them. She shoved Brandon out into Howe's arms first, then Keeley. Howe reached back up for her, but she paused, momentarily stepping backward into the flames, as if she were still trying to find a way to save his life. It was a grave disrespect for a commoner to give any royal an order, but in that moment, he was just Howe, and she was just an 8-year-old girl, a daughter he never had. "Jump, Ara, now!" She jumped. Howe could smell the singed fabric of her dress, and tears welled on his lashes just in time to freeze in the winter wind. Safe. She was safe. He didn't feel the axe when it hit him. The strength went out of his legs and he fell to his knees. The cold press of steel across his throat happened too fast to stop it. Brandon's small war cry and a surprised grunt from the soldier behind Howe were a small comfort. It was a Naporian tradition that you earned a knife when you killed something with it. The prince would get to keep the prize blade. No, no, no. Ara reached for his neck to try to stop the bleeding. Howe tried to tell her it was okay, but no words would come. She's safe. That was all that mattered. Llewellyn would figure out the rest. He always did. With the last of his strength, Howe reached up to touch her face, and she pressed her forehead against his. The forest faded until the two of them knelt in a river, snow and trees replaced by light and warmth. An invitation was given, and Howe accepted, letting her soul lead his to peace. Hesitation. Prologue. Cadet Rowan. Rowan was born in the Naporian castle 6 months after his mother escaped the service of the Trinar royals. She was tenacious until the very end when a sickness took her life a few years later. Captain Llewellyn and Commander Yo had promised her Rowan would be taken care of, that they would keep him safe and treat him like one of their own, and it was a vow they took seriously. Llewellyn was as much a father to Rowan as any other. He taught him how to stand up straight and look someone who thought less of him in the eye. He taught him that loyalty knew nothing of eye color, and that the same fire that burned in Llewellyn's blood burned in Rowan's as well. The native Naporians shied away from him. Men from the Middle Kingdoms were considered dangerous. They had little control over the violent tendencies that simmered below the surface. Paired with the coloring of generational enemies, it conditioned them to either fear Rowan or want to fight him. Llewellyn and Yo taught him how to embrace that. They taught him how to use it to his advantage, and they didn't argue when he told them he wanted to wear the same uniform as they did, nor did they hold any information back when he asked the questions he needed answers to. They told him both sides of Naporian and Trinar history, and explained why the Trinar religion was not something he should hate, but understand. And Rowan was beginning to understand it. The things he saw in the Naporian castle, the things he felt. They were far bigger than a petty land squabble. So, when he found Llewellyn lying in the snow after the last of the Trinar soldiers had been killed, Rowan closed his eyes and put his training and the fire in his blood to full use. The others all feared Annalise's daughter. They stood at a distance while she knelt in the snow, her tears mixing with the blood of their brother. They were so afraid that they'd be next. The pass will only remain safe to travel for a few more days. We must leave now if we wish to cross. The Naporian soldiers were weary. How? The carriage is nothing but ashes. We still have enough horses. The children can ride with us until we can send word ahead to Nerys. Several eyes found Rowan's and then looked away. Only one of them was brave enough to say what they were thinking. Who will take the princess? Cowards, the lot of them. I will. Introduction. Everybody lies. Big lies, little lies. Lies we tell ourselves and lies we tell others. Sometimes they're harmless, and sometimes they end up undoing everything you were trying so hard to protect in the first place. 12 years later. 12 years later, and that day in the carriage still kept me awake at night. Well, a lot of things kept me awake at night, but that one in particular. We returned home eventually to two kingdoms nearly broken from the war. My father was different. He had a new Trinar wife, and I learned he planned to offer my hand in marriage to a Trinar prince when I came of age, in order to keep the fragile peace intact. My days went from adventures and freedom in Nerys to rules and religion and history lessons. In the beginning, 6 gods ruled over man, life and death, time and space, knowledge and wisdom, Mari began. When they grew tired, they imbued certain families with their blood, giving them the power needed to govern the people and the land. It is in their name we ask for the strength and courage to be of service. Sounds like bull to me, Bran said, leaning back where he sat against the wall with my sister. Mari didn't take the bait. She was a Trinar princess, trained to keep quiet and be submissive. It would take more than the blasphemy she heard every day in Naporia to get a rise out of her. Sit up straight, Era, she told me. Tell me the virtues. Why was I the one being punished? I took a deep breath to calm my anger. A virtuous woman is obedient. She is quiet. She does not cry. She does not feel pain. She is pure of desire and of want. She accepts punishment with a grateful heart. She is empty of self so that she might serve her husband with grace. She is attentive and unseen. She is humble and modest, calm and gentle. Yes, good. Mari flexed her long, delicate fingers in the folds of her dress. She was a slight woman with short, curly blonde hair and bright green eyes, Trinar coloring, like many of our refugees but sharper in appearance, almost fake, like someone had painted a portrait and left out all the flaws. You need to practice being attentive. Your brother will turn 20 this coming winter. You do not have much more time. What did she do? Keely asked, squinting at me from her seat beside Bran. She was just sitting there. She smiled, Mari explained. Keely didn't look so sure. Barely. I didn't see anything. She was 16 years old and thought she knew everything. My brothers will, Mari replied, a hint of hesitation to speak of the truth even where she was safe. A twitch of the lips, tightening around the eyes. I've been punished for less. Maybe Era will win them over. I scoffed, and was rewarded with a sharp smack over the top of my hand. That definitely would be noticed. The truth was, I'd be lucky if any of my punishments in Trinar were as simple as the small bite of the reed. I'd get no leniency either. How could I when I had the same copper skin, thick hair, and blue eyes as the woman they feared? He doesn't want peace. He wants a hostage, or a lamb to slaughter. Not much use lying to myself. You should take this seriously as well, both of you, Mari went on. When your father names Brandon heir. If he names me heir, Bran corrected. When he names you heir, you will realize that there is a reason he still encourages the belief. Did not your own great-great-great-great-grandfather invoke the gods when he rebelled against my ancestors and stole half the Trinar farmland? Bran smiled. Oh, Mari, 10 years in Naporia had changed her even if she refused to admit it. Bran poked his finger into the cracks of the Trinar princess's submission. Well, he wouldn't have had to if your great-great-great-great-grandfather hadn't started burning people. And without missing a beat, Keely was ready to help. You said the gods gave the royal families their power with their blood, but how did they get their blood into the families? Bran smirked. Probably non-consensually. Oh. The Trinar princess stomped her foot, pink rising in her cheeks. I am starting to believe Ara would be better suited for the throne than you. She would, he agreed. Do not say that. Women cannot be kings. He crossed his arms, enjoying himself. It is her birthright. She was born first. Mari prickled. More proof that your grandfather was a liar. All kinds of things happen when you stop following the will of the gods. I resisted the urge to speak. She was talking about Eglin, the first Naporian king, but also my father marrying a woman with questionable royal status. The Trinar hated my mother. They feared her. I needed to get used to hearing these things. Bran, on the other hand, his voice went low and sharp. Have you ever thought that your family has strayed so far from the gods that they created the one thing your men would fear more than their king? A witch that breathes death and eats the hearts of those who claim the blood of creation. Bran, I warned, risking another bite from the reed. Mari shook her head. Annalise is dead. Is she? He looked pointedly at me. A small tremor went through Mari's body and sent her curls shivering. I stood then. Brandon, you are not helping. Keely dipped her head to hide her laughter, but Bran didn't, and the steel gray of his eyes melted into quicksilver. My neck began to ache as a familiar tension tightened the muscles there. Brandon. He smiled then, but there was no warmth in it. The color was already coming back into his eyes. Everyone thought I had some kind of magic just because I looked like my mother, but the only magic I'd inherited were nightmares and anxiety. It was as if I could feel the fear of those I spent a lot of time around as tension in the back of my neck, the latter of which was already beginning to ease. I should know better than to hold lessons on petitioning days, Mari was saying. You are too distracted. Really? She was blaming me? I guess I shouldn't be surprised. Go, she said. Ride your horse and play in the mud, but I want you bathed and dressed like a proper lady when sitting at the dinner table. It's time to start living your role. Yes, Mari. I resisted the urge to tear out the door and curtsied. Waiting for her to leave the room first was like torture, because it wasn't just a horse and dirt that waited for me outside, but my true self, the one I had to be so careful to keep hidden. Out there, I was free. The offer. Ishmo. You had a good month. The butcher marked his ledger with a language of hash marks Ishmo didn't understand. They didn't bother teaching boys math in Naporia. Saints. Most of them could barely read. What was the point when they were just going to go off and die as soon as they got old enough to fight? Honestly, he could care less. His mother thought it was horrible. She did her best to teach him the basics, but he knew his place. Men were made to kill, and until the Trinar stepped across the border like they eventually always did, he'd make do releasing the pent-up need for violence by hunting every edible thing in the eastern woods. It's mating season. Bucks are foolish, and I'm patient. Tashin huffed out a laugh. Too true, for more than the deer I'm afraid. He was an old man by Naporian standards. 38. Pink scars cut across the dark skin of his arms from the fires. They were a trio of misfits, Tashin, Ishmo, and his mother. Survivors. There were many people in the meat district that didn't like that. You know, I've been meaning to talk to you. The chances of me living through another war are slim. Someone will need to take over the shop when I'm gone. Oh no. Ishmo knew the offer would come eventually, probably at his mother's insistence. There were very few jobs in the city held by men. Butchering was one of them. The city needed to eat, especially during wartime, so butchers were exempt from fighting. It wouldn't surprise him if this had been his mother's plan all along. Luckily, he didn't have time to give an answer before something else took the older man's attention. Wood cracked against the wall as the door was kicked open. Tashin, drop whatever you're doing and listen up. I got orders from the king. Great. There were two types of castle guards, those that were proven worthy to stand inside the castle walls and those who couldn't cut it. The city guards always acted like they were the same, just because they wore the same blue leather coat and silver sword. But watch out if they ever caught you out past curfew, or acting like a smartass. Which Ishmo had a habit of doing, especially with the local guards who harassed the three of them every chance they got. Did he give you the orders over breakfast, or did a royally designated guard pass it along? The guard, a particularly smug one named Tamblin, rested his hand on his sword. I heard it from your mother. She was in camp again, looking for your next daddy. Ishmo reached for an arrow. He'd dropped wild boars that moved faster. Tashin came around the counter surprisingly quick for a man with a bad leg. Forgive him, Lieutenant. He's just had his 19th name day. A man such as yourself is well practiced controlling the blood fire. This one is still learning. He shot Ishmo a warning look as if to make his point clear. Ishmo made a show of taking several long, deep breaths to calm the heat in his veins. Apologies, sir. I forgot myself. Tamblin smirked. He knew Ishmo wasn't prone to giving in to the violent rage that the men in the Middle Kingdoms had become born with. If he had, he'd have been dead a long time ago when he first understood what people meant when they whispered the word whore as his mother walked down the street. He just needed to stay alive a few more hours so he could go out into the eastern woods and see her face. Ara. She was a kitchen maid, named after one of the Naporian princesses. Once a month, for the last 10 years, when the king was too busy with the petitioning to need any big dinners, she'd come out to play with him in the eastern woods. Innocent enough at first, but lately, sigh. She was what kept him from losing control and giving in to the need for blood like so many others. She thought he was worth more. She was wrong. But the sentiment was nice. Nothing could ruin his day today. Not even Tamblin and his smug, stupid face telling Tashin that the king was requiring an inventory from every meat cutter in the city. A royal banquet, then, Tashin surmised. He's ready to name an heir. And war will follow. The guard was almost giddy. Ishmo ran his finger along the feather tips of the arrows at his hip. As long as Ara was safe, he'd go to his grave with a smile. The kitchen maid. Oh gods, Ara, please, just give me a taste. Once a month, from spring through fall, the king of Naporia held a petitioning. The doors of the castle were opened, and anyone could come before him and speak their grievance, and I, mercifully, was encouraged to make myself scarce for the day. Everyone thought I took my chestnut mare out into the far paddock to ride and read and be alone, but I was actually out in the eastern woods torturing Ishmo Leaf with sandwiches from the castle kitchen. It's turkey. Do you know how rare it is to find turkey in the market? Ishmo begged, his honey eyes wide and his tongue darting out to wet his lips. Naporia's greatest hunter has never caught one? Oh, I've caught plenty, but Tashin has them dressed and sold faster than a person can blink. He shrugged. I'd rather take the money anyway. Oh, so you just want it because it's mine. He glanced down at my lips and smiled. I want everything of yours. Gods. Things had changed in the last few years. He wasn't the dirty-faced 10-year-old I'd met outside the castle garden. He'd shed his lanky boyhood body and begun to fill in with muscle from long days climbing trees, carrying deer, and swinging swords. And lately, he looked at me in ways that made my heart race and touched me in ways that Mari would definitely disapprove of. And of course, I couldn't quite bring myself to stop him. I took a bite of the sandwich, the only bite I knew I'd get, and handed it over. Luckily for you, befriending a kitchen maid has its perks. The lie came easily since I had been living it for so long. Sometimes I felt like I had 3 personalities: kitchen maid Ara, princess of Naporia Ara, and future Trinar wife Ara. Kitchen maid Ara was the closest to the real me, but she was still a liar. Luckily, I met Ishmo when we were both too young for him to ask the questions that mattered, and he accepted the story I wove without much pushback. This was our last season, though. Soon enough, I needed to tell him the truth and end our meetings, no matter how much it broke my heart. He grabbed me around the waist and spun us around in circles. Thank you, thank you, thank you. A virtuous woman is free of desire and want. She does not feel pain. She does not cry. I pushed Mari's rules out of my head. You're an easy man to please if you get this excited about a sandwich. I watched him savor my simple lunch like it was a meal fit for a king, and thought about how much he'd changed. We chased each other in height for years, but he'd pulled ahead. Now, as he sat on the felled log that lay next to the stream cutting through our clearing to devour my sandwich, the sun shone through the trees and gilded his messy raven hair in a golden halo like one of the stained glass saints in Mari's chapel. Mari. The Trinar princess would have had a heart attack if she knew I was out in the woods, wearing pants and getting dirty, letting a man who wasn't my future betrothed touch me, smile at me. I swallowed. The boy I found running sword drills outside the castle garden was dangerous now, in more ways than one. You have that look. Ishmo rested one arm on his knee, eyeing me as he licked the last crumbs off of his fingers. What look? The one that you get when you're thinking about things that you think that you shouldn't be thinking. What? I don't even understand what you just said. I laughed. His lips pulled upward. Liar. And damned if he wasn't right. We weren't just two kids playing with swords and chasing frogs through the creek anymore. Sometimes, a lot of times, we pushed the boundaries of friendship, teasing the possibility of something more. It was dangerous and stupid, and I needed to put an end to it. You need to tell him the truth. He frowned. Now you look like you're going to throw up. There wasn't something wrong with that sandwich, was there? There's going to be something wrong with your face if you don't stop studying me. He laughed, and it was my favorite sound in the whole world. Before my mother died, laughter was abundant, but now everyone was so serious. No one smiled and laughed. Everyone was either too worried about the peace treaty or whispering about curses and witches to laugh, and no one was brave enough to laugh at me, even if it was justified. But Ishmo did. He didn't know I was the child of the king or Annalise's daughter, which some might argue was the greater of my attributes. He didn't know that Naporia's peace rested on my shoulders. He only knew that I was his friend. So his laughter came easy, and he smiled and flirted as any man would. It was going to break his heart when I told him the truth. He ran his eyes over my face again, seeing all the emotions I forgot to hide, and offered me a soft look. You want to talk about it? Or fight? Talk or fight? Ishmo. Ara laughed, the sound light and familiar as the trees shivered around them. Ishmo knew her too well. As they grew up and learned to navigate the world, Ara often preferred to work through her worries with physicality. He reached behind a fallen log and retrieved two old wooden training swords he'd taken from one of his classes when everything first started. The real sword at his hip, like all men carried in Naporia, was for killing, not for playing. And what they were doing was playing. Even as he watched her twist the wooden sword around in a tight circle, he knew she'd never need to wield a real one. Fighting was a man's duty. They were born for it. And if the Trinar army ever breached the city again, Ishmo would climb the castle walls himself to get her to safety. How about you talk and I fight? She offered. Something good must have happened to you over the winter? Saints. She was beautiful. He'd always thought so, but she had changed over the last few years. Taller now, almost as tall as he was, but still just short enough to need to tilt her head to meet his eyes. And he'd have to be dead not to notice how her hips and breasts filled out year after year. It made it hard to concentrate when she climbed onto his back to cross the muddy patches of their clearing in the wet season. Seeing her standing in the ready position with even a fake sword in her hand made his blood run hotter, faster. Concentrate. Talking. He was supposed to be talking. Something happened that everyone else thinks is good, he admitted with a chuckle. But not you? He set his stance, tucking his dominant hand behind his back. Boys in Naporia were trained with a sword as soon as they learned to walk, so sparring with a disadvantage was the only way they could make it fair. I'm undecided, he said. Ready? Are you? He grinned. Always. She ran at him, lifting her sword high, too slow. He had plenty of time to turn and block her, though to her it probably looked like he moved instantly. The proof was in the way her eyes widened when he stepped into her space. "I'm never not going to be impressed by that." He shrugged but smiled. A smug smile that said more than words, the kind that made her think those forbidden thoughts she always tried to hide. She barely got her sword in place fast enough to block his return swing. The way the sun warmed her copper skin and her dark blue eyes sharpened when she stared him down. A man could die happy at the end of her wooden toy sword. "So, what's the maybe good, maybe not good thing that happened?" she asked. He took a step forward as she retreated, his inappropriate thoughts cooling under the weight of reality. "Tashin offered me an apprenticeship." She nearly tripped over a rock. "What?" "Ishmo, that's great news." He reached out, grabbing her wrist and yanking her back to her feet, steadying her with an arm around her waist. "That's what my mother said." For a moment she didn't move. She studied his face, and he knew by the way his heart raced what she was looking for. "Your eyes. They've changed. Does it scare you?" He prayed she understood the question he was really asking. Her lips pulled into a slow grin. "I didn't know a bit of flirting could trigger a man's blood fire." He involuntarily tightened his grip. "I guess it depends on who is doing the flirting. Do you need a minute? Or—" He chuckled, forcing himself to let her go and stepping back into the ready position, hoping she wouldn't notice any new shadows below his belt. She came at him again. "Your mother's a smart lady. You should listen to her." "I know," he said, blocking her swing. "She's afraid I'll end up dead like my father. Like a lot of fathers. Sons. Brothers. I just don't know if I want that boring life. This peace can't last forever." "Sure it can." "How?" She hesitated. "The king plans on offering the princess's hand to the Trinar when he announces his heir. That will buy us a few more years at least. And if she can conceive, the peace could last generations." "Saints, that's—" He rubbed his hand over his face and shook his head. "That's a death sentence. That's worse than a death sentence. There are many rules she'll have to follow. It won't be easy by any means, but—" "Do they know which prince?" "They're just extending a treaty, so they'll save the position of queen for an ally. The other brothers are too young, and all the uncles are too far removed from the crown to matter, so most likely, it will be the other twin." "Michael." Ishmo shuddered. She narrowed her eyes. "Why do you say his name like that?" "Word in the taverns is that Michael Marcellus has taken over commanding the Trinar army. They've been roving the countryside gathering boys for conscription and brutalizing anyone who defies them. The stories I've overheard aren't suitable for repeating." His blood heated again, this time with rage, before he took a breath and forced it down. "They're readying for war." Ara's face fell. He knew everyone in the castle believed the plan would work. He just couldn't see how King Devon could do such a thing to his daughter. "It'll be Ara, right? Your namesake. The other one is too young." She nodded, a few shades paler. "I'm sorry. I know you feel a kinship with her." She shook her head. "You're right. I just feel a kinship." He watched her face shift from dread to an odd vacancy, then fierce determination. If there's any possibility for Naporia to have lasting peace, then I'm sure she believes the sacrifice will be worth it. Ishmo smiled and reset his stance. "Now you sound like my mother again." "Sounds like I'd like your mother." He swung. She ducked, spinning to catch his leg, but he jumped out of the way and grabbed her around the waist. "I'm sure you would, but you'll forgive me if I don't want to think about my mother when I'm watching you sweat. Making claims." My stomach dipped and my feet tangled together. There could be 100 different ways to read into that statement, and only a few of them could be innocent. Mari's rules echoed in my head. Never look at a man who isn't your husband. Never be alone with a man who isn't your husband. Never let a man who isn't your husband touch you. It didn't matter how closely I followed the rules. My future Trinar husband, whether it be Michael or Solus or someone else, would not be kind. Bran would come of age soon, and my freedom was limited. Bloodfire made common men lower-class citizens. They were wild, deadly beasts that couldn't control their impulses. Sometimes I didn't feel much different. Ishmo's amused voice brushed close across my ear. Distracted today. Maybe a little. Gods. It felt like my heart was going to beat right out of my chest. His lips made contact with the shell of my ear. You know, I'll give you what you want. All you have to do is ask. Yeah. And if anyone found out, he'd be dead before the next sunrise. I couldn't let that happen. I pushed him away and swung my sword. Anticipating my reaction, he dodged easily, laughing. You can do better than that, he teased. You wanted to learn how to use a sword, didn't you? You have to know how to keep your wits, even when you are thinking inappropriate thoughts about your opponent. I swung the sword again, but he only jumped out of my way. There is a deeper question, though, Ara. Much more important. What are you going to do when I let you catch me? He stopped, and I swung, putting all my power behind the weapon. And when he blocked, the two blades shattered, sending bits of wood flying out in all directions. Saints! Sorry. There was a moment of silence where we just stood and stared at each other. He reached up and picked a particularly large piece of wood out of his hair. I'm supposed to die gloriously in battle, not by Naporia's largest splinter. The truth crashed into me like a wall of stone. Death was coming for both of us either way. Ishmo would never be content to live a small, safe life tending a counter. I was going to be married into a family that burned people who didn't stay in line. These next few months were all we had. A spring breeze swept through the forest and swirled around the clearing as if encouraging us to pollinate. He scratched a hand nervously at the back of his neck and cleared his throat. Some women in the city have started making claims. All the warmth in my body turned to chips of ice. Claiming was practiced among commoners, particularly those who lived in the city. It was a misbegotten form of marriage for the sole purpose of reproducing and having a responsible partner to manage a man's wartime salary. And since most men didn't come back, there was very rarely love involved. I just need a name to put down. My mother has her seamstressing work, and after my father, she wouldn't take it anyway. I know you're against the practice, but if something happens to me... No, absolutely not. Ishmo, your life is no one's but your own. I know. I know. He inhaled long and deep. I was just thinking about how out here it's us against the world, and how it might be nice to have someone who knows my shortcomings watch my back out in the real world. I bumped his shoulder. You don't have any shortcomings. He smiled, and I resisted the urge to fix the wayward strands of his hair. There were things he needed to know even if I wasn't ready for a full confession. My position in the castle isn't something I can just quit, no matter how much I want to. I want you to know something and really hear it. If I were able to choose, I'd choose you. He leaned sideways, and I felt the warmth of his breath on my lips. The stress of my lies, my secrets, melted away. There was no fear or regret over what was about to happen. There was only him, the boy who laid in my lap and cried when people called his mother names, the boy that didn't bat an eye when a girl fell out of the bushes and asked him to teach her how to use a sword. He was waiting, honey eyes locked onto mine. Due to the nature of bloodfire, it was frowned upon for men to act on their desires without verbal permission. Ask me, Ara. His voice was raw and desperate. His words punched a hole straight through the last of my decency. I should have told him then that he wasn't offering himself to the common kitchen maid he'd known since he was a boy, that I was a liar, and I could never give him the long-term love that he deserved. But I didn't because I was selfish. and this was my one chance to know what it felt to touch and be touched by someone I loved, who loved me. Will you kiss me, Ishi? Dangerous commoners. A warm burst of air tickled my lips when he exhaled. You have no idea how long I've waited to hear those words. I did. Probably just about as long as I was waiting to say them. Then what are you waiting for? His callous thumb brushed over my lips a moment before he leaned down and moved his mouth against mine. I'm fairly certain my heart stopped. I died and then was brought back to life by a jolt of lightning. And then, I let my lips follow his lead. Everything disappeared. Time ceased to exist. There was no Naporia, no Trinar, no looming war or fragile peace. There was only the two of us and the energy of 1,000 thunderstorms that I felt down to my toes. The "not who you think I am" part of my confession was cut short by the distant sound of a trumpet. The petitioning was ending early. It never ended early. Something was wrong. Trumpets. Ishmo. A trumpet sounded in the distance from the direction of the castle. It was the one typically used to signal the end of the petitioning. Ara's body went stiff in Ishmo's arms. Killing wasn't the only thing the boys were trained for. When war came, it was pressed upon them the importance of making children before they left, so the next generation of soldiers could take their place. The last lesson of their training was dedicated to using their skills of observation and blood fire on a claimant to ensure that happened. Ishmo had been thoroughly enjoying doing just that until that damned trumpet seemed to dump a bucket of cold water on their good time. He let Era down as she scrambled to get away from him. There was something new in her eyes, something he knew hadn't come from him. Terror. Ara? He grabbed her arm to keep her steady. What's wrong? Her dark blue eyes were wide enough to show the whites around them. The petitioning. He remembered she had said her position wasn't something she could quit. Maybe she was set to be the next castle cook. Do you think it's because of the banquet? Her attention snapped back. What banquet? She didn't know. A castle guard came by this morning with an order for Tashen. He said the king is tasking every butcher in the city to provide an inventory list for a final invoice. I thought you'd be the first to hear about it. What would he have a banquet for? All the color drained from her face. The betrothal. Princess Era's betrothal? She closed her eyes, inhaling a sharp breath. Yes. He will want to have all the details finalized before he announces his heir. Ishma was afraid to ask what that would entail. I have to go. There was something in her voice that triggered his blood fire despite his better-than-average control over it. She was scared. Would the Trinar come to the castle to negotiate? Would she have to serve them dinner? For some reason, the thought of some Trinar noble even just looking at her made him want to shove a sword into his hypothetical chest. Let me come with you. I can hide. No one will even know I'm there. No, Ishmo. Absolutely not. Her voice rose several octaves in panic. Now he really wanted to go. For the second time, that strange, unnerving mask came down over her face. I have to leave now, she repeated, her voice now steady without a hint of emotion. I will explain everything next month. I'm sorry. Ara. He slid his hands down over her arms in a desperate attempt to get the real Ara to come back to the surface. Instead, he only succeeded in causing her eyes to glisten with tears. She took one of his hands and pressed her lips softly into his calloused palm. Your life is worth more than the sword you hold, Ishi. Think about the apprenticeship. You deserve a long life with a woman who loves you and a brood of children screaming at your feet. And that sounded like a goodbye. The permanent kind. Promise me that I will see you next month. She pressed her lips tight together for a moment. I promise. He could always tell when she was lying. Playboy Prince. Bran. Most days Bran wished he had never been born a Palacios, but at present he could not deny its perks. She stood and bowed her head, cheeks still flushed with a hedonic grin. "Thank you, Your Highness." He was born second, only 10 months after Ara, putting him dangerously close to having to sit on that god's awful stone throne. Ara was conceived out of love. He was conceived for a purpose. A girl child had never been born first to a king. That was more bullshit, of course. There were plenty of female firstborns within royal families. The only difference with theirs was that their father loved their mother too much to dash the babe's head against the wall like every other king before him. Some might say he was too afraid of what Annalise would do to him if he tried. So as soon as she was able, they conceived again. A boy. He was the one they paraded around. He was the one everyone assumed would take the throne. Saints. Even Ara was convinced he would stick with this plan to marry her off to the Trinar. Officially, until the decision was announced, there was still a possibility that their father would name him as his heir over her, but Bran was fairly confident that wasn't going to happen. He trained with his father's second-in-command, and Harold had made it very clear that Bran's job above all else was to protect his sister. Pray tell, how did they expect him to do that if she was across the Trinar border? Unless they send me with her. He shuddered. Best to take advantage of his freedom while he had it just in case. A knock pulled him up short. The woman scrambled off the bed and picked up his shirt to be laundered, bowing again before hurrying to the door. She stopped at Harold Yo's piercing glare and bowed her head a second time until he stepped to the side, allowing her past. Then he turned on Bran. "You shouldn't let them do that," he said. "I shouldn't let them take my laundry?" He reached for a clean shirt from the stack of clothes she'd left on his bed when she arrived. "You tasked me to find out who in the castle might have loose lips. It's not my fault that the easiest way to find that out is to let them show me." Harold's face didn't move an inch. "Ah, that's not really why you're here, is it?" "Your father requires your presence in the throne room." "The throne room?" he asked, eyebrows raised. "In full royal dress," Harold added. Bran frowned. "I thought the petitioning ended early. Did he decide to see more?" "Yes, one more." Harold Yo enjoyed being vague, always had. It unnerved people. Every king's second was like that. It took a terrifying type of person to stand beside a king and act as his advisor and his shield. And Yo had the chilling ability to seem to know of your death before the Reaper did. Suddenly, he couldn't help but think of all the reasons he might be called before the king in the throne room. "No one recognizes me when I'm in the city, I'm sure of it." Yo had taught him every way a man could be killed, but that slightly accusatory look he had that made people spill their guts only came with years of experience. "I'll find out who started the rumors. I just need more time." "We don't have more time," Yo replied, resting his hand on the black hilt of his Verochi steel sword. Bran remembered the shine of blood that seemed to soak into the dark steel. Weak-minded men said that it absorbed the souls of the lives it took. Bran believed that a sword was just a sword, but even he had only been brave enough to use Verochi steel once. Carrying a sword like that only bolstered Yo's whispered nickname of the Wraith of Naporia. "If I can get Coke to talk and find his source, maybe we can at least squelch these whispers that my sister is anything but a perfectly normal woman." "That won't be easy." There was amusement in Yo's normally even cadence. "Why?" Yo's face didn't change. "He died this morning." "Shit. Did he say anything?" Bran put on his pants, fastening the buttons. "I questioned him. You'll have a new assignment tonight." "I would have gotten him to talk," Bran assured. "In time," he agreed, "but we do not have it." That was as close to praise as he would ever get from his mentor. The man's few emotions were for his king alone. "Harold?" Bran paused, fastening his sword. "Why does my father want to see me?" "The orders of my king are not for my mouth." "But you know." "I do." "And you won't tell me," Bran exasperated. "I've learned under your hand for 10 years and you won't even give me a hint?" But it is so much fun to make you uncomfortable. Gods. Getting information from him was like pulling teeth. So, I'm not in trouble? When the corner of his mouth lifted, he knew for sure. Harold Yo loved to get under people's skin. In most cases, Bran loved it too. One day, he wished to intimidate people just as well, but it would be unfair to say that being on the receiving end felt as good. And yet, Harold had trained him well. He knew there was more the man was not telling him. "It's Ara, isn't it?" Bran asked. "What has she done now?" "The virtues." A virtuous woman is obedient. She is quiet. She does not cry. She does not feel pain. She is pure of desire and of want. She accepts punishment with a grateful heart. She is empty of self so that she might serve her husband with grace. She is attentive and unseen. She is humble and modest, calm and gentle. I repeated them as I rode across the paddock back to the stables. A virtuous woman is obedient. She is quiet. She does not cry. She does not feel pain. She is pure of desire and of want. She accepts punishment with a grateful heart. She is empty of self so that she might serve her husband with grace. She is attentive and unseen. She is humble and modest, calm and gentle. Tears ran down my cheeks as I remembered the taste of honey on Ishmo's lips, the strength of his arms around my waist. A virtuous woman is obedient. She is quiet. She does not cry. She does not feel pain. She is pure of desire and of want. She accepts punishment with a grateful heart. She is empty of self so that she might serve her husband with grace. She is attentive and unseen. She is humble and modest, calm and gentle. A virtuous woman is obedient. She is quiet. She does not cry. She does not feel pain. She is pure of desire and of want. She accepts punishment with a grateful heart. She is empty of self so that she might serve her husband with grace. She is attentive and unseen. She is humble and modest, calm and gentle. I repeated it until my eyes were dry and kitchen maid Ara was shoved so far down into that tiny box that I couldn't feel her anger and fear. I was Naporian Princess Ara, and I had a duty to my kingdom. Peace would be my mission. Ishmo's future would be my legacy. The horses all huffed and stomped when I entered the stable. They didn't like it when I was upset. I touched each one as I passed and went to the tack room to retrieve a brush for the mare. Rushing back into the castle might be suspicious for anyone already looking for me, so I went to work brushing as I would have otherwise. A virtuous woman is obedient. She is quiet. She does not cry. She does not feel pain. She is pure of desire and of want. She accepts punishment with a grateful heart. She is empty of self so that she might serve her husband with grace. She is attentive and unseen. She is humble and modest, calm and gentle. The mare whinnied and nearly stomped my foot. "Sorry, I know, it's okay, it's going to be okay." Am I talking to the horse or myself? When I arrived in Nerys, my nightmares hit with the force of a hurricane. Nothing helped. King Harrow and his second tried every tea their physicians could concoct, and they only made things worse, locking me in nightmares that I couldn't wake from and making me see impossible, terrible things. His daughter suggested I take walks in their garden, and his son introduced me to brushing horses. It gave me something to do other than repeat that day in the carriage over and over again. The Lorettes were the only other true friends I had in the world, and once I wed, there was no chance of ever seeing them again either. But I had to do it. Saying no wasn't an option. I was done with the death and the inequality. Mothers losing husbands, sons losing fathers. One day, everyone could just be simple farmers again, and no one would have to worry about defending borders and hiding their children. I can do it. I can do this. A boot scuffed, and the mare's ears turned towards the stable doors. A virtuous woman is obedient. Summons. The captain of the castle guard stood in the doorway, and the fading afternoon sun stretched his shadow to my feet. He knelt. Rowan. Forgive me, Your Highness. I did not wish to startle you. A virtuous woman is patient. I shut the gate and stilled my shaking hands. Please, stand, I told him, and because, for the moment, I was still Naporian Princess Ara, I added a small admonishment. You know how I feel about kneeling. He stood and approached with his gloved hands held rigid at his sides. And you know how I feel about protocol. I could not show you such disrespect, nor would I. He looked me over in that unnerving way the castle guard had that wasn't supposed to be noticeable, assessing. I felt, rather than saw, him recognize my fake placidity. Are you well, Your Highness? Captain Rowan Hurt was shorter than most men, but wore confidence and intimidation as easily as the blue leather coat on his back. He was the youngest person to ever graduate from a castle guard training class and receive a royal designation. Most feared him as soon as they saw him, not because of his demeanor or reputation, although those certainly did help, but because of his coloring. His mother was a Trinar refugee who fled captivity in the castle when she found she was with child. So while many of Naporia's population had some bit of the East in their blood, many on our side of the Trinar border still saw a man with blonde hair and green eyes as something to be wary of. If I closed my eyes, I could still see how he looked the day he saved my siblings and me on our way to Nerys. The snow swirling around him. Blood streaked through his hair. He'd been 15 then, only 7 years older than me, and when he barked his orders at the battered remnants of our escort, they did as he said. And now, he was looking at me as if he could see right through every lie I told and every secret I held in my heart. I'm fine, I said. Why do you ask? His face betrayed no feelings one way or the other. I've read 3 reports regarding the need to enter your room in the last week. Oh, that. I've been dreaming about the carriage again. He took the news in stride, still not moving that stone face an inch. Do you think the nightmares are returning? Saints. I hope not. Suddenly snow drifted between us despite it being spring and a roof over our heads. It was cold, and I could feel tears freezing on my eyelashes, blood drying between my fingers. Silence in the trees and the heavy breathing from exhausted, wounded men, that sterile smell of winter. Are you sure you are well? He asked again. I blinked twice and shook my head. No more snow, no more blood. Yes, I said I was fine. The hard shadows came back to his face. Of course, Your Highness. Then, as if just remembering why he'd come, he said, The king requires your presence in the throne room. The throne room? Father never called me there. If he wanted to speak to me, it was always at the dinner table or in his office, sometimes the library if he sought me out. Never the throne room. The throne room was for showing power, intimidation, the betrothal. Now? He nodded. I tried very hard to sound calm. What for? It's not my place to say. Typical. He shut the stable gate and glanced back at the deepening shadows. Would you like me to escort you? A virtuous woman is obedient. She is quiet. She does not cry. She does not feel pain. She is pure of desire and of want. She accepts punishment with a grateful heart. She is empty of self so that she might serve her husband with grace. She is attentive and unseen. She is humble and modest, calm and gentle. I rested my hand over the top of his, and he froze. No, best I do this alone. I'd gleaned enough to know that Trinar royalty would not be pleased to see that one of our highest-ranking guards was one of their own. I left him standing in the stables and ran the rest of the way. I didn't have time to worry about Rowan Hurt or Ishmo Leaf. When the king made a summons, it was never a good idea to keep him waiting. Modest. I ran into Mari in the hallway. Literally. We collided around a corner at such force I had to grab her waist and step on her skirts to keep her from falling over. She had always been a bit larger than life in my mind's eye, so schooled in control and confidence in her own beliefs. But now she seemed small, and her green eyes were bright with panic. Ara, I I have been looking for you. I set her upright and she painfully grabbed hold of my arm and made a sweep of my appearance. You have been called before the king. What are you wearing? I've been riding. I didn't have time to change. She slapped my hand and clicked her tongue. Calm yourself. Tell me again, without sounding like common trash. Her terror clawed at the back of my neck. A virtuous woman is empty of self. I apologize. I was out riding and I did not have time to change. She took a deep breath, but the tightness didn't diminish. Minette. Yes, Your Highness? Our rail-thin chambermaid stepped out from around the corner, holding one of my dresses and a hairbrush in her hands. Her hair was pulled into a tight, controlled bun, but her hazel eyes were full of terror. Minette was a refugee as well. She came to us after Trinar Castle guards came to her home and pushed her out of a window. The event left her with one eye that didn't focus where she looked, and a healthy terror of anyone in a uniform. The fear radiating from her now was so intense that I could feel it more like a knife to my throat than an ache in my muscles. Are they here? I asked them. Is it the betrothal? Mari began clawing at the laces of my belt. I do not know. Your father does not share his plans with me. Either way, you cannot hold audience with anyone looking like this. She made it clear that this was something dirty and unacceptable. Now, take off these filthy clothes. We do not have much time. What? Here? I glanced up to the castle guard standing like an unseen statue down the hallway. What about, a virtuous woman is modest? You would have had time to be modest if you were not rolling around in the dirt like swine. She sniffed me. Then her eyes narrowed and she sniffed me again. I quickly removed my belt and lifted the tunic over my head. Father and Harold prefer that I am out of the castle during petitioning day. I focused back on Mari as she began scrubbing my face with a wet rag that smelled like lavender. You should be in the chapel praying, not riding that beast. I thought back to what I had actually been doing and felt my face warm. There were some people who thought common men were no better than animals, slave to the blood fire that eventually drove them mad. Beasts they might be called, and beast or not, I would have let Ishmo ride me. A virtuous woman is pure of desire and want. Pants, Mari ordered. I took off my pants and Minette, bless her, finally stepped in front of me, hiding my nakedness from the guard in the hallway's peripheral vision. It will be okay, I assured her, even as it felt like Mari was scrubbing my skin clean off my body. If they are here, you will not have to see anyone. Do not make her promises that you cannot keep, Ara, Mari warned. I looked back at Minette, her fear so palpable it hurt. You won't. I'll request Mari to help, no matter how awkward that may be for her. Mari made that disapproving clicking sound again, but Minette's fear lightened a fraction. Dress, hurry now, there is not much time. The proper princess. Mari. Mari's brother burned people alive and thought marriage to the Narration king was a punishment. And it was, but not for the reason he thought. Devon always treated her with kindness. He was exceedingly patient when she insisted on subservience for years, until finally understanding that deference to his or his second's opinion would not be met with pain. He built her a chapel even though he did not truly believe in the gods, and he trusted her to prepare his children for their future as royals. He was everything Mari could have hoped for, and yet she did not have his love. Trinar kings went through wives like the seasons. Sometimes they died in childbirth, and sometimes they just disappeared. Mari's mother was burned on the altar, found sinful. Devon was not the same. Something in him died when he lost Annalise, and try as she might, Mari could not resurrect it. Ara was her one hope of repaying Devon's kindness. Brandon was already lost to the commander's shadow, and the youngest, Keely, looked at him like he hung the moon. But Ara, she understood sacrifice. She was smart enough to look to the future and know the path to come. Marriage, alliances. It was the same path Mari walked, and hundreds of princesses had walked before. There were not many kings like Devon, and not many women like Annalise. Whatever path Devon chose for Ara would not come easy. If Ara had any hope of surviving, she would have to follow the rules and learn to conduct herself like a proper princess. It took all 10 years of living amongst her family's enemy to realize her brother's lies. Byrne was never home during the war, but Michael and Solis said the gods would never choose a woman to be the firstborn. Yet there she was, running down the hallway with dirty feet. Mari prayed the gods gave her the wisdom she needed to help Ara, to repay Devon, to atone for her own sin. She sighed and flexed her fingers inside the folds of her dress. What would he think of all this? Even now, after all this time, sin clung to her like wet fabric. Mari dug her nails into her palm. Pain was the only thing that erased his memory. Michael knew that. Michael said pain could cure anything. He was a true believer. She handed Ara's stable clothes to the chambermaid. I want you to take these and get rid of them. When the girl hesitated, Mari turned to look at her directly and her eyes slid away. The one person in the Naporian castle that treated royalty the way they were supposed to. Ara called it trauma. The girl was another casualty of Mari's brother's cruelty, the perfect person to be Ara's attendant. She was sickly and nervous. She would never be able to lie without giving herself away, and she would never be strong enough to overpower her royal charge. Devon was a good man, but he was still a king, and all kings were ruthless. Do you have something to say? Mari asked the girl. They're her favorite, the girl replied. Maybe we can just put them away. Burn them. This part of Ara's life is over. The sooner she comes to terms with that, the better. Nerves. Bran and Keely were waiting in the hallway outside the throne room, both dressed formally, when I arrived. He wore a white coat similar to that of our castle guards with the addition of a golden sword and dagger. She wore a simple blue dress appropriate for a royal who had not yet come of age. Everyone's here to witness. My stomach turned. I took my place next to them and tried to calm down. Bran looked me over, taking in my freshly braided hair and scrubbed face. He understood the seriousness of an audience in the throne room. I shifted my weight to one foot, then the other. Why are you so nervous? Keely asked. Who says I'm nervous? You're dancing around as if there are ants in your pants. I did not have time to prepare. If he sees me like this? She scoffed. What does father care about what you look like? She was 17 years old and thought she knew everything. Bran stood up straighter. You think it's the betrothal? So they didn't tell him either. I didn't know if that was a good sign or a bad sign. Coming in with the petitioners would be smart, if he was willing to be disguised. That's a big if. Trinar royals love to be flashy. Bran was thinking out loud. He knew more about security and the precautions it took to come and go. While I spent the last 10 years studying with Mari, he had spent his time under the wing of our father's second-in-command. It could be a representative, he went on. They'd want to do their inspections before wasting their royals' time. Inspection. Gods only knew what that would entail. Thanks, Bran. Very helpful. Keely rolled her eyes. Lieutenant, are there any Trinar people here waiting to see my sister? She asked the guard at the door. Not my place to notice, Princess. He was one of our father's personal guards, a redhead named Audrey. He wasn't going to say one way or the other either. The doors slowly swung out and the lieutenant held it open. "The king requests you stay in the back until you are called upon." I could tell he had been repeating that phrase all day. Bran leaned down close to my ear. "He's bored. That's a good sign." I couldn't help but notice the tightness around Lieutenant Audrey's eyes as he hid a wince. Castle guards, especially those on our father's detail, were not supposed to be easily read. Father was finishing taking the oaths of a new class of castle guards. Each one knelt before the dais and cut themselves to symbolically shed blood for the royal family. They said the oath, and Father gave his promise, and pinned their insignia. It was the same each time until the last guard pulled his sword out of his newly issued silver scabbard. The metal whine rang through the room, and suddenly I couldn't breathe. I was crying, on my knees in the snow, surrounded by castle guards who were too afraid to touch the cursed princess covered in their comrades' blood. I pressed my eyes closed and opened them again, back in the throne room. "Pull yourself together." Bran chuckled quietly. "Harold hates it when they do that." I swallowed the sudden wave of nausea. "Do what?" "Most take the oath with the dagger, but technically you can use any weapon. Some just can't help being dramatic about it." My ears were ringing. Why doesn't he just tell them not to?" He shrugged. "Because they're always the most loyal." The new class filed past without turning their heads or acknowledging our presence, but we stayed in place until the king was ready. "Is that you, Ara? Come. All of you, I have something to say." The announcement. I wiped the sweat off of my hands and picked up the hem of my dress to pad down the inlaid slate aisle that led up to the black dais and stone throne of Naporia. Bran and Keeley followed. For the moment, we were alone, and I concentrated on the cool stone on the bottom of my bare feet, letting it ground me in the present. A virtuous woman is attentive. I saw that Rowan was already there, standing off to the side. He didn't move, but I felt his eyes on me, as they always were. Mari was there too. She stood in the shadow of the dais so still and quiet that I almost forgot she was there as soon as I saw her. Empty. Unseen. Even after a decade, she fell into her previous role without so much as a hiccup. I clasped my hands together to keep them from shaking. The three of us bowed and straightened in unison. Harold stood beside the throne and leaned over to my father. "Look at this, Devon. We've made them nervous." He smiled. "Oh, I'm sure they each have something to be nervous about." Keeley and Bran stiffened and Harold's lips pulled up a fraction as he followed our father down to the steps of the dais. I let myself relax just a little. Harold was our father's sword and shield, his advisor and friend. And like all seconds, he took his job very seriously. There was no way he would be cracking jokes if any Trinar representative was waiting in the wings. Father confirmed it then. "I at least understand Ara's nerves." He rested a hand on my shoulder. "Breathe, my daughter. There is no one here other than family." Relief swelled and released. "You remind me more and more of your mother every day," he said, noticing my raw skin and bare feet. I thought about the paintings in the halls of a regal woman, a crown of gold leaves tucked into the thick braids that wrapped around her head and draped over her shoulder. We had the same general look, but that was where our similarities ended. She was a hero. I was just Ara. "Have you been in the stables? Hurt tells me that you have started dreaming again." Traitor. "Yes, father." He tucked a stray bit of hair back into its place and quietly, so only I could hear, asked, "What have you been dreaming about, Anna?" He did that occasionally, called me by my mother's name. It always seemed ill-advised to correct him. "Just the carriage again." It was always the carriage, although recently, instead of How's blood flowing over my hands, it was Ishmo's. His honey eyes turned up toward me in confusion. "When it gets worse, you will tell me?" I nodded. What did he mean? When? And how was I supposed to tell him once I was married? I suppressed a shudder. My nightmares were going to be a problem in Trinar. Something told me that waking my husband up screaming in the middle of the night would not be tolerated. I know you will worry about these things, just as your mother did. It is one of the reasons I have called you all here. I realized then that he hadn't taken the last step off of the platform. He could have had this meeting in his office. He could have taken that last step where whatever words he was about to utter had less significance. There may not be any Trinar prince or envoy, but that didn't mean that there wouldn't be an announcement. He spoke then, the words of a king. For many years, everyone in this room has made sacrifices. For each other, and for Neporia's future. The time has come to secure that future. My spine straightened. This was it. Father was about to make his plan official. My stomach churned. Don't throw up. Neporia has long been a kingdom of firsts. When the gods came to Eglin, he did not waver in being the first to heed the call of independence, just as I did not waver when they sent me a firstborn daughter. I knew from the first moment that I laid my eyes on her what I had to do. I swallowed. My heart beat so hard I thought the sound of it must be reverberating off of the walls. Ara Palacios, my brave girl, you have spent the last 10 years preparing to sacrifice yourself for the good of this kingdom, and never once complained or asked me to find another way. Today, I ask you, formally, to gather that same courage and make a different sacrifice, not the one you thought, but one far greater. I squeezed my hands together so hard I thought my fingers might break. The blood rushed through my ears so loudly that I wasn't sure if I was even hearing the words he said correctly. Ara Palacios, chosen by the gods, I name you heir to the throne of Neporia. Bran exhaled loudly behind me. Mari, supposedly the expert in non-reactions, gasped. But it was Keely, saint save her, that said what we were all thinking. What? Ara, how can a girl be a king? Father smiled. It will not be easy, but you all will understand in time the why. My nails were cutting half moons into my palms. I already knew why. I'm not like her. The only thing I see in my dreams are the past. I can't do what she did. He ignored my concern and spoke to me loud enough for everyone to hear. I know you are scared. I was too. The responsibility is a heavy burden to bear, which is not unique to you, but you will uniquely hold. Oh gods. He isn't going to change his mind. The job requires sacrifice and courage, often unknown to even their closest allies. Throughout history, kings have kept a record and passed it down to their heirs so that when the time came they could make their own decisions with clear eyes. My mouth was dry, and my ears were ringing. I didn't even know he'd retrieved a small book from his pocket until it was pressed into my hands. This is Eglin's. My father gave it to me on the day he announced I would be his heir just like his father before him. Numbly, I closed my hands around the brittle leather, an acceptance of the burden of knowledge, the burden of sacrifice. I thought I'd be married off, sent away as some offering for peace, but this was so much worse. Now it would be my orders that sent men to war. My responsibility when our enemies kidnapped a farmer's family and destroyed their crops. It would be my word that sent boys like Ishmo to the front line. Breathe, Your Highness, Harold reminded from his place behind my father. Bran rested a hand on my shoulder so I wouldn't fall over, and I siphoned in a breath. There are debuts to make the announcement official, Father was saying. You must make an appearance to our people, and you must make an appearance before other royals before all is said and done. So there will be time to ease into the transition. This is the first of your official debuts, the announcement of intent to our family. We will have a feast for our respected citizens and merchants in a week. Word will spread fast from there. Harold and I will work out a safe way for you to make your public debuts not long after. I know you are used to security, but we need to prepare for this announcement to cause a stir. The captain will act as your close guard off the property and on the property if he deems it necessary. I've also added a post to your door and patrols in the eastern woods. My heart skipped. Ishmo. So soon? I managed. Perhaps we could wait a short time. A month or... He shook his head. We've waited too long already. Rumors and uncertainty are starting to be more prevalent in the city. If we let it go, unrest could follow. I wasn't worried about unrest. The whole city could fight amongst themselves for all I cared. This was worse than disappearing without telling him goodbye. Heirs were paraded around the kingdom. Paintings would be commissioned. He'd know I'd lied to him for all these years, and I wouldn't be able to tell him why. Bloodfire. Ishmo. Something was wrong with Aura. There had been fear in her eyes, terror when the trumpet sounded to end the petitioning early, and she'd hidden it so completely that there was no doubt the skill was well practiced. What did a kitchen maid have to be so afraid of? Why did she always keep things so hidden? Ara wasn't a simple household servant. Tashin had said many of the castle staff were high-profile refugees with information or children, legitimate or not, of important people. He thought Ara might be some form of the latter. She was adamant that he was never to come looking for her on castle grounds. Her father didn't want her handling weapons, and she made it seem like if she were ever caught being taught, the consequences would be more than a slap on the wrist. But he couldn't imagine any refugee would be against learning how to defend themselves, no matter how strange it was for a woman to want to do so herself. The truth was, it didn't matter who she was or who her family was. She was the girl brave enough to want to learn something other women thought was beneath them. She took his hand without fear. She whistled off-key with the birds, and the blackness that tainted his blood felt lessened when she was near, gone completely when she laughed and smiled, and she tasted like the summer rain. Saints save me, I'm pathetic. All Ara had to do was say the word and he'd take her away. Tashin could find another butcher. The king could find another soldier. The two of them would live in the woods. He'd hunt for her and protect her, and never let her go to sleep unsatisfied. Next month. She'd be back next month, and he would come clean. He would tell her that he loved her, that he'd been in love with her ever since he first saw her hold that wooden sword in her hand. And if that didn't scare her off, they could pick up where they left off. He sighed. The scars were going to upset her. He didn't think she would find him disgusting, or think the gods had marked him like some of the other women in the city, but there was a high probability that she would be distressed to know that he was among the many injured during the city fires in the last war. Gods, that was so long ago. A lifetime it seemed. He picked up the last pieces of their broken training swords and smiled, remembering the way she'd gasped and shivered beneath him. Let the princess delay the war. He planned to use every moment possible to show Ara how he felt. Snap. Distantly, a twig was broken. Just the one, but that was enough. All his days spent out in the woods hunting had trained his ears. Just as he stalked the animals of the forest, there were other dangers this close to the Naporian castle. 2 more snapping twigs told him what that was. He picked up his bow. Castle guards didn't mind their footfalls in their own forest, and if he were found with a sword in his hand, they would instantly be on guard. Luckily, most were idiots and thought wood was harmless. He notched an arrow and sent it into a nearby tree. Then he notched a second arrow and waited. The guard crossed the tree line, and even as he turned to get a full look at the man, he sensed something different about him. The man wore the same blue leather coat, silver sword, and 12-inch dagger as the guards that patrolled the city, but his uniform was pristine. Not a thread was out of place. The silver handles of his weapons were polished. He held as still as possible. A cold chill of panic climbed up his spine. Most of the castle guards in the city knew he worked for a butcher. Finding him with a bow out in the woods would be the most natural place to see him, but this one was royally designated. They were far less stupid and far more dangerous. "What are you doing out here?" the man demanded, one hand already on his sword. Whatever he did now, the decision would either kill him or keep him breathing for a few more minutes. If the man pulled the sword in his hand, that screeching sound of metal on metal would be the last sound he ever heard. He let his voice tremble and spoke a few octaves higher than usual to give the impression that he was younger than he was. Practicing, sir. You can't be the best if you don't practice." He let loose the arrow, purposely sending it off course. It landed, harmlessly, amongst the brambles where Ara had left earlier. He looked back at the guard and shrugged. "I promise, I am getting better." The man's eyes passed over him without the appearance of moving, more proof that he was not one of the buffoons that patrolled the city. Men didn't like to be studied. They were trained to strike before someone could ascertain advantage. Any hint of threat or dominance made them anxious, and for most men, it turned into anger. And anger turned into bloodfire. Breathe. The rage was encouraged. It kept them alive in a fight, but his mother taught him to temper it. She knew that there were some fights not worth dying for. In, out. Royally designated castle guards were judge, jury, and executioner. They were highly trained and deadly. No way would a bastard boy from the city's poorest neighborhood win that fight. Stay alive, you idiot. At least until you make sure Ara is okay. Finally, the man spoke. "These woods are off limits." He seemed to have decided how much of a threat the boy possessed and found it lacking. He responded with something stupid to keep up the illusion. "Really, I come out here all the time to practice, so I can be ready when the king calls his army. And the kingdom will be safe in your capable hands. You'll be the first to be thrown on the Trinar pyres." Involuntarily, the memory of the heat and the smell of burning flesh came over him. That had been what he couldn't tell Ara. The stories coming out of the taverns were ones he could barely stand himself. They were burning people. Sometimes an individual tied to a stake as a warning, and sometimes whole villages that defied them, all in the name of the gods. "The king has decreed that castle grounds extend into the eastern woods as of today. I suggest you find a new place to practice," the guard went on. "But you're trying my patience." He made a show of being appropriately frightened. But he wasn't. His fingers tingled with need to send an arrow through the guard's back as he walked away. Inhale, exhale. Ara would be waiting. If the eastern woods were about to start being patrolled, he would need to scout out a new place to meet. Someplace romantic, beautiful, where they wouldn't be interrupted. Where he could listen to her make all those wonderful sounds again. He turned over onto his back and chuckled. What a sap. "We're all liars." After everyone was dismissed, I followed Harold and my father up the side stairway to his office for a private audience. Try as I might, I could not be quiet and obedient. Someone needed to talk some sense into the king of Naporia. "I cannot be your heir," I told him. "Bran is the one everyone is expecting. Name him." Father sat down at the solid wood desk covered in maps and paperwork. "I have not been training Brandon to be my heir." "You haven't been training me either." Harold had the audacity to crack an actual smile. It was disturbing coming from his usual gaunt, pale face. "Have I not?" Father asked. "Were you not ready to give up your life for the peace of this kingdom? I know you have read the accounts from Trinar, the rituals and the burning, and yet you never once asked me to spare you." "That's, I may add," Harold spoke up, "that you just stormed after a king into his office, uninvited, and told him the most important decision of his life was wrong. Doesn't get much more kingly than that." I opened my mouth and then shut it again. He did have a point. Gods. "I'll never agree to send Keeley in my place to secure the treaty. I can't do it. I won't. Brandon either, if that is your plan." "No one is being sent to Trinar," Father assured. "They never were." I felt like I was going to be sick. So the last 10 years of my life was a lie. It was imperative that we keep your birth order and your father's decision to name you his heir secret as long as possible. Brandon has been rooting out those who may be easily compromised, but there are a lot of people that come and go from this castle. Our spies confirm that Byrne expects a marriage offer when your father announces his heir. It's why he's kept Solus and Michael free from other betrothals. Not as if they haven't been busy anyway. Father sighed. What do you mean? Michael has been put in charge of the Trinar army. He's begun gathering the fighting-age men. I remembered what Ishmo said. Do you think they would have went to war anyway? Maybe not right away, but yes, eventually. Father swept his hand out over the map of our two kingdoms. They want their land back. They've picked fights every generation since Eglin convinced half their army to defect and start their own kingdom. I learned enough about the Trinar from Mari to know that it wasn't a simple case of being bitter. They think the gods chose them to be stewards of the land. When Eglin defected, he broke the laws of the gods, even with his claim that the gods told him to do it. To them, we are the bad guys. They are trying to set things right. Harold laughed. They want power and control. This land provides 80% of the food across the continent. The Eastern kingdoms want nothing more than to withhold resources from the West until everyone bow to their gods and their kings. I'd never heard Harold speak so freely. He was the silent shadow at my father's side. Now he was talking to me like I was his king's heir. So Naporia is the buffer then. We fight the wars and our men are killed to protect everyone else. You'll find the politics quite complicated and boring soon enough, Father injected. Why don't you start with Eglin's journal? My head was beginning to pound. How will I ever send an army to war when I was prepared to give myself to whatever punishment I faced in Trinar to prevent it? Perhaps you'll be motivated to find another way. Father's steel gray eyes met mine. I can't. I am not like her. The gods do not make mistakes, Ara. You were born first. You will be my heir. Maybe you will be like your mother. Maybe you will not. Maybe you will be something wholly new and unexpected. All any of us can do is try our best. Now, I suggest you leave before I get angry. He wasn't going to say it again. It was one thing to make your father angry, quite another to piss off a king. I raised my hands in surrender, bowed my head, and made a hasty retreat. It was happening. There was no changing his mind. I was going to be Naporia's heir. A new prison. I looked over my shoulder at the sound of boots on stone in the castle hallway. Rowan Hurt was following a few steps back. Are you going to start following me around already? I asked. He knelt and kept his eyes downcast. Apologies, Your Highness. Your brother does his best, but word will spread of your father's decision quickly. There are those who will not be pleased to see a woman in line for the throne. And what about a witch? Remaining on his knee, he looked up at me with sharp green eyes so clear they could cut through my soul if I looked into them for too long. What about a saint? I swallowed. She wasn't either, and neither am I. He nodded once, or bowed. I couldn't tell which one unnerved me more. According to Mari, the saints acted as helpers to the original gods by tending to the smaller parts of each. They were not all powerful, but they could perform miracles and do some things that others deemed impossible. There were some that believed that my mother was the blessed saint of war. Stand up, Rowan. He rose and stood at ease when I made no move to continue on down the hall. Did you know he planned to name me heir this whole time? I asked. He nodded. I was informed when we arrived in Nerys. So Harrow and Livia knew too? Apparently, there were plans in place to shelter you in case Naporia was lost. Captain Llewellyn told me that you were important, but only he and Lieutenant Howe knew the details. Howe. Do you miss him? He knew who I was talking about. From what I understood, Llewellyn raised Rowan. Both he and Howe died that day our carriage was attacked. Grief is a distraction, Your Highness. I cannot afford to be distracted. Grief is human, Rowan. One corner of his mouth lifted into half a smile. Shall I light a candle in Mari's chapel? I laughed. Only if you want me to be lighting one for you afterward. He gestured down the hall where a steward was lighting the wall sconces for the evening. Do you plan to retire to your chamber early? I will escort you. It would take far too much effort to fight him, so I didn't argue when he followed me down the hall to the east wing of the castle. I've assigned Lieutenant Harper to your door at night. You know him. He's assigned to your hall often. Until I tell you otherwise, he is the only guard permitted to enter your room or escort you alone. You don't trust your own men? Your family's safety is the castle guard's priority, but I trust no one as completely as myself. One cannot know what is truly in a man's heart if he is determined. You are thinking about Lieutenant Carson, I stated. That was a long time ago. A whole lifetime. I shrugged. And it is a well-known fact that it didn't go very well for him. I could still remember the guard's blade raised in the moonlight and Harold's black steel sword punching through his chest. It certainly didn't do anything to alleviate the rumors that anyone who touched me was cursed to death. Neither did the black gloves Rowan added to the uniform when we returned from Nerys. I will take no chances with the future of Naporia. Suddenly a blast of cold air blew past me. I froze and looked back at Rowan, whose eyebrows only rose in question at my reaction. Did you just feel that? Hurt wore the same stone face he'd taught to the castle guard. Feel what, Your Highness? Nothing. My hand fluttered to my neck, and I remembered the knife slicing through Howe's throat. I saw you react to the scabbard in the throne room. Are you sure you're all right? I don't know. Are you immediately going to run off and tell my father about it? Each time a guard has to enter your room, a report is written. He reads those reports. It wasn't anything he didn't already know. He paused, doing something behind that stone facade that I couldn't see, and then exhaled slowly. Your talks with the Narration prince seemed to help last time. Maybe you should talk about whatever is happening with someone. If not me, then Brandon. Bran is just as bad as you. I stopped confiding in him when I learned he was telling everything I said to Harold. What's the point in confiding in someone if they're just going to tell all your secrets? Lynn understood that, but I get the feeling that jumping on a horse and going to Nerys for a chat is out of the question. It would be quite a long journey for a walk around a fountain. I smiled then, even as my heart ached. Lynn knew what it was like to be watched, spied on. He used to say that even the shadows were listening in Nerys. That's why we went to the fountain. I'll find someone if I need to. He nodded. When we reached my door, Rowan made a point to reintroduce me to Lieutenant Harper, who was just as stone-faced as I remembered. Look at his face. Remember it. If you see anyone else... I understand, Captain. I made a show of squinting at the man, then used my fingers to open my eyes wider. Lieutenant Harper didn't move. Not a twitch. No smile. He didn't even blink. I sighed. Just another statue. Rowan started in again. Your Highness. I wish to retire for the night, Captain. I promise I will make time for you tomorrow if you'd like to sit down and go over security, but right now, I have a little light reading to do. I held up Eglin's journal to emphasize the point. He lowered his eyes and bowed. Of course. I left them there and shut the bedroom door. A virtuous woman does not cry. The god that spoke to Eglin. The book was small but heavy in my hands, like the weight of an entire kingdom rested inside the thin pages. Journaling was a dying practice, left over from the days of rampant hubris when kings left entire libraries for their heirs in hopes that their decisions could continue on in the next generation. When I was in Nerys, King Harrow told me that Eglin's defection and the wars that followed essentially killed the practice in the Middle Kingdoms. No king wanted his secrets to fall into enemy hands. I opened the book. intending only to go through the motion of flipping across the pages, to smell the years of history trapped inside the leather, but instead, I found myself staring at the faded ink on the first page. I am convinced that I have lost my mind to madness. I uttered a short, mirthless laugh. I have commanded this army for 40 years, and yet, these last 2 years have taken their toll. I have watched a once pious man lose his soul to power. The villagers here pray to the gods to save them, and I fear that their despair has broken my mind. Eglin's time was so similar to the present, I wondered if we would ever break the cycle. I almost put the book down to crawl into my bed and cry, but the next words stole all of my attention. She came to me in the daylight, unseen by anyone in the camp, like a copper statue of the goddess of earth. Her eyes held the stars, and the warmth of summer radiated from her skin. She was both old and young, beautiful and terrifying, human and spirit. Goddess. Saint, I don't know. But when she uttered her orders, I obeyed. I read the passage again. Like a copper statue of the goddess of earth. Her eyes held the stars, and the warmth of the summer radiated from her skin. He was describing my mother, me, goddess, saint. I shut the book, then opened it again, then shut it again. Impossible. Could it be true? That my mother really had descended from a saint? Was that why she could do what the men would not speak of in the lavender fields? The thing that made the Trinar too afraid to go to war while she still lived? My father would have read the journal before he met her. Did he recognize her from Eglin's description? Did he marry her solely for her protection? No, he loved her. That I knew for certain. I saw it in the way he smiled when she came into the room, how he rested his hand low on her back any time they stood together in a crowd. I saw him fall to his knees and scream when she died, as if someone had ripped his soul out of his body. And they had. From that day until the day we left for Nerys, he did not speak to anyone but Harold. He couldn't even look at me. I took care of Bran and Keeley. I answered their questions, held their hands, and let them sleep in my bed. He wasn't capable. Too shattered. Broken. If she was descended from this lesser god, why was she taken from us by something so commonplace as childbirth? It wasn't fair. A virtuous woman is calm. She does not feel pain. Forget that. I was not a virtuous woman. All the lies and the loss hurt. I took Eglin's journal and threw it as hard as I could across the room. Then I did the same with my hairbrush. And the jeweled comb sitting beside it. Anything I could get my hands on, I threw or tore. My notes on Trinar religious history and the half-full inkwell and quill, which splattered across the stone. Every book I'd pulled to study. Every pillow on my bed. And when I was out of things to throw, I picked them up so I could throw them again. I'm sure Lieutenant Harper could hear the commotion, but he smartly did not enter my room to ask me if I was okay. Minette did not come that night either. Whether she was turned away at the door by Harper or someone had advised her to give me space, I was grateful. I didn't trust myself to be quiet and obedient. I wanted to rant and scream, and those things would have scared her. Maybe she had good reason. Curfew, Ishmo. Ishmo's mother had left before sunrise for the city market to buy more needles. Several other women passed by the door on their way to run their own errands or open the city's shops for the day. Usually, Ishmo would have already been up in a tree, having slipped through the patrols by ducking into shadows and climbing the city walls, but on the days he made deliveries for Tushin, he had to wait for curfew to lift. So he waited, and waited, and waited, until the morning gray was gone before stepping out of the doorway. "Going somewhere, Rat?" a voice called out. Ishmo held his hands out away from his sword. "Just to work, sir." Lieutenant Tamblin gestured at the shadow on the ground. "Curfew lifts for men when the light fills the street. A new decree. Too many fights have been breaking out in the early hours when a man can hide his eyes. Who is around for me to fight? The only man I see is you, Ishmo replied. The guard smiled. Think you're clever? Think you're smart? I know both those words mean the same thing, Ishmo said. The guard pulled his sword, and the shrieking sound of metal on metal lit the blood fire in Ishmo's veins. He took several deep breaths and extinguished it like his mother taught him, but the guard's eyes were still blazing. Wonderful. Did you know that if a castle guard's sword isn't recoverable, we just grab one of the extra ones and give it to the wives? Only the wives, though, never the whores. Ishmo grabbed the leather-wrapped hilt of his sword and had it halfway out of its sheath when Tashin's voice carried over the sound of the blazing blood rushing through his ears. Tamblin, is that you? I have an updated inventory list for the king's banquet. Tamblin seemed reluctant to put away his weapon. Ishmo, go start these deliveries before you get yourself in any more trouble. The high-pitched squeak from the rusty wheels of Tashin's delivery cart finally broke through Ishmo's blinding rage. He took a deep breath, counted to 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. When the fog cleared, Tashin had a hand on Ishmo's arm. Don't linger now, we only have so much ice. Ishmo looked back at Tamblin, who still looked as if he were ready to rip his head off. Ara wouldn't be pleased if he showed up injured to their meeting place next month, and he would have a hard time scouting out a new place for them to go with broken limbs. So he let it go. Men like Tamblin were not worth the fight, and there was always something interesting to learn from conversations in the city. Treachery at the tavern. Ishmo. The tavern inn was already packed when Ishmo arrived with the last delivery in the cart. He helped the woman unload the stew meat into a pot on a large hearth to start cooking for the evening patrons. He wondered if Ara made stew and briefly imagined what it might be like to watch her cook in a home they shared. He'd come up behind her and wrap his arms around her waist as she stirred, whisper inappropriate promises in her ear, and listen to her laugh before she'd chase him off with a spoon. I suppose you want money? The tavern owner said, wiping her hands on her apron. Come upstairs, I don't keep the purse down here. Pulling himself from the daydream, Ishmo followed the woman up the creaking stairs, away from the loud din of the patrons, and went past several rooms that passing merchants used to steal a night's rest. She stopped at the last door and gestured him inside. He hesitated. Is there anyone else in there? She chuckled. I'm not going to rob you, boy. I just don't want anyone to overhear our business. What's so secret about a meat delivery? Ishmo carried the purse Tashin left in the cart from previous orders, so the thought of robbery wasn't too far a reach. There didn't seem to be any sounds on the other side of the door, and Tashin would lecture him if he let himself be spooked by a woman, so he went in and let her close the door behind them. She patted him on the chest and led him by the wrist over to a dresser next to a small bed. Shouldn't take long, she said. There was a fireplace, but no fire. The spring had started warm. It was going to be a good year. Ishmo could feel it. Of course, it had nothing to do with Ara and that kiss. Concentrate. The woman turned and put a finger to his lips. Don't tell anyone where I keep it now, she said, before bending over to rummage in the bottom drawer. She wasn't unattractive, a bit older, with wide hips that reminded him of Ara's. She bent over like that when they did their stretches, and it had become increasingly hard for him to pay attention to his form when she did so. It was hard enough for him to focus during their actual sparring. Everything about Ara holding a weapon made Ishmo's heart race, even the wooden training sword. The way the sweat on her skin glistened in the dappled sunlight, the way she bit her lip when concentrating, and the way she laughed when she thought he was letting her win. All of it was the best kind of distraction. It's been hard around here, she was saying. All the men my age are either lame or cowards, and I'm too damn busy to chase down the young ones. Foreign merchants don't understand our culture, our hierarchy. Sometimes, I just need someone Napoleon. She turned, holding up a coin. You got change for a silver? What is she going on about? Uh, no. I'm sorry. I can't make change. Adding and subtracting were different than just counting. Of course, she knew that. Well, maybe you can earn a tip. She firmly slid her hand up the front of Ishmo's pants and gave him a sudden, embarrassing. It didn't matter that the touch wasn't from the person he wanted. 19-year-old bodies didn't have dignity. He tried to back away but tripped backward on a trunk he hadn't noticed and stumbled hard into the wall. Dazed, he watched as she grabbed his shirt and began pulling it over his head. Hey! He went to grab it, but she pulled harder. If they kept fighting over the threadbare cotton, it'd tear and cost a week's wages to get another one. So, reluctantly, he let her take it. Give that back. Don't worry, I will. She grinned, then Stop. She paused. Are you claimed? Yes, he lied. She didn't look like she believed that in the slightest. Where is your mark? Hidden. She made a show of slowly looking over his arms and chest. If you have to take off your pants to see the tattoo, it kind of defeats the purpose, doesn't it? She reached out and brushed her fingers over his skin. Maybe I should make you prove it. The blood fire ignited. His voice lowered, became soft and cold. Maybe I should make you regret putting your hands on someone when they say no. He knew his eyes had changed, and he made no effort to extinguish the fire in his blood. If she made a move to touch him again, he wasn't sure he'd be able to regain control. The woman raised her hands and backed away. Easy, I was just having a bit of fun. He turned to pick his shirt up off the ground and stilled when the woman inhaled sharply. Saints, the gods really did punish you, didn't they? Breathe, inhale, exhale. It's a pity, she went on. But you've a good face, and from what I could tell, just keep your shirt on and the girls won't mind. She held out the piece of silver in her palm. When the war comes, she assured, even damaged goods get claimed. He shoved his shirt down, took the money, and left, not trusting himself to say or do anything he'd regret later. Luckily, no one was in the hallway to see his hasty exit, and he was down the stairs and halfway across the tavern when the mixed smell of alcohol and sweat made a wave of nausea threaten to humiliate him further. He knelt down to pretend to fasten his shoe. Head down when you're dizzy, his mother had told him. There was a long period after the fire when sitting up and standing made the world tilt and sway. He'd fought hard to heal and find his feet again. Finally, the sounds of the tavern began to filter back in through his ears. King's made an announcement, I heard. A man was saying nearby. My source says he's going to be choosing the girl to be the heir. The man sitting nearest to him laughed. Your source sounds like he's full of shit. She can't be his heir. She's being married to a Trinar prince. The words were out before Ishmo had the good sense to keep his mouth shut. The laughing man turned in his chair. His arm was resting on the back like he was relaxed, but something in his steel-gray eyes made Ishmo shiver. And just how do you know that? The laughing man, Ishmo. Why don't you join us? It wasn't a request. Shit. There were several men at the nearby table. 4 of them had the dark hair of native Naporians. One was bald and another wore a hood. The laughing man seemed to be some sort of merchant. Young, though, so maybe the son of a merchant. There was something odd about him. The cloak he wore was very fine. No merchant Ishmo knew with a cloak that nice would be in a tavern near the city gate. They'd seen his face. If he didn't go along, one of them might follow him out of the tavern and make sure he didn't tell anyone what he overheard. And more importantly, his mother would kill him if he brought trouble back to the house. Breathe. Think. The merchant raised an eyebrow. Waiting. Reluctantly, Ishmo stood up and took the seat. Well, it looks like my source was mistaken. He looked over at the bald man who'd made the original statement and took a calculated risk. You seem pretty confident in yours. My source is a castle guard boy, not some whore upstairs. Ishmo's hand tightened into a fist under the table. I question your reason if you think the castle guards around here are any more trustworthy than the rats that would sooner chew your arm off. It wasn't just any castle guard you knit, a royally designated one, works in the castle hisself. Ishmo turned back to the merchant. Works in the castle hisself, he repeated. A much better source than mine, it seems. The merchant smiled. Indeed. Then he leaned forward, resting his elbows on the table and focusing on Ishmo. And you believe what he said? That the king will choose the daughter as heir. Why wouldn't he choose the son? I've heard the prince is too busy drinking and fucking to take too seriously, one of the Naporians said. The merchant laughed again. Sounds like a smart man, and also no different than half the kings in the 14 kingdoms. So why choose the girl? Why risk the uproar? Harper said the girl has nightmares. The merchant didn't react to the name, but the two Naporians flinched. No one else seemed to notice. Wakes up screaming, he says, just like her mother did. Who's to say the prince doesn't have the same traits? The man in the hood leaned forward then. He doesn't. The other two take after Devon. The witch put her soul into her own womb to claim the firstborn's birthright. If she's allowed to mature, she'll destroy both of our kingdoms and kill any man who defies her. So what are you suggesting? Ishmo asked. She must be killed. Now before she realizes who she is. What? One of the Naporians stood up and drew his sword. Around the tavern, a dozen other men stood and drew their swords. Castle guards. No one move. You are all under arrest by royal order. The bald man got up to run, and, to Ishmo's surprise, the merchant stood as well, vaulting over the table in one smooth motion, tackling both men to the floor. The whole place erupted into chaos. There was no such thing as due process for traitors. All questioning was done by the king's right hand. He wouldn't care what circumstances brought Ishmo to that table, only that he was there. The laughing man wasn't laughing anymore. He pulled the guard to his feet and had him in a headlock. Ishmo kicked the table into his hip on impulse, which propelled him backward, out of the reach of another guard he hadn't seen approaching. He rolled over onto the floor behind the bar. Someone, a man who hadn't been at the table, stabbed the guard through the throat. Glass shattered. Someone screamed. Every nerve in Ishmo's body seemed to come alive. It sounded like a war. It felt like being alive. Ishmo! A voice hissed near his ear, followed by a sharp smack with a familiar wooden cane. He looked back to see Tashin appear beside him behind the bar. Go, he said. Out the back, quick. How'd you know I was in trouble? Ishmo asked. You're never late. And this place has a reputation. Although, usually not of this sort. The proprietor? Ishmo asked, not bothering to hide his annoyance. Tashin shrugged. Price of doing business. Better you than me? Glass shattered over top of the bar, and the old man grabbed Ishmo's arm. If a castle guard catches you tangled up in this, the price will be your life. Your mother will have my head if I let anything happen to you. Ishmo watched Tashin's eager eyes as he glanced out at the violence beyond the bar, looking like he wanted nothing more than to go out and join them. His scarred hand was gripped tight to the bar sink, keeping him from limping into the fray. Another glass broke. The smell of blood filled the building. The color in Tashin's eyes was beginning to change. Come with me. Someone has to teach me how to make change when I take over the shop one day. With effort, the butcher pulled his gaze away from the fighting. You're a good lad. Now go. I'll be behind you. Bad dreams. I stayed in my room all day reading the rest of Eglin's journal. It was mostly what you'd expect. Confessions of a man who worried constantly that he was wrong and agonized over the lives lost by his order. And yet, we knew that, ultimately, whether the woman he saw in the tent was real or a figment of madness as he believed, he had made the right decision. Naporia gave somewhere to run for those who dared question a king's decision. Eglin never wanted to be infallible. He just wanted a better life for his men and their families. Same as my father. Same as me. Richard! I woke up with a start, staring at Lieutenant Howe over my outstretched arm and his bare hand clamped around my wrist. Are you okay, Your Highness? I'm fine. It was a dream. I was 8 years old again, sitting opposite Howe in a bumpy carriage. Bran and Keeley were on the same side as me, under a blanket asleep. There was tension around his eyes and pain in my muscles for a moment before he forced himself to relax. Bran rubbed at his eyes. Who's Richard? I am, Howe replied. But only Llewellyn and Yo know that. Tension began to seep into my neck again. What did you see? Howe asked. I think something is about to... A flaming arrow struck the side wall of the carriage, followed by 2 others. The carriage slammed to a stop. Howe reached for the door, but I grabbed his arm. No, wait. You can't go out there. I need to clear a path, Your Highness. You'll die. That was the first time I'd ever told someone that I'd seen their death. I expected his fear to worsen, but instead, that tension in my neck released, and he smiled. All men die, Princess. The best we can do is make it count for something. His eyes were already changing. Stay here while I clear a path. I promise I'll be back. And then he was gone, and we were left to wait, while the flames spread across the canvas walls. Embers jumped ahead of the wave of flame like a warning of the coming destruction. The heat built as the entire back wall became engulfed, fire spilling down the sides behind where Bran, Keeley, and I had been sitting moments before. The flames made a rushing sound like the wind in a summer storm, and Keeley gasped when she looked. Are we going to die? She asked in a high, panicked voice. No, we are not going to die. Come stand here. I took her hand and pulled her so that she stood in front of me by the door. Bran was staring at the flames too, frozen, his hand clutched around the black and gold knife handle Harold gave him before we left. Bran. He didn't answer, just stood there with his knuckles growing whiter by the second. Brandon! He looked at me, and his hand started to shake. We're going to burn. I grabbed him and stood him next to Keeley. You won't. The sound of the fire grew louder. I closed my eyes. It's just a dream. It's just a dream. We can't stay here. We have to wait. We have to give him time. Bran looked back at me. You said he was going to die. It was just a dream. The flames reached the seats and the ceiling. I could feel my dress where it stuck to the sweat on my back. It was just a dream, I repeated. What if it wasn't? Bran asked over the roar of the flames, his voice high and his terror digging painfully into my bones. My hair began to burn. I pressed my eyes closed again and hugged Bran and Keeley tighter to shelter them. Just a few more. The door pulled open and I shoved Keeley out into the arms of the castle guard who reached inside. I didn't have time to see if it was Howe or not, only to register that their arms were inside of a blue coat. Bran next. Once the others were clear of the fire, he reached back up for me, but it wasn't Howe, or any of the other guards on our escort that day. It was Ishmo. The fire was reflecting in his honey eyes. Blood was on the blue leather of his castle guard coat. I stepped back into the flames, forgetting the danger. No, this wasn't what happened. Jump, Ara! My body reacted without hesitation, leaping from the carriage into his arms. I held onto his neck and breathed in his familiar pine scent through the veil of singed hair. Everything will be okay, he whispered. And I believed him, for a moment, because Ishmo wasn't like me. He wasn't a liar, and he didn't know what was coming. Then the axe, thrown by some unseen soldier, hit his back just like it did to Howe all those years ago. He fell, and I stumbled back into the snow, unable to stop the soldier that came behind him and pulled his knife across his throat. Warm and wet, now it was Ishmo's blood pouring over my hands. Someone was screaming. I was screaming. Wake up. I sat up, and there was a castle guard at the foot of my bed, his sword pulled a quarter way out of its scabbard. The early pre-dawn moonlight cutting the same black shadow across his face as all the others. But I remembered this time that it was Harper. "I'm sorry, Lieutenant. I'm..." I fought to catch my breath and pushed my heart back down from it being lodged in my throat. "I'm fine." My heart was still racing. He didn't move to check the room or put away his blade like the others did when I had nightmares. He just stared at me. The rushing sound of the blood in my ears finally subsided enough to notice the rattle of his sword against the metal scabbard, and tension slowly built along my spine. "Lieutenant." His hand tightened around the hilt. "It was just a bad dream, Lieutenant. Nothing to be afraid of." His jaw clenched. "Harper?" I didn't need to look down to feel that I'd soaked through another nightgown, and I didn't move to hide myself. How long had he been standing there, watching me sleep, listening to me scream? Something didn't feel right. My spine straightened and every part of my skin was alive with awareness. Why was he just standing there? Why did he think he had the right to look at me? Why did he think I would do nothing about it? The rage wasn't rational, but it was growing and spreading like the flames along the wall of the carriage, and the virtues were nowhere to be found. He shuddered. "It's true." He pulled the sword the rest of the way out of his scabbard just as the door cracked open and Minette slipped inside. "Princess?" "Oh," she said, seeing the guard. Then she turned and looked at me and my nightgown. "Oh no. Again?" His eyes moved between us, making a calculation. My next words were cold. "All men die, Harper. You best make yours worth it." Minette froze, but Harper only grit his teeth before replacing his sword and leaving the room, shoving the poor girl out of his way on his way out the door. Her fear stabbed at me like a knife. "Hey!" I called after him, but Minette was shaking her head. "It's okay, Princess." It occurred to me that she probably wouldn't have wanted him to come back anyway, even if I did make him say he was sorry. I bet breaking a few of his bones would be sufficient. "What is wrong with me?" Your eyes have changed." Minette held a candle up to my face. "They're darker." I smiled and took the candle from her hand. "It's just a trick of the shadows. Makes the castle guards nervous." She relaxed. The tension disappeared. Minette was afraid of so many things, but not me. That dream, though, seeing Ishmo in that coat. I had to make sure he took that apprenticeship. "Shall I have water brought for a bath?" Minette asked, my laundered stable clothes in her hands. "No, thank you. I have something I need to do this morning." Bran's many faces. I waited for Minette to leave to give her plausible deniability, and then left my room to find Bran. I was prepared to walk the other way toward the east stairway where I would go to the stables, but there was no guard outside my door to trick. Harper had left his post. Off reporting my nightmares to the captain, no doubt. I bet he'll leave out the part where he was scared enough to think about killing me. If that was the case, I didn't have any time to lose. I turned around and went straight to the west wing of the second floor where Bran and Keely's rooms were. Surely he would be back from whatever it was he did all day. I knocked quietly on his door. He didn't answer, so I knocked harder. Silence. I knocked again and rattled the door handle. Still nothing. "Looking for someone?" The voice came from behind me, and I turned, jumping back from the vagrant who'd somehow snuck into the castle. His hair was matted, and a fine layer of dirt covered his skin. He moved with amazing speed and clamped a hand over my mouth before I could alert the guards. His hands smelled like sweat and blood. "Saints, Ara, don't scream, it's me." I studied his face, and my father's gray eyes looked back, younger though, and more glazed. "Moran?" I asked, muffled under his hand. He took it away and pushed back the hood of his cloak, taking the hair with it. "Yeah?" "Why are you dressed like that? And why do you smell like you've fallen into a barrel of ale?" He looked me over. Good to see you're still alive. Why wouldn't I be? He groaned. It's too late to answer questions. I need to sleep off this day. Late? Didn't he mean early? Wait. You can't go to sleep. I need your help. He pushed past me into his room. I'm tired, Ara. Can it wait? No, there is something I need to do in the city. Will you come with me? As much as I hated to admit it, Father and Harold and Rowan had all made it very clear that the city was too dangerous for me to roam without an escort. From the stories Ishmo told, they weren't just being overly precautious. If I asked anyone else, they would flat out refuse. But Bran strived on breaking the rules. He went out into the city all the time, in disguise apparently, but he still did it. He fell into bed, fully clothed, and covered his face with a pillow. Let me sleep for a few hours. Whatever it is, it can wait. In a few hours, everyone in this castle is going to be awake and notice if I'm missing. Bran. It occurred that the ale he smelled of might not have all been for effect. Bran. He didn't move. I yanked the pillow off of his face. He snored. And I thought you would be a better king. Bran was a fighter, a spy, a man who thrived on moving in and out of the shadows, wearing disguises and drinking too much ale. He wasn't meant to be a king. He knew this. He'd known it since we were children. Fine, I'll go alone. I stood there a few more seconds, willing him to roll over and get up to help me. He didn't. I'll be okay, I told his passed-out body. You go out all the time. He also looked like someone else. Eyeing his cloak, while it was dirty, it didn't seem to be the source of the tavern smell, so I ripped the hair out of the hood and put it on. There. Now I had a disguise too. And bonus, there was a coin purse in the pocket. I didn't need him. He would have just made fun of me anyway for making such a big deal out of one commoner. He probably went through them like water. Did he care what happened to them after? Did they all know who he really was? It was better that I go alone anyway. Ishmo deserved honesty, and I wasn't sure that I wouldn't lose my nerve if Bran was looking over my shoulder. The castle was still quiet. I waited for the roaming guard to make his rounds, and then slipped out of one of the staff entrances with a bucket I found by the door. No one questioned you if you looked like you were working. Misplaced determination. In the courtyard, merchants were just beginning to arrive to deliver supplies, and tired castle guards at the end of their shifts directed carts of grain and flour and didn't think anything about a staff member leaving the gate. Harper was going to be in trouble for me sneaking out while supposedly guarding my door, but after the odd exchange between us, I didn't feel all that bad. Plus, if I could find Ishmo and tell him what I needed to tell him, there was a chance I could get back before things got too out of hand. Well, Bran would know as soon as he woke up. But he wouldn't tell. He'd be in just as much trouble if Father found that he'd had a chance to go with me, or stop me. Everyone had this idea that Bran and I were supposed to be close, and we were. Once. But when I found out he was learning spycraft and using his skills on me, that was over. Anyway, I didn't need an escort. No one was waiting in the shadows to kill me, and the city didn't seem scary at all. It was beautiful, so much more vibrant than it looked from the castle windows. The cobblestone courtyard extended out from the castle gate into a large plaza set up with hundreds of stalls. Merchants buzzed around, opening doors and straightening wares as the city began to stir with the dawn. There were colorful fabrics and beads, wood-carved toys, fruit and vegetables, and bread. Chickens and goats and even whole cows. All at once, the market came alive. People streamed in from the surrounding streets with baskets and carts, chatting with each other. Children ran between the chaos, laughing. Merchants called out to get the attention of people passing by. It was all just dull noise from the library window, but it was a performance down in the middle of it. "Sugar bread, miss?" A woman nearby approached with a plate of the most delicious-smelling pastries. My mouth watered. The castle cook was well kept and loyal to protect against poisoning, but this lady could be anyone. Calm down. She wants to make money. You can't do that with dead customers. Sure. 2 coppers for 1 or 4 for 3. She grinned. Just 1, please. I fished out the coins from the purse and handed them over to the woman. Someone bumped me, and I almost knocked the entire tray out of her hands. Oi, watch where you're going, she yelled after them. Sorry. I helped steady the woman. She smiled again. Don't fret. Here, take 2. No extra charge. Wow. Thank you so much. With warm bread in each hand, I strolled through the market, savoring the sweet, sticky treasure and feasting on the world of color around me. One booth had piles of rugs that looked like they'd take years to weave. Another had bowls with intricately carved designs. I passed a booth of painted saints, and the woman behind the line of colorful portraits waved me over. The gods walk among us, she said. What if I don't believe in the gods? She smiled. The gods never believe in themselves. I chuckled. What an odd sales pitch. I'm sorry, I cannot buy one of your paintings. My father would lose it. Worshipping the saints was outlawed in the city. Apparently, it disturbed my mother a great deal when they started using her likeness in their depictions. You might be able to help me, though, I asked. Would you by any chance know where I could find a seamstress? One called Leaf? The woman's eyebrows raised. Alexandra? The gods did not favor her. She once had a stall here where she would make small repairs, but after the fires scarred her hands, no one wanted her to touch their clothing. Ishmael's mother had been in a fire? He never told me that. He mentioned her seamstressing, often lamenting over the amount of hours he spent helping her thread needles. And when he was younger, he used to lay his head in my lap and cry when people called her terrible names. His father had been a castle guard and met Alexandra during the war where she was serving as a healer. They were never married, so when she came home and found herself with child, she received no sword to hang on her mantle and no stipend to help with the transition. Do you know what happened to her afterward? I asked the woman. Last I heard, she was down in the meat district sewing for pennies, but there is nothing there for you, Anna. My stomach tightened and the sugar bread burned in my throat. How did she? I backed away and let the crowd fill in between us, but I still felt that woman's eyes on me. I turned against the crowd and went down one of the roads connected to the plaza. The market stretched out into the streets, but the further I went, the fewer and fewer vendors I saw. There were more children there than parents, and they didn't look to be having as much fun. Eventually, I gathered the courage to try again. Excuse me. I approached another stand selling bread, the loaves looking a little more burnt and stale. You got money, girl? I was surprised when a man turned around. All the others had been women so far. One of his sleeves was tied at his shoulder and a scar cut down the side of his face. I asked you a question. Yes. Sorry. I'm looking for a boy. In the meat district. His eyebrows shot up. I've heard that the brothels in the meat district deal in boys, but I don't know nothing about that. My face heated. What? No, I'm looking for a specific boy. The man stared at me with a blank expression. Gods. Can you just tell me how to get to the meat district? You gonna buy anything? To be honest, his wares didn't look all that appetizing, even despite skipping dinner the night before. Excuse me. A tiny hand tugged at my cloak. Will you share what you buy with us? I had become surrounded by 4 small dirty children that all looked like they hadn't eaten in the last year. I remembered Brand's coin purse had more than enough, and feeding these children would be far better than whatever debauchery he planned to use it on. Yes, please, take what you like. Their eyes grew round as dinner plates, and they did not hesitate to snatch a whole loaf each from the stand, scattering into the crowd before I could ask them where they lived. Follow this road, and you'll run into the meat district shortly before you reach the city gate. You'll know it by the smell." He held out his one good hand. "That'll be 2 silvers?" "2 silvers?" "For the bread. And the information." He smirked. "Saints. Yes. Okay." I reached into my pocket and felt nothing but lint. I must not have done an outstanding job hiding the panic on my face. "You said you had money." "I do. I did. I'm sure it's here." But I was already unconsciously backing away while searching the other pockets. Was it the children? No. The sugar bread woman. Whoever bumped me must have taken it. The man reached across the stall and grabbed the lapel of the cloak, pulling me forward. The wooden booth hit the top of my thighs. "Thief!" he hissed, his brown eyes beginning to change. I saw a knife behind the bread and panicked, yanking back so the fastening ripped enough for me to slip my head out and run. He yelled after me, but I didn't dare look back to see if he was following. Good cop, bad cop. Bran. The morning dawned hot as ever, and the bright sun cut through the window and split Bran's head wide open. Ara had wanted something. He couldn't remember what, but upon sitting up, a grave mistake in and of itself. And seeing that his cloak was missing, it was clear that she hadn't taken his advice to wait. The city. Something in the city. Maybe that was for the best. Harold would have caught up to Harper by now, which meant he had work still to do. He drug himself over to the pitcher of water at his bedside and drank whatever tea some saint had left during their morning rounds, then bathed and got dressed in that God's forsaken royal uniform Yo asked him to wear down in the interrogation room. When he arrived, his mentor was already at work. Commander Yo held Lieutenant Harper, a man he'd walked by dozens of times, by the throat. "The Palacios family has been generous enough to allow you coin and prestige, and you dare betray them." Bran stood still near the door. He'd seen Harold work before. While the captain trained the guards well to withstand many forms of torture, Yo had his own ways of getting what he wanted. His hand was not there to restrict airflow or speech, but depressed, instead the vein that fed blood to the brain. He'd release it just before the man passed out and wait for the color to return to his face before blocking it again. Harder to lie when you can't think 2 steps ahead. Naporia's basement was made from the same clean white limestone as the rest of the castle, but it all seemed bleak without the sunlight. They didn't have cells. Eglin hadn't wanted the castle to be a prison, but it served as an intimidating enough place to hold an interrogation. "It wasn't me," the man choked out. "The prince takes the word of some tavern rumors over his own men." Bran resisted the urge to touch his sword. The gold was so heavy that he'd never kill the man as fast as Harold. His blood was already heated, and if there was any light in the dungeon, they'd be able to tell he was quite ready to kill the man himself. But then his coat would get dirty, and Father had expressed his distaste for bloodstains on the hard-to-come-by white leather. Shame. "I assure you that I do my due diligence," Bran said. Did I, though? For some reason, the last few days all blurred together in his head. "With all due respect, sir, you still smell like the tavern. How can the commander trust anything you say?" Harold pulled back and slapped the guard hard across the face. The man just sneered through bloody teeth. Why didn't Harold kill him? Was the man right? His head was spinning. "I might be more inclined to believe that, if you weren't caught leaving castle grounds when you were supposed to be at your post," Harold said. Harper was leaving the castle? Was he following Ara into the city? "She's fine. You saw her this morning." The memory was already becoming cloudy. One moment he'd been sitting at a table listening to the inane ranting of some Naporian traitor when one of the guards blew their cover too early, offended at the slightest insult. He had ended up beating half his own men bloody just to make sure no one figured out his true identity. He wanted to get their inside man's name properly. Men were more likely to speak the truth faster through trust instead of torture. The man had known that Ara was dreaming again, so it was clear that someone had been talking. But could they be sure it was only Harper? After the brawl, he had wandered the streets listening to the gossip in doorways. A raid? For what? Does the king fear his own? The girl's trouble. Hopefully, the boy can keep her in line. What are they trying to hide? He'd found a different bar and drank then. No one else believed Ara was to be named the heir to the throne. They all wanted it to be him. But they didn't know what he knew. He'd crack under the pressure, the rules. Perfection, strength of will, grace, and cunning. He had none of those traits. He'd been embarrassed that he'd sighed audibly when father said her name, and shamed it was loud enough for Ara to glance back at him. There was panic in her eyes, and he did nothing. A better man would have stepped up and made an effort to change his father's mind. Father and Harold were convinced that Ara was like their mother, but what if she wasn't? What if they were about to lead a lamb to slaughter and he just stood by, grateful it wasn't him? Brandon. He snapped to attention. Are you sure you want him to be king? Harold asked the man. He spends all his time getting drunk and cavorting with the tavern wenches. He'll probably sire more bastards than we can house, and they'll all kill each other. Ara was born first. Do you believe that the gods make mistakes? Harper leaned forward, never taking his eyes off of Harold. You are the one that believes what Annalise did was of the gods. You and Devon, so willing to be led around by your... Must have been some... Yo pressed in on that vein again, this time long enough for the man to begin losing consciousness. His smile was wide and genuine. Uh-oh, he's pushing it. You think I haven't heard this before? Yo admonished. Let this announcement be made and see just how many we are. Maybe we'll find out if she takes more than her mother. The black blade flashed, and blood splashed across Bran's boots. The interrogation room walls bent at odd angles. For a moment he thought the blood was his own, and he put his hand to his neck to staunch the flow. Harold had the man tipped back in his chair, whispering something close to the man's ear. How could he be there and by Bran at the same time? If anyone could kill two people at once, it was Harold Yo. A cold, pale hand gripped his face. Breathe. Bran took a shaky breath. Where is your sister right now? That was his first duty before all else. Always keep an eye on your sister. That had gotten harder when she realized what he was doing. And yet, she came to him to ask for help. Whatever she was up to was serious then. The least he could do was cover for her. The stables. She was going to read Eglin's journal in the hayloft and said she wanted to be alone. You've seen her? She was okay? Yes. When? This morning, before I came down here. Good. Yo tipped a vial in his mouth. Drink. Bran swallowed. Whoa, what is it? Poison? Had he finally bad enough for the commander to find no more use in him? The sound of Yo chuckling was almost as disturbing as the blood. It's a better hangover cure than whatever you had planned. Bran coughed. It tasted horrible. He swallowed again just to get the lingering taste out of his mouth. His head was pounding worse than any hangover he'd had before. The tea. Ara's been dreaming again. Has she said anything to you? After their mother died, Ara let Bran sleep in her bed. She tucked him in and answered his million questions, even held his hand under the blanket when he felt like crying. Maybe it was their proximity in age, but they used to be close. She told him things that she would never trust to anyone else, and Yo knew it. He sighed. You gave me that antidote too quickly if you expect me to spill her secrets. Yo smiled. Ah, still a bit too slow to realize. In the future, the antidote might not be as close as a mentor's pocket. He nodded. Lesson learned. So, Harper? One of many. He shook his head. Ara hasn't said anything to you? No weird feelings or mentions of anything odd? As it is, she hasn't been speaking to me. What did you do this time? Yo asked with a flat cadence. He took a cloth from his pocket, wiped the blood from his dagger, and replaced it in the sheath hidden in his coat. Well, for one, you and father have led her to believe that I was going to be king. You could have put up more of a fight if you weren't so afraid of having to accept the throne yourself. Yo shook his head. She'll have a long road ahead. She needs people around her she can trust. He fastened the belts on his coat. If that isn't you, she'll start looking elsewhere. Where else would she go? Bran asked. The castle guard? They'd rat her out in a second. They know who keeps the silver in their pockets. Castle guards who make it inside these walls do not care about the silver. Bran froze. It was an interrogation. He remembered the desperation in Ara's face outside of the throne room. He thought it was just the betrothal, but what if it was something else? What had she wanted to go into the city for? She may be a pain in my ass, but she follows the rules, he said carefully. Always. Just make sure that when she doesn't, that you are the one there to help her. I will. But he already hadn't. He'd let her go alone. The truth of my people. I ran until the last of the merchants were gone from the city streets. My lungs burned and my muscles were screaming, but no one followed, and eventually, even the people I passed on the street didn't look at me twice. The streets of Naporia's capital city narrowed, but I kept on for a while just to be sure, promising that I would return and pay the man at the stall for the bread when I could. The same white limestone that made up the castle walls stretched out like the spokes of a wagon wheel, with homes and businesses built against their sides. And every so often an alleyway would cut across the walls in dark shadow. The further I got from the city center, the more things seemed in disrepair. Windows were covered with broken shutters, and many doors were hanging off their hinges. Some had no door at all, only cloth that swayed in and out of the unseasonably warm breeze. Father called it early summer, the week of heat that brought everyone out of the winter gloom to plant crops before the spring rains came in force. That particular early summer was not coming in gently. The sun couldn't have been up for more than an hour, and already it was becoming uncomfortable. The people I passed were all in a hurry to complete their morning tasks, clutching their belongings in their arms and not making eye contact with anyone. I walked on for hours, passing person after person, and resigning myself that the trip out to see Ishmo was not going to be as quick as I thought. I'd better make the outing count because I'd probably be locked away in my room with 100 guards that would actually do their jobs, never to feel free air again once I returned home. Things were cleaner closer to the market, but now a fine layer of dust started to coat everything. It stuck to people and animals alike. A stray dog looked up from its perch nearby an open door and watched as I walked by. It looked hungry and sized me up to see if I was worth chasing. Please don't. I was so glad when it laid its head back down. I didn't think I could run another step. The sun was stretching high overhead, and I was glad to be rid of the cloak. So much dirt stuck to my wet skin that I was pretty sure no one would recognize me anyway. My coloring didn't stand out there. I passed people with skin darker than mine, lighter than mine, and many shades in between. In the outer neighborhoods of the city, I was just another person. I planned to find someone and ask them if 1. I was even in the meat district, and 2. Where I might find a seamstress or butcher shop. Eventually, I'd find him and tell him the truth. Even if I somehow could convince Bran to give up his lifestyle, Father would still have to agree, and he was convinced I was some sort of savior. All the years I'd spent preparing to live within the bonds of Trinar authority, it was no different than the new title that was less like a crown for my head and more like a noose around my neck. Sacrifice. That was always what it was going to be. Ishi. I took a deep breath. Fix things with Ishmo. Worry about the rest later. The long road looked the same for mile after mile. Then slowly the outer wall of the city gate became visible up ahead, and the rotten smell of old meat and sweat began to swell like a greasy bubble. Turning down an alleyway to get out of the sun, My eyes hadn't yet adjusted to the darkness, and I had to keep hold of the wall to make sure I wasn't about to step in anything that might bite back. Despite only making 2 turns, I was already starting to feel disoriented. I didn't see the man in one of the doorways until he spoke. "Looking for something, lady?" He was well-dressed and lithe, not a local, and looked me over as if he were coming to the same conclusion about me. "An extra hand around the house." He licked his lips. Something about the way he looked at me made my stomach turn. "No, I'm, looking for a boy from the meat district." He smirked. "That's what I'm offering." He waved a hand in the air like he was casting a spell. "Well, I can't guarantee that he comes from a specific neighborhood, but they're all the same. Keep them fed, and they'll be loyal." Really? He was selling children? It occurred to me that he might not only be a broker, but the jailer as well. There were healing bruises on the back of his hand when he stroked his beard. Somewhere nearby, a child was being beaten, waiting to be sold. These were my people buying and selling human beings. Not the Trinar, not our enemies, but Naporians. I couldn't walk away from that. "I work in the castle. I am looking for a boy to serve as the prince's steward." I shrugged and tried to seem nonchalant. The man bowed his head. "The future king must trust you a great deal to send you on this errand." The implication made me nauseous, but I also didn't wish to be in the same position as whatever poor boy the man was trying to sell. "He would definitely notice if I do not return." The man chuckled. "I can see why, but not to fear. You are a bit too old for my liking, and my clients are typically more interested in something expendable." How many clients does he have? How many boys had suffered? Were suffering? That same urge to start throwing things rose under my skin. There was a chance I could get by on credit by invoking the royal name, but judging the man's attire, slaving was a lucrative job, and the chances of letting them all go on my word was slim. Go for one now, then come back for the others. Who was on the receiving end of those bruised knuckles? I swallowed. My throat was dry. Hopefully, my farce wouldn't come back to do any permanent damage to Bran's reputation. The prince. How should I put this? He prefers those that need additional discipline. The man produced a stick from behind the door and banged it twice on the wooden threshold, delighted. "A man of great taste. I have exactly what he wants. Come, follow me." "Saints, do not go into that door. Come back after you've found Ishmo. Come back with the castle guard. Come back with the army." No. If I waited, who knew what would happen to those boys? A king would not hesitate to protect his people. Nor would I. I took a deep breath and followed the man in through the doorway. Several pairs of eyes looked at me from where they huddled around a bowl of what could best be described as gruel. They made no effort to call out for help or run away when the man passed them. Ranging in age, some looked as young as 3 or 4, the oldest only 10. Ishmo's age when I first met him. I met his eyes, and he stared back at me, vacant. This one I don't let loose. He's never been broken. I've been trying to get rid of him for years. Maybe he would be a good project for our prince. He yanked a young man that I hadn't noticed into the light. He was about 16 years old with rage-filled Naporian brown eyes. His hair looked like it had been cut off with a dull knife, and he smelled like he had never seen the inside of a bathtub. He yanked backward when I reached out to touch him. Despite the dirt and bruises and lack of hair, he had a striking face. If he'd been born royal, he would be giving Bran decent competition for the girl's affections in a few short years, making marriage proposals left and right, and breaking hearts. Instead, he was in a dirty basement. It wasn't right. What made my blood any different than his? The gods? No. No god would be okay with what was happening in that room. There was a deep rage in him that called to me, and to my surprise, I felt my own anger stirring, like a sleeping monster, dormant and cold, but waking. And fire came with it. The boy's eyes went wide. How much? I asked the broker, surprised to hear my voice turn to ice. For the future king? If you can get the urchin all the way back to the castle, I'll consider him a gift. Men like your brother are always repeat clients. My hand reflexively tightened on the boy's face. He read the rage in my face and misjudged it. He tried to get out of my grip again. I let him go suddenly, sending him backward into the hardwood floor. A virtuous woman is calm. The rage still burned. What gave me away? Annalise Palacios was a one-of-a-kind woman, in looks and reputation. I imagine the boy is as much for you as the prince. Who better to practice your spells on than outer ring trash? The fire flashed over me so fast and hot that my hands tingled. I went around behind the boy and knelt in the shadows, untying the cloth gag from his mouth. Why don't we ask him? I grabbed his face again, drawing him back half into the shadows with me. What do you know of the Naporian witch? I asked, still low and cold as I pulled at the binds around his wrists. The poor boy seemed genuinely terrified. The Palacios family ain't mean nothing to me. The binds came loose, and I brought the boy's head back so that I could speak directly in his ear. I am heir of Naporia, and I grant you your freedom. Run. I didn't need to tell him twice. He ran straight toward the door, and the man rushed to grab him as I hoped he would. While distracted, I grabbed the stick he left leaning against the wall and remembered the lessons Ishmo had given me many years before. Deep breath, weight on the back foot, 2 hands, swing. The stick knocked the man's head into the door frame. He crumpled and blood poured down his face where he lay unconscious. The boys all looked at me. Go! Run! I shooed them toward the door like birds that had suddenly flown into my room, but none of them made an effort to leave. The older boy came back inside to stand near the boy with the vacant stare. Where will we go? If we go back on the street, most of us will just get picked up again. He was right. What good was rescuing them if I couldn't go all the way? Take them to the castle gate and demand to speak with Captain Hurt. They'll try to turn you away, but don't let them. The captain is a Trinar man, but he can be trusted. When he comes, tell him that Ara demanded you be granted safe haven. Tell him your sponsor is Richard Howe. The boy seemed skeptical, but began to gather the others either way. Is it true that you are going to be the next king? Everyone says Prince Brandon is to be the heir. What does the current king say? He hasn't. I smiled. Exactly. Go. Be safe. I still have one more task to do before I return home. The empty seat at dinner. Bran. The evening sun began its slow march through the tall windows behind the stone dais, casting a sundial shadow across the room from behind the throne. Each minute it crept across the floor without his sister's reappearance was pure torture. For the 100th time, Bran reminded himself not to look towards the door. Yo had taught him to hide the truth better than that, and the shadow men in Nerys taught him better than Harold. Yet still, his eyes drifted around the dinner table, landing anywhere and everywhere other than Ara's empty seat. That damned throne, always lurking in the background. Nerys had 4 separate dining rooms to choose from. At home, they sat at the council table to eat. Maps and reports were replaced with roasted chicken, trays of vegetables, and a large bowl of lettuce and fruit. Summer wine was poured and sipped quietly. Father always insisted he be served last, and when the servers left, Harold switched their plates. Bran looked back at the sundial throne. Still, no Ara. Harper had been dealt with, and Bran had volunteered to check on Ara to make sure she was okay. Rowan believed him when he said she was disturbed by the news, but fine, and planned to continue her study of Eglin's journal. But the later it went without her return, the more his stomach tied itself into knots. He should have gone with her. He should have gone out to look for her as soon as he woke up and realized his mistake. But he'd broken her trust in the past, and if he ever wanted to fix their relationship, then he needed to start acting like her brother and not Harold's spy. Mari waited to eat until the king took his first bite. If they were in Trinar, all of them would have. Thankfully, they were not. Keely was already halfway through 2 dinner rolls. Mari did not understand the disrespect shown in Naporia. It was clear on her face in their day-to-day interactions. But when father was around, she showed no sign of annoyance, and knelt or bowed or stood regardless of the slights of those around her. Father was long past trying to change an elder Trinar princess's ingrained ways. Bran believed that all women were strong and capable until it was beaten out of them, physical or otherwise. Who knew how many times her brother had abused her until that kind of behavior had come second nature? Please don't let Ara marry me to an Eastern princess, he thought hopelessly. I have heard whispers from the dressmakers that there is to be a wedding in Hamra. Mari spoke gently. Bran noticed Yo's eyes narrow a fraction. Did they mention that the bride is to be wed to a Marsen prince? Father asked. What's wrong with that? Keely asked. Marsen is a kingdom east of Trinar, Bran answered. Hamra fought with us in the last war, Bran explained. To marry their princess to a Trinar ally breaks our friendship. More like a slap in the face. How do you know Marsen isn't joining with our ally? Possible, but doubtful. Mari spoke up. To be fair, Western royals have fewer children. There are precious few princes of marrying age here. You are one of them. Focusing her bright emerald eyes in his direction. Father looked pained. Barely. It's Era's match that will be most important, Mari went on. She really should be out meeting suitors. Anger flashed across his father's face. I have only just decided to announce her heir. She has not even made her first appearance to our own people yet. Any suitors will just have to wait. Mari bowed her head. Bran unconsciously looked toward Ara's empty seat, a plate of food getting colder by the second. If she was actually studying Eglin's journal in her room, word would have been sent to the kitchen. Livia would have been disappointed he forgot that detail. He took a sip of wine to calm his stomach. The sound of spoons and bowls echoed in the silence. Mari wouldn't even look up from her plate as if she could sense a tension in the air that no one else noticed. It went on like that for a while, during which the sun continued its march, casting the shadow of the throne longer and longer across the black slate aisle. It was not unusual to eat in silence. Usually, he liked it that way. Most of the time, he didn't understand why they even all ate together anymore. It had been a tradition more suited to when his mother was still alive, and she would talk and laugh and make everyone feel welcome. Back then, his parents would sit beside one another and hold hands under the table. They would exchange glances and laugh in a way that he hadn't understood at the time. I always assumed I would marry for duty, his father said one day, but the gods blessed me with love. Back then, they chattered about everything. One day, it would be the harvest and speculation on growing trends. The next time, it would be the newest flower growing in the castle gardens. When his parents weren't talking, Ara was chattering about the horses or Bran was asking Harold how many men he'd killed. He missed those days. He loved hearing about his father and Yo's adventures across the kingdom. Boring now that he knew they were just inspecting farms and taking diplomatic meetings with local villages. But as a boy, everything seemed like an adventure. He used to imagine one day riding through the villages with Ara, protecting her from assassins jumping out of the fields. Ara used to indulge his one-day ramblings until they returned from Nerys. After that, she looked sad any time he brought it up until he eventually stopped. When had his duty changed to the kingdom and not his sister? Yo always made it a point to tell him that her safety was his responsibility. It didn't matter that she couldn't go anywhere, or that she already had Herd assigned to her detail, or that she spent all of her waking hours in that damned library. If he didn't want the throne, her life was his concern. He thought that the best way to protect that was tracking traitors in the taverns, but she had asked for his help, and he let her go out alone, out into the city where dissent had been growing. He stared at his uneaten chicken. A fly was making it his feast. If he had gone with her, and they were found together, their punishment would have been a stern talking to, but now... Brandon! Yo's cold voice cut across the silence. Where is your sister? He looked up. Depending on the look in his eyes, the man at the end of the table could either be his father or the king. Those gray Palacios irises were hard as steel. The time was past for lying and fixing it on his own. Ara should have been back by now. He sucked in a lungful of air to make sure he had enough to say the damning words. She went into the city. Father slammed his hand down onto the table and everyone grimaced. When? He asked, his voice turning to ice. Just before dawn. Dawn! Harold stood. The sentry at the door stepped inside. The king looked to his second. Find her, Harold, now. Careful who you trust. I stayed for a while after the boys were gone to make sure the broker didn't wake up. He didn't. Women were not supposed to be violent. We were not supposed to kill people. We were supposed to think and reason with those we had problems with. But how do you find common ground with someone who thinks it's okay to hurt another person? To sell them like property? I did not feel bad that he was dead. In fact, watching the blood slowly ooze from the gash in his head made me disturbingly happy. The man could never hurt another child again. Maybe I was more like my mother than I thought. Everyone tried to hide it from me, but I knew that some people thought my mother was someone to fear. She rode with my father out onto a battlefield and helped kill the Trinar army. Women weren't supposed to do that either. I stood there for a long time, mesmerized. All those training lessons, I thought killing someone would be hard. I thought I would cry or shake if I actually ever had to do it. I wasn't expecting to feel so relieved. Before, there had been an alarm in my head, blasting wrong, 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 and now there was silence. Peace. Every so often, someone would walk past the door, and I would wait for them to look inside and see what I had done, to call for a guard or call me a murderer. I wanted someone to see. I wanted someone to tell me what I had done was terrible. Luckily, that part of town didn't seem like the kind of place where other people stuck their noses in doorways to check in on their neighbors. Eventually, I realized that I was taking up precious time just standing around with a dead body that wasn't worth wasting time on. I still needed to tell Ishmo the truth. So I continued on as the shadows began their slow march across the streets. It was late enough now that Bran would have trouble covering much longer, but I couldn't give up. I had to find Ishmo and make him take the apprenticeship. I couldn't have his blood on my hands again. As I went, I passed women beginning to bring in clothing from the lines that stretched across the buildings. They all seemed to be in a hurry. One of them, a thin woman with dark circles under her eyes, rushed inside with a basket only to reach out of a window a few seconds later and slam shut a pair of wooden shutters. Every road and alleyway looked the same out in the outer rings, and the thick smell of humanity and meat made my head start to pound, but I kept walking until I was literally only staying upright from holding on to the walls. How far was the meat district? An old woman studied me as I approached and did not run away. She had the brown eyes of a native Naporian and short, wiry gray hair smartly pulled back away from her face and tucked behind her ears. She was leaning forward on her cane and jerked back when I got close enough for her to see my face. Saints, it is you. What is a Palacios doing this far into the city? She looked around for any accompanying guards. My head was pounding and I was too hot and tired to run away. Does everyone know who I am? Everyone knows who your mother was. Well, at least everyone alive when your father paraded her through the city. She laughed. Seems every war he wins, he returns with a new bride. I never thought of it like that. She wasn't exactly wrong. There was something about this woman different from everyone else I had come across. She knew who I was and still didn't mince words. The fatigue was catching up to me. I just wanted to find Ishmo and go home. He thinks I'm someone else. I need to tell him. Who? Oh, right. Of course she wouldn't know. The boy I'm looking for. He works for a butcher in the meat district. What did I want to waste time on a common boy for? They're about as good as dead already. No, everyone is worth a long life. You're naive, child. All men know is war and death. It would take something big to break that cycle. Something outlandish, I agreed. Something unthinkable, she said. Huh? The pounding in my head was getting worse. The adrenaline was fading, and so was I. The woman reached down and grabbed my arm to help me stand. The fates brought us together this day. I can help you, but these streets are dangerous at night. Please, come with me. I have a stew going. After we eat, I'll help you. My stomach betrayed me. I hadn't eaten anything but sugar bread. A bowl of stew sounded like a welcome detour. I let the woman help me the short distance to her home. It was one small room with a fireplace. One small table filled one side, and a sleeping mat on the floor took up the other. Besides that layer of dirt that seemed to be everywhere, it was tidy, with neat shelves of bowls, spices, and cooking utensils. The stew boiling made my mouth water. Sit down, child. You look like you are going to fall over. She pushed me into a chair at the table and went around to the pot. It's not much more than gristle and bone broth, but that's all we got around here. I watched her dip out the bowl, giving me a more significant portion. Please, nothing more than you can spare. You've a soft heart, princess. She studied the spice rack carefully and picked out 3 bottles. She sprinkled bits of each one into both bowls. But you're royalty. You deserve more. It didn't seem polite to argue, and my stomach was already imagining the bowl empty and asking for another. Thank you. I placed my hands flat on the table and bowed my head low. I understand the value of this kindness. When I looked up, she was staring at me with her mouth pressed into a hard line, the hot bowl steaming in her hands. She set it down and handed me a spoon. Eat. Outside, I heard the distant whine of a castle guard's silver sword and must have made some outward sign of worry. Curfew, the woman explained. Some men have taken to killing each other once the sun goes down. Will the guards stop them? She laughed. Oh, honey, the guards join them. Although they might act different if they knew a Palacios was walking the streets. You can't tell them I'm here. The woman pushed the bowl closer. Eat now. We'll make that decision later. The search. Ishmo. Ishmo sat at the table, passing his day's pay through his fingers, conflicted. Oddly enough, he felt more alive in the past few days than ever before in his entire life. The fight at the bar had been exhilarating, the smell of blood and steel. The last time he'd felt so excited, he had been standing on a table, throwing buckets of old bathwater onto a wall of flames. His mother and Ara wanted so much for him to lead a safe, boring life, but Ishmo believed there had to be more to living than simply being alive. What about adventure? What about protecting others? If everyone just looked out for themselves and their family, evil would always be a stain that couldn't be washed out. Someone needed to step up and be willing to risk everything for that. Ara couldn't leave the castle. She had her reasons, whatever they were, so maybe Ishmo could scratch the itch that was building and help keep her safe. Even if he never saw her again, the threads of their lives were woven together like a beautiful tapestry. You look like a man grown, the way you're ruminating with that coin, his mother remarked as she sat across from him, mending a patch in a pair of pants. Her scarred hands moved deftly, passing the needle through the fabric. She always knew when Ishmo had something on his mind, even when he didn't speak a word. I am a man grown, he insisted. Huh, is that so? She asked. Tashin says that men stop being boys as soon as a sword is put in their hands, he replied. True enough, she said, But there is a difference between being a man and being grown. She picked up the pants, inspected the stitching, and smiled as if something about them was very amusing. My 20th name day will be within the season, he reminded her. She frowned. Yes, I know. And if you don't accept Tashin's offer by then, you will be pressured into fighting in whatever war is coming. I don't know if I want to accept Tashin's offer yet, he admitted. Her hands paused. I heard there was a fight at the tavern. You are too much like your father. Dead? Ishmo asked, his voice laced with bitterness toward the man who had left a young woman with the burden of raising a child alone, with no honor or coin. Tempted by danger, she finished. Ishmo couldn't help himself from looking up at the empty mantle where his father's sword should have been. Families of castle guards who die in the line of duty are supposed to have their sword returned and given a year's worth of their pay. But they received nothing. His mother had returned from the war with nothing to her name but a baby in her womb. Without the sword, they received no respect or help. Worse, the village women called his mother a liar when she would not change her story. Maybe if I join and... Don't you dare finish that sentence. She grabbed another pair of pants off the pile and stabbed the needle through the fabric. A sword on that mantle is never going to be worth what I've lost. Do you understand? Never. I don't need any damned piece of metal to prove that your father was a hero, and you don't have a single thing to prove to anyone. I didn't pull you out of that fire so you could throw your life away for some stupid tradition. Ishmo stood up. The tight skin that ran the length of his back and wrapped around his waist pulled taut. You didn't pull me out of the fire for my life to be meaningless either, and I didn't spend all those extra hours training and hunting to be ordinary. She sighed deeply. It is just like Ira to bless me and curse me with a child so much like him. She stood up and opened her mouth to really lay into him when a knock came at the door, loud and sharp. Bang, bang, bang. Open up by order of the king. The tavern. The panic must have been evident on Ishmo's face because his mother held up her hand, touched a finger to her lips, and went to answer the door. Commander Harold Yo, the king's second, stood in the doorway. It was true what people whispered. His skin was white as death, and his silver hair and pale eyes stood in stark contrast to his black uniform. The last of the setting sun glinted off of the hilt of his black and gold sword. With him was a swarm of castle guards. His mother took a step back and knelt, and Ishmo followed her lead, bowing his head low in hopes it would not be taken off. The king's second did not leave the king's side unless something bad was happening. Commander, Ishmo heard his mother say before standing, how may we be of service? One of the castle guards pushed past the doorway and entered the house without introducing himself. Ishmo's body responded to the invasion as expected, with a rush of adrenaline that he forced himself to diminish. His mother was remarkably calm. What if they were there for her? Hadn't he just given a speech about not being ordinary? Now he was hiding behind her? He stepped forward so that they could at least be side by side. Whatever punishment was coming to her, he would take it as well. The commander's eye never left his mother's, but the corner of his mouth twitched upward. Ishmo knew there was not one flinch he could make that the man wouldn't notice. We are looking for a girl, around 20 years of age, about this height. The commander lifted his hand even with his coat's top buckle, which was neck height to most. His mother took a sharp breath. The princess? Just a child. There was a softness in his tone, one Ishmo hadn't expected. The castle guard was searching the house behind them. I've been inside mending most of the day and have not seen or heard anything out of the ordinary. The commander's eyebrows raised a fraction, disbelieving. Ishmo's mind raced through the reasons his mother might be in trouble. She told everyone his father was a high-ranking castle guard despite having any proof, and spoke her mind to those who questioned her, even the guards in the city. The girl could be just an excuse to search their home. Ishmo could not fight them all. There were too many. but he stood taller, trying to make himself look more formidable than he felt. The corner of the commander's mouth inched upward further, and his mother put a hand on Ishmo's arm, a silent order to stop thinking so loudly. "My son works for the local butcher," she was saying. "He was out making deliveries this morning. Perhaps he saw something." She shot him a cautious look. "Nothing suspicious that I saw. Other than the innkeeper and the all-out brawl at the tavern. Did they know he was there?" His mind went back to Ara. She was about the height the commander had indicated. He had said it was not the princess, just a girl. Was he looking for her? Why would the king's second be looking for a kitchen maid? "But I know the city well. I can help." "That won't be necessary." Another guard came up from the shadows outside. "Sir, there was a body found a few streets over. A man. Could be locals. But there were footprints." The commander nodded his head. The guard returned from his search, holding a small frame in his hands. His face was stern. Ishmo straightened again from where the commander had skillfully lulled him into a false sense of security. His mother was careful not to change her face as the guard handed the frame to the commander and rested his hand on his sword. "By royal decree, depictions of this nature are not permitted, Mrs. Leaf." "I know." His mother's voice was steady. "Will you be taking it then?" Ishmo couldn't tell what the picture was of, but knew that the castle guard made regular searches in certain neighborhoods for certain materials. Letters to Trinar relatives, statements against the crown. They took people in for questioning. The commander sighed. "We cannot afford the delay." He handed the frame to Ishmo, face down. "I trust you will dispose of it as soon as possible. You wouldn't want your mother to get into any trouble." "Yes, sir." His mother shut the door and tisked under her breath. Hypocrite. Ishmo waited until he was sure they left before turning over the frame. It was a painting of Ara. She was dressed in the white robes of a saint with a golden halo, a bushel of lavender tucked into one arm, holding a bloody sword with the other. Who is this?" Ishmo asked her. "It's the late Queen Annalise. Poison." "Your young man sounds like a good boy. Reminds me of my own." "You have children?" I asked, savoring the tough piece of meat. "Had," she corrected. "2 boys and my husband. 1 lost to the war, 2 lost to the streets." The slaver came back to mind, and I shivered. I was beginning to see that life as a commoner was harder than I thought. No matter how poor our kingdom was compared to others, we were still royal, and I would never be able to feel the pain and anxieties of mothers like her, or boys like Ishmo. He had learned to hunt to feed himself and his mother. We had a cook. The woman who offered me food lived in one room with a dirt floor while we had more than enough rooms in our humble castle. What right did I have to any of their kindness? Did your father ever think that there might be a way to work together with Trinar? Keeping separate just gets everyone killed. I don't know why Devon doesn't see that. No one even remembers why we separated. It was such a long time ago. The woman sounded tired, which was understandable. "We do not war with the Trinar because of some ancient grudge." She didn't see the refugees that passed through our borders every day, the damaged crops, and the atrocities the Trinar committed in the name of religion. But we do. The king hides behind morality, but all he wants is power. He doesn't care how many commoners have to die for him to get it. I blanched. No one had ever said such a thing to my face. It's not just a grudge. The Trinar force their women to have children and take the boys for conscription before they're barely weaned. If you don't believe in their gods, they burn you. If you question the royals' authority, they imprison your family. They would never tolerate a mixing of our ideals. We're too different. Children are a gift, and they wouldn't be conscripting boys if there wasn't a war every 10 years. What would it hurt to pray to some god in exchange for peace? What would it hurt? Hadn't I been ready to do just that? I read the reports from the last war. Nearly 80% of our army was killed. even more estimated on the other side. A lot of lives could be saved if we compromised. A lot of families would not be so broken, and a lot of anger could be avoided. A marriage would have been a step in the right direction. Maybe it still could be. Despite having eaten, my head was swimming again. Thank you for your honesty. A lot of people are afraid to speak of these opinions to royals. You have my word. I will do my best to make compromises and do what I can to keep as many people in the kingdom alive. You are going to help a great deal, Princess. It's hard to know of your people's hardship until you've felt it yourself. It'll be a hard lesson, but Devon will learn it. I forgot. She didn't know I was to be the heir. Well, that was probably for the best. I already said more than I should have. The first indication that something was wrong was when I felt water around my ankles despite being in a perfectly dry room. Then Ishmo's lips pressed against my neck like a ghost. It was so real I put my hand there. The woman was studying me closely. Then there was a sharp cramp in my stomach, and I smiled through it. It would be rude to throw up all over her table after she took me in and fed me, especially while she looked so pleased. Someone knocked loudly on the door, and we both jumped as if we'd been caught doing something wrong. "Keep eating," she said. "I'll go see who it is." I went to stand, but the whole room tilted, and the next set of loud banging made a blinding white light of pain streak across my eyes. "Open the door by royal order." I saw my father pacing back and forth in his bedroom, talking to a younger commander, Yo. "We'll keep it quiet. Make it a royal order." I forced my eyes open. "Harold?" The door came splintering apart. "You're too late." The woman began shrieking. "Devon deserves to know our pain." The Wraith of Naporia, people called him. He was like shadow and smoke. Harold pulled back and struck the woman. Her head hit the wall and left a streak of red across the rough stone as she fell, unconscious onto the dirt floor. Like the man I killed. Was she dead? I made it to my feet. "Harold?" The room spun again. It felt as if my head was becoming detached and floating away like a lantern on the solstice. I sat down on something hard. Oh, yes, the chair. His pale face appeared in front of me while his hands held my head onto my body. For a moment I saw Ishmo's honey eyes instead of Harold's icy blue ones. Something is wrong with me. It was. I lied to my friends. I killed people. Now I couldn't even think straight. "Did she give you anything to eat? Drink?" "You need to take the apprenticeship." "I'm sorry." "I'm sorry." I lied. "Ara!" Harold gave me one hard shake. "What did she give you?" "The Wraith. He's the last thing you see before the afterlife." He had flecks of white even in his eyes. Fear, too. The muscles in the back of my neck were getting tighter. I saw him in a dark room, lit only by candlelight, cradling a tiny babe with copper skin in his pale hands. "She's yours, just as much as she is his. Promise me you will keep her safe." "I promise." The words that came out of my mouth didn't sound like mine. "Don't forget your promise, Rajka." He froze, then cursed. Something hard and fleshy jammed into the back of my throat, and I threw up. There wasn't time to be embarrassed. He picked me up like I was a child. And then, I was a child, laying in the crook of his arm watching my mother nurse a newborn. Cold air, leather and horses. Desperation. Harold Yo, the king's second in command, wasn't afraid of anything. But he was afraid now. I could feel it like endless cuts in my skin as he rode, praying. Not to any of the gods, but to my mother. Pious Princess, Mari. Mari prayed in the chapel. She was born in Trinar, the daughter of King Akor and the first sister of her brother, the current King Byrne. The churches in Trinar sparkled and shined with polished floors and stained glass windows. Devon had given her a small chapel in the castle's garden to help ease her transition into Naporia. The stained glass windows were not as stunning as the cathedral in Trinar's capital city, but the domed ceiling made her feel as if the gods could look down and see into her soul. Naporia was not religious. It was a wild, defiant place, full of people from all over. Merchants from the far west with skin as dark as midnight. Devon's second with skin and hair whiter than the ghosts in her sister's stories. Even Ara with the same odd copper coloring as her mother. No one looked twice at them. It was the blonde hair and green eyes of Trinar natives that set Naporians on edge. Where she came from, everyone looked the same. They believed the same. But Devon had extended a great kindness. An enemy king that took a wife for peace often did not show them mercy. Mari had been taught from the beginning what her role would be. She believed in the gods, like all Trinar people, and trusted that the gods had a plan for her life. They set her seed to grow after her brother so that she might serve him by serving Devon. The Trinar royal family visited the cathedral often, but here, it was just her and the priest allowed to care for it. She found him ahead of the wooden benches, lighting candles under the light of the dome. His long brown robes hung loosely from his shoulders as he moved from one candle to the next, touching flame to wick. The chatter from the gardens did not reach through the stone walls, and all was reverently silent. "Father Lumen," she said softly, kneeling at the altar. He lifted his head to the light. "My child," he said gently, "have you come to petition the gods?" "Yes, I fear they have turned their favor from us." The stone was cold through the fabric of her dress, a small penance. He lit another candle. "The gods never stop listening to those with royal blood, Your Highness. Speak your fears, and they will listen." "Princess Era has been poisoned. Devon's commander brought her home 2 nights ago, and she still has not yet woken." "Does the doctor think she will recover?" Lumen asked. "I don't know," she admitted. "I've tried to stay out of Devon's way. He had planned to announce Ara his heir, and now—" The priest was quiet for a moment. "The princess's heir? Perhaps the gods are correcting an overreach. It's important that all royals listen to the gods' laws." "The princess was born first. Why would they allow her to be born if they did not intend her to rule?" "The Palacios family has been far removed from what the gods decree for a long time. Their decisions upset the balance." She hung her head. "I know. Ara is a good girl, though. I hate to see her get caught in the middle. You are the gods' ambassador here. It will not be easy. You must be ready to serve your king and lead Devon back to the church. He worries for her. Yes?" "Of course. She is all he thinks about, even before." "Then focus on her. If she dies, offer comfort. If she lives, show her the way and the others will follow." "Ara does not care for me," she said grimly. "She runs around in common clothes with dirt under her nails and will not listen to a word I say." "You had believers to look up to as a child. Ara's mother was—" He was silent again and looked up to the roof, letting the gods speak. "It will not be easy. Worthwhile tasks rarely are. But your influence on the air can help her become who the gods have set her to be, even if she does not realize it." Unconscious past lives. I woke up screaming. No, that wasn't quite right. I woke up to the sound of screaming. I was crouched under the boughs of a large pine tree, and the air was rancid. Smoke from a nearby fire coated the inside of my nose with the smell I knew to be human. Many humans. Bran was crouched beside me, speaking in hushed tones to Harold. "You've only just found each other. Take the girl and run. Disappear. I'll go out and issue our surrender. If you are fast and careful, I believe you can make it to a western border," Harold urged. "They will kill you. Worse than throwing you on some pyre, they'll keep you alive as long as possible." Bran didn't sound quite like himself, a slight change in pitch, and, more disturbing, he sounded on the verge of tears. When Harold answered, he returned the emotion. "Then don't stay to watch." You are my family. Harold reached out and took my hand, weaving my fingers in with Bran's. She's your family now. He laid a gentle hand against Bran's cheek and pressed a soft kiss to his forehead. Then he turned to me. Anna, don't let him do anything stupid. It was hard to tell the difference in age in the shadows, but when he lifted the bow to leave and the hazy light filtered in, I realized that the tear-streaked face beside me didn't belong to my brother at all. It was my father's face. Devon. I was seeing through my mother's eyes, feeling what she felt. Such mixed emotions swirled under my skin when I looked at his face. Fear and uncertainty, but also hope and love. I squeezed his hand. We need to go. He's right. It'll be worse if you stay to watch. His tears fell freely then, and he made no effort to leave. Devon. Our window of escape was closing. What the f am I doing? He muttered to himself. Devon, we need to... He grabbed my shoulders so that I could see nothing but his steel-gray eyes and the fire that burned behind them. I will not let him die alone. If Naporia is lost, then I am lost with it. Go. They will camp here for the night to burn the rest of my men and celebrate. But it's better this way. If I stay with you, you will only be in more danger. Go. He kissed my hair in much the same way as his commander had and followed him out of the safety of the tree. I debated running like he told me to, but something was anchoring my body to one spot. I dreamt of our marriage. It felt so real. The smoke grew thicker and I cleared my mind. What should I do? My own voice answered, go save his life. But how? The dawn rises in you. She will know what to do. My hand went to my stomach. I was dressed in a tattered dress that had been washed and worn so long it felt like nothing. Mari would die if she ever saw me wear such rags. Devon, king of Naporia. He was a principled idiot. They should have just run like the wraith told him. Now he was going to get himself killed. Now our child would grow up without a father. Fury burned in my blood. After all this time, all I'd been through to conceive a child, and now the man who does it is going to die? No, the fates could not be that cruel. Again, the traits of a virtuous woman were nowhere to be found, and the same rage that stirred when I killed the slaver in the city began to build. The bark of the tree branches were rough against my fingers as I lifted the bough and stepped out into the smoke-filled forest. The smell was more pungent outside of the filter of pine needles. The screaming was louder. Death was a part of life. Everything had a season, but the death that day was not natural. It was excessive. It was wrong. 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 In the valley below, Devon and Harold were kneeling side by side before a large group of soldiers. More soldiers than I had ever seen. An entire army. What was left of the overwhelmed Napoleon forces were tied to horses, waiting to be thrown, alive, onto one of two large fires. One of the men caught sight of me moving low and slow through the tall grass on the outskirts of the lavender fields. He shook his head, warning me away from whatever plan he thought I had. No one else noticed. All eyes were on a man on a white horse making his way through the mass of bodies. The man was old and polished, his blonde hair tied back with a jeweled clasp. A king, not like Devon. Devon lived among his soldiers. He was dirty and tired and human. This man put others' lives before his own. I felt Devon's fear sharp like a knife in my womb. It cracked open my soul, and the rage of the world itself rushed in. Everything snapped into place. I could feel them all. Each man's desire to live and the sick satisfaction of victory, along with the wood consumed by fire and the fresh bushels of lavender yearning for life. Harold's back straightened before he glanced back toward my hiding place behind them. He was always aware, and although he looked calm on the outside, he too was deathly afraid. Not for himself, but for Devon. For me. The world called out for balance, A reckoning. It was the same feeling I felt out in the city with the slaver, but on that battlefield, I knew one life would not be enough. 10 lives would not be enough. I rose and made my presence known. When he saw me, Devon's face was full of dismay. He really thought I was going to run away and leave him to die with his people. If I had any sense, I would have done exactly that. But love is rarely sensible. The Trinar king sneered. Bringing a whore to the battlefield is a boy's mistake, Devon. I do hope she wasn't a favorite. How many of my men do you think she'll last through? That brought Devon back to his feet, but I rested a hand on his shoulder and gently pushed him back down. The white horse whickered nervously. I stepped forward, and it reared back, knocking the king from his saddle. When he fell from the horse, Harold sensed an opportunity and reached for his sword, but I covered his hand with mine. No, Rajka. These lives are mine. His gaze met mine a moment, and then, he too, lowered back down to his knees. Meanwhile, the old man struggled to his feet, appalled at the dirt on his white coat. You bitch! I'll make you pay for that. I let him grab me. He saw something in my face that he recognized, and he let go, looking over his shoulder for whoever was supposed to protect him. A gust of icy wind whipped through the field as the air charged with power. A fine mist began to seep out of fissures torn open in the ground. The air began to vibrate, and my veins began to emanate silvery white light as shadows raced beneath my skin. Behind me, Harold uttered something in a language I didn't know, probably a curse, maybe a prayer. And then I felt the fear of every man there, but instead of being painful, it felt righteous. The fury fed on the fear as I turned my gaze on the man in the white coat who thought he had the right to take so much life, thought he had the right to harm what was mine. He blanched at what he saw, stumbling backward, looking over his shoulder for his second. A knife bit into my arm, thrown by a man on his way to his king's side. But it was too late. I gathered the fear and the power and released the raging fury of the earth. Some lives I took slowly, like the man who thought he had the power over life and death, peeling back the layers of skin and muscle until his blood sated the ground where he stood. Others were quick, nothing more than passing flashes of light as their souls passed my subconscious, their hopes, fears, and dreams for the future all going back to the earth through me. The king's second was the only one I left alive. Someone needed to bear witness and tell the others what he saw, but not before reaching inside his mind and showing him the truth of who I was. Some say she's a dreamer. I closed my eyes to the carnage of the lavender fields and opened them to a more familiar nightmare. Snow fell heavy in the woods around the remnants of a burned carriage. I stared at the white flakes that covered Howe's body like a burial shroud. The castle guards whisper that anyone who touches me dies. Maybe it's true. The men left in our escort circled up, willing to die too. Even Bran, with that black and gold knife. Their fear was as cold on my skin as the snow. They feared me almost as much as the Trinar soldiers. I pressed my eyes shut. Smoke filled my nose again. The sound of flames roared in my ears along with the loud crack and splinter of wood. Something hit me and I fell. I couldn't see. Couldn't see through the smoke that filled the room while my skin began to burn. Ishmo. I sat up, still in the snowy woods. The castle guards were gone. Bran was gone. It was just my mother standing next to a black lacquered casket. Was it mine or hers? Come see, she said as if she could hear my thoughts. No, thank you, I said. I'll stay here. If you ignore it, it will be worse, she said. I wished she would just hold me again, but she would not leave the side of that wooden box. No, I said. The world tilted and I fell. There was something in the darkness. It watched me fall, waiting. Ishi. What was I calling out to him for? He couldn't save me. I didn't want him to save me. No one else has to die. I fell for so long that I forgot I was falling. The darkness was so complete that I couldn't tell up from down or whether I was still or moving. I was in the blackness of the night sky, the part that existed before all else. Quiet, peaceful. No one was there to hurt. No one was there to die. Maybe this is where I belong. Ara. I opened my eyes. I was no longer in the void, but laying in a farm field. Or what used to be one anyway. Bodies laid strewn across the bloody acres. Everyone was dead. The rotting smell of death and blood made me nauseous. Ara. The voice was coming from a person standing over me, blocking the sun, while I blinked, trying to get my bearings. Mama? Nope. The person leaned over, his shaggy black hair loose around a child's face. Ishmo. He looked exactly the same as when I first met him. I was obviously still dreaming. What are you doing here? You called. I always come when you call. I pinched my arm to wake myself up, but he just watched me. I pinched myself again. I dug my nails into my arm, but I still couldn't wake. Something was wrong. Very wrong. This place is death. You don't belong here, I told him. He laughed. Of course I belong here. I died here. He reached for my hand. But don't worry. So did you. How? Come see. Aha. I stood up but went no further. You're just my mother's ghost trying to trick me. I'm not your mother. I'm your future, and I will not be denied. That's big talk for a 10-year-old. He pulled me along with surprising force into the sea of bodies. Fighting a child was not on the list of things I enjoyed doing, so reluctantly, I let him pull me along. The first person I recognized was Richard Howe. His dull skin and blue lips didn't disturb me. I saw that face all the time. But there were so many others. Somehow, I knew that the field kept going, extending out into the vastness of time, from before I was born and long after I died. Faces I knew, and faces I didn't. I looked down and identified the red-headed guard that I just saw at the throne room doors. His coat was askew, and his head was turned in an unnatural angle. I bent down to close his eyes, still wide in shock. Ishmo pulled me away. There's more. Come see. We continued through the bodies, and I saw more people I knew. The woman who painted saints, the boys from the slave room, Rowan with his blood-streaked blonde hair. There were so many, not just Napoleon either. The field was littered with blue and green coats, red coat narrations. King Hero and his second, Hero Levia. Ricci. Oh, Ricci, you were like a second sister to me. There was another body nearby, and my stomach sank. There was a guard over the top of him, but I knew the white and red coat of a Narration heir. His fingers were stained black with ink. There must be some mistake. Nerys is so far. Even if war came, the Lorettes would be safe. And yet, here they are, Ishmo said. It's only a dream. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. I took a knife off of a nearby body and cut my hand, but I was still there. Please, I don't want to see any more. But you do, don't you? You're desperate to see my body. You'll go on believing I'm not out here until you see it. No, no, no. I backed away from him and tripped over another person. Harold. He was smiling like he'd just laid down to nap, satisfied after a long day. Come. Ishmo grabbed my hand and yanked me back to my feet. See? I was powerless to fight him. In the end, all I could do was focus on the soft curls of his hair while we went so I didn't have to look at any more faces. When he stopped, I knew it was time. I didn't want to see. He was right. If I didn't look, then I could go on believing that he wasn't out there, that he hadn't died because of me. And yet, I couldn't look away when the child stepped aside, and I saw his body. He was wearing the blue coat of a castle guard. His face, bruised and bloodied, was turned to the side where his arm was outstretched. Inches away from his grasp, my own hand reached out in a similar fashion, and I knew it had to be a nightmare because I was not dressed for battle. I look like a queen. Castle business, Ishmo. Every new crowning starts a war. Ishmo knew the story well. Tavine Gabrielle, a name no one dared utter out loud, killed his king and attempted to kill his king's heir. Devon Palacios barely survived, was granted the crown before the age of ascension, and finished his coronation just before the Trinar crossed the border to take advantage of the chaos. But Devon did not sit back and feast. He canceled the celebrations and rode the streets, rallying the people and marching out to the front lines himself. While at camp, a woman begged an audience with the king. She was the last left alive from a small kingdom in the north and had been in hiding for many years. He wanted no harm done to the woman and warned her away from the battlefield and the fighting, but she was too inspired by his courage and grace to leave his side. The Naporian forces won decisively. Devon killed the Trinar king. So much blood was spilled in the lavender fields where they fought. The flowers never grew there again. Men in taverns called it the Lavender Massacre. The young king fell in love with the woman. They returned home, betrothed, and were married shortly afterward. A nice tale, but Ishmo knew from listening to the men in the taverns that the truth wasn't always so clean. Yet the people of Naporia fell in love with Annalise, and the fear that she might inspire women to take up arms and fight alongside their men terrified the Trinar so much that they didn't return again until she died. Seeing her face everywhere distressed King Devon so much that he made it a royal order to destroy any painting or depiction of her. But Ishmo's mother had one. It had been sitting face down on a shelf for who knew how long. Ishmo studied it by candlelight after his mother went to bed. The woman in the painting looked so similar to Ara. Ishmo thought it was her. They had the same copper skin and deep blue eyes, the same thick brown hair. Tashin said that those working in the castle needed protection, refugees with information and illegitimate children. She had made it very clear that ever coming onto castle grounds and looking for her would have dire consequences. Ara was his age, very close to the same age as the king's firstborn. Was Annalise pregnant when she met Devon? If so, why would they name their daughter the same? Or why would Ara lie and say her name was the same as the princess? The princess with whom she felt such a kinship. It didn't add up. Maybe it was none of Ishmo's business, but they had been friends for 10 years. They'd shed tears together, laughed together. She was the only woman Ishmo knew who understood that sometimes you just needed to swing a sword at someone to work out your frustration. Maybe Annalise felt that way too. Only Ara knew the answers, and she wasn't in there clearing the next petitioning, or the petitioning after that. The eastern woods were patrolled by the castle guard now, but they had a normal rotation and were easily avoided once you knew the schedule. Stupid on their part, but it worked well for Ishmo's new task of watching for any sign that Ara might leave him a message or attempt a meeting. After the third petitioning came and went without any sign from her, Ishmo had to admit that something was wrong, and the pit in his stomach wasn't going away until he saw her again, until he knew she was okay. Whatever her answers were, they wouldn't matter as long as she was okay. She'd gone missing right after the king's second was looking for a girl her height. Not the princess. A girl. It had to have been her. Why was she so important that the king's second would come looking for her? And why did she look so much like Ishmo's mother's painting of Annalise? In a moment of madness, he forgot his promise to never come looking for her and approached a castle guard at a post near the large stable on the edge of the castle gardens. "Excuse me, my friend works in the kitchen. I need to see her." Ishmo had chosen this one in particular, watching from the shadows. The guard was older, kind to the staff that came through the gate, and even shared a few words with men and women who crossed his path. "Is there a reason she hasn't been out to see you herself?" "That's what I'm trying to find out," Ishmo replied, exasperated. The guard sighed. Then it's castle business. I can promise you that she is much safer inside those walls than she would be out here with you. But can you guarantee it? Safety isn't assured for anyone in Naporia, son. Anger flashed. I'm not your son. He laughed. Easy. It's a figure of speech. Kid. Now you're just baiting me. Impressive that you can see past the insult to understand that. Did your father serve? Normally, the question would have put Ishmo off, but the guard seemed genuinely curious, not mocking like the others, and he found himself reacting, strangely, with pride. Yes, he did, he explained carefully. But he died at the end of the last war, and they never recovered his sword. The man grimaced and began tapping his fingers thoughtfully on the handle of his dagger. You know, there might be a way to restore the honor to your family and check in on the girl. Ishmo crossed his arms, having forgotten that he was of prime fighting age. The castle guard was tempting. It promised adventure, coin, and honor, but castle guard rejects were demoted to border patrol, where the only adventure you'd find would be chasing after a farmer's daughter, or the end of a Trinar sword with no backup to help you. It's low to use my father as a recruitment tool, Ishmo replied, especially when it's the castle guard's fault we are without the honor of his sword. I wasn't trying to insult you, Ishmo. He glanced around to see if he'd fallen for some sort of trap. You know my name? I make a point to know all of the men who have skills valuable to the guard. You think my job is to always stand on this path? It's not? He smiled. Many castle guards have a specialty. Mine is finding cadets that would actually be useful. He gestured toward Ishmo as an example. We are in desperate need of a hunter. A castle guard hunter? Ishmo asked, confused. That's a thing? The guard looked over at a cart leaving the gate and gave its driver a wave. You think the game wanders into the camp on its own? Someone needs to kill it. Not many men, even trained ones, have the patience and skill to kill clean and efficiently. Both are skills that will come in handy in the coming years. He shrugged. Maybe sooner than we think. So they're expecting unrest. You won't be the first man to join because of a woman, and technically, you can quit without consequence until you take the oath. I never said if my friend was a woman. He smiled. See, you're already better than half the guards we have. Your timing is bad, though. Our next entrance test isn't until next month, and the current class orientation begins in... He lifted his hand to the sun. Less than half a quarter hour. No time to think it over. Where? My mother is going to kill me. The back garden near camp. And that was all he had to say. Ishmo took sword lessons there as a child, and most people wouldn't have been able to make it that far, but Ishmo Leaf was not like most people. He took off down the narrow path that ran along the garden wall, ignoring the roots and sticks that threatened to tangle his feet, and vaulted off a thick branch that gave him just enough leverage to grip the edge and pull himself over the ledge. He raced along the stones, taking care with every step. The garden walls were narrower than those in the city, and if he fell, the guards in the garden would kick him out before he even had a chance. When he reached the corner, for a moment he could see the city on one side, bursting with chaos and noise, and the castle on the other, with its immaculate garden and quiet precision. It was both beautiful and terrifying. He could have stood there for hours, watching the guards make their rounds in the garden, the attendants pruning near a glass chapel he never knew existed, and the staff coming and going with baskets full of laundry and vegetables. It felt like he belonged there, right there, in the middle of it all. His mother was terrified that he would end up just like his father. He wouldn't, couldn't, since he'd never truly known him. Yet she constantly shook her head and told him how much alike they were. Ara wanted him to stay in the city, hunting for Tashin and living a boring life behind a counter. Girls didn't understand adventure. They were smart enough to have options, while all men craved the unknown and the threats that lay beyond a safe life. Girls might have been content with numbers and books, but he wasn't. He needed more. As terrified as he was of facing his mother, he knew he couldn't stay in her house forever. Every man has a destiny, he thought. This one is mine, no one else's. If I were going to truly live, I would live at the edge of a blade, at the tip of an arrow. And so Ishmo ran, ignoring a shout from a guard in the garden. He'd been up there for only minutes. An assassin could vault over and vanish without a trace. The very first thing Ishmo would do as a castle guard was to pay more attention than the rest of the idiots apparently deemed good enough to patrol the castle grounds. Ishmo already loved the way it felt. The white limestone beneath his feet, racing against the clock. He knew his leg muscles would burn tomorrow, and he relished the ache that came from pushing himself. Just as his arms ached when he tightened the bowstring. He cared little for the Palacios family. He would protect Ara in the kitchen, and in time, he'd be able to get his answers. Until then, he needed to make a quick impression. He pulled out his bow, notched an arrow, and shot it right between the hands of the man preparing to leave the intake table. The guard looked up, but couldn't see where Ishmo was hidden in the late evening shadows. This was it. Ishmo had one chance. He released another arrow, and it split the first. The boys in line looked around in a panic, but the guard just smiled, sat back down, and dipped his quill to add one more name. On a cliff's edge, I was trapped in a never-ending dream, walking until I came to Naporia's eastern border, standing on the cliff face that overlooked the Trinar mountain range above the raging falls of the Lavender River. My feet bled. I was exhausted. I could not wake. All I wanted was for it to end. The water churned below, tempting. No one can die for me if I don't exist. But you do exist, Tiny Ishmo retorted. You're still here? I asked. I'll always be here, he replied, then shrugged and added, well, until I'm not. I looked back at the rushing river. All I had to do was take one step. Ishmo still had his whole life ahead of him. He would get over it. In the end, it would be for the best. His small hand tugged at my dress. Come play with me. He isn't real, I reminded myself. He is just a figment of my subconscious. A larger, very adult arm tightened around my waist, pulling me back against a warm, solid chest. Ishmo's much deeper, older voice came breathy in my ear. Come play with me. That was harder to ignore. I turned around to face him and nearly stepped backward off the ledge when I saw that he wore that damned castle guard uniform. He pulled me back. Don't be so shocked. You know I'm going to find out who you are eventually. Do you really think that after all these years I'll be content to work in a butcher shop when I learn that my only friend is the heir to the throne? I should have never involved you. It's a little late for that. He was just how I remembered seeing him last, grown, with that easy smile that made my heart beat just a little harder. There were things subconscious Ishmo knew that I just couldn't bring up when he looked so young and innocent, like that kiss and the way it felt with his weight pressed between my legs. He smiled as if he could read my mind, and my cheeks heated. I shouldn't have asked you to kiss me. Probably not. That isn't exactly helpful. I laughed, though, and felt lighter. When I was with him, in his arms, things didn't feel so helpless. I was safe. I could breathe. Ara, where are you? A voice came from the forest like the wind whispering through the leaves. Harold? Ishmo leaned down, kissed my cheek, and murmured in my ear. Come find me when you wake up, princess. I went to kiss him back, to promise that I would find a way to make everything right, but he was already gone. Ara, can you hear me? Out of all the people, why was it Harold I heard? Yes, I can hear you. I moved closer to the forest but couldn't see him anywhere. Where are you? You need to come back now, he said. I don't remember how I got here. Something is wrong. Everyone is asleep. It's just us. Follow the sound of my voice. He can't hear me. He's just talking. Okay. I took a deep breath and stepped into the dark forest. He spoke as if he were close to my ear, quiet and steady. When I first met your mother, I knew exactly what she was. She didn't. Everything was new for her. She was confused and scared, although she did her best to hide it. I could hear the smile in his voice. Different legends for different people, I suppose, but I knew the look of a dreamwalker as soon as she laid eyes on your father. I stopped, waiting for him to continue. If I really concentrated, I could see him folded up on a stool at my bedside with his arms resting on his knees. Where I come from, dreamwalkers are legends in their own right. No one had known one to be born for generations. Some of the elders used to say that they were remnants of the gods who walked the earth. Back then, the gods were not just excuses for royals to do whatever they wanted. They lived among their people and arbitrated arguments, healed the sick, saw the future. They even defended the lands with their magic. Nice bedtime story, Harold. Keep talking. I was a child at the time, and even then I thought it sounded like a load of, well, you know. But then your mother found our camp, and I saw it for myself. He paused again and became quieter. I had to strain my ears to hear him. Love is a complicated thing, Ara. Your father was smitten from the start. I could have never torn him away, even if I was foolish enough to try. She had a power over him that scared me. She could whisper in his ear, and he would do anything she said. He laughed softly. I'll never tell another soul, but she eventually had the same effect on me. Your father saved my life, but Anna gave it meaning. And when you were born, and Devon put you in my arms, I knew that you were different too. I was in the garden now and running, bloody footprints on the white stone steps. She told me some things at the end. She said that sometimes when you're dreaming, you seem stuck. I promised her that I would do what I could to help you, but I don't know how. For all I know, I'm sitting here talking to myself, but if by some chance this actually works, please come back to us. I ran through the hallways. I had to see him. I had to tell him that he hadn't broken his promise. The door I came through wasn't the one that led to my bedroom, but there he was, sitting at my bed. Next to him, my mother knelt at his side. She grabbed his arm and he looked up suddenly as if he could feel the ghostly hand. I started to go to them, but I was already back in my body and the room was spinning. I'm here, I managed. Saints! He jumped to his feet and stumbled backward over the stool. Guard, get the doctor. She's awake. Cadets. Ishmo. Ishmo woke suddenly minutes before dawn broke. Morning dew wet on his face like the spray from a raging river, and the all-too-real feeling of Ara's body in his arms, her skin against his lips. Thankfully, he had decided to bed down away from the other cadets because he was sure they would have had something to say about the stiff cock he was sporting. Ara. He pressed a hand to his heart to will it back into a steady rhythm and took several deep breaths to will his blood back into the rest of his body. The dream hadn't felt like a memory or an imagined fancy. He was still trying to remember what exactly it was, even about when a trumpet sounded from the castle guard camp, and any hope of recovering the vision was blown away on the wind. He sat up and rubbed his face. The trumpet sounded again. Camp! I'm supposed to be at camp! He grabbed his sword and bow and put them on while running. He hopped the garden wall and made a hasty shortcut across the immaculate bushes, where thankfully no one seemed to be strolling, and arrived at the camp right as the third trumpet sounded. He rested his hands on his knees and sucked in air. The rest of the boys were already gathered in an open space used for sparring. They looked him over with open disdain when he joined them. "Looking for your father?" one of them asked. "No, he's looking for his mother," another replied, encouraging a round of snickers. Ishmo shoved his hands into his pockets. Who knew some kind of test was coming and he was already exhausted? It wouldn't do to waste what little energy he had on a bunch of no-good, dishonorable browbeaters. Cadets! They all snapped to attention as a castle guard arrived in the arena, the same guard Ishmo had spoken to at the gate. Standing nearby was a blond man who looked to actually be in charge. If you are selected to continue, you will assemble here by the third trumpet or face immediate discharge. You will receive a uniform. It will not fit. You will receive a sword. It will be dull. Do not take either of them off. Ever. Not even to sleep. These uniforms belong to men who died before taking the oath or failed to prove worthy of wearing them. If this makes you uncomfortable, leave now. No one moved. Well, congratulations. You've passed the first test. The way he said it certainly didn't make it seem like an achievement. The next will be harder. Pair up. The other cadets quickly found partners and cast Ishmo's satisfied looks when it became clear that no one wanted to be his partner. What is their problem? Did you insult all their mothers? A jovial voice came from behind Ishmo, and he turned around. The boy standing before him looked to be about his age, red-headed and built like a brick wall. A farmhand, most likely. He looked like he chopped wood for a living. Something like that, Ishmo replied, glancing back to see that the others had suddenly lost interest. He held out a furry paw. Name's Gregor. Ishmo. Ishmo shook his hand. Okay. The guard got everyone's attention. Great. Excellent. It still sounded more sarcastic than encouraging. Now fight. The winner stays. The loser can try again next class. They all moved to give each other room. Swords were drawn. Ishmo looked over the giant in front of him. Shit. Gregor drew his sword, smiling knowingly as he said, "No hard feelings." Ishmo couldn't help himself. You knew this was the entry test. He backed up a pace and pulled his sword from its scabbard. His bow wouldn't do any good that close. Gregor just shrugged. I have an older brother in the guard. He told me to partner with the scrawniest kid in the class, he added with a smile. Funny, Ishmo thought. He'd spent his whole life being baited, and he wasn't about to let precise observation distract him now. Fights were starting and ending as quickly as they began. A few were dragging on, but at this rate, they'd likely be the last to start, let alone finish, and Ishmo wasn't sure if that worked to his advantage or not. You're thinking too much. You should be swinging that thing in your hand, Gregor remarked. I don't see you making any moves either, Ishmo shot back. Habit, Gregor replied as they rotated around one another. I'm one of 8 kids. The one who starts it always gets the first whipping. By the time the second round comes, Mama's too tired to cause much grief. Tired. Saints. Ishmo suddenly remembered just how drained he was. The fight wouldn't be fair when he was at full capacity, let alone in this state. And people were starting to watch them now. The instructor was waiting, and the captain was waiting. Ishmo planted his feet firmly and raised his sword. Okay then. He noticed Gregor tightening his grip. He recalled how he taught Ara all of the same sword movements they learned, and how, sometimes, she'd come at him with the most unconventional openings. The first few times, it caught him completely off guard, and she'd taken him down. So he decided to take a lesson from her and do something wholly unexpected. With his blade raised, Gregor charged at his opponent with full power, putting all thoughts of the boy's life aside. To him, the man before him was nothing but an enemy, and if he wanted to make sure Ara was safe, he had to win. Then, in a moment of crazed opportunity, as Gregor moved his arms to block an obvious high stance, Ishmo dropped his sword entirely. He crouched low, pushed up through his feet, and punched Gregor square in the nose. The crack of both Gregor's nose and Ishmo's own finger was strangely comforting. Knocking the giant out cold meant that, in the end, Ishmo won. There was silence throughout the camp until Gregor came to, burst out laughing, and blood poured down his face. I yield, he cried. The instructor made his way among them, saying, If you lost, you are dismissed. The next intake will take place on the new moon. I suggest that if you don't learn from whatever mistake you made this time, you should not waste any more of our time." Reluctantly, about half of the would-be castle guards began making their way out of camp. Ishmo watched as Gregor reached down to gather his sword, gingerly touched his nose, and blinked. Stalling, Ishmo thought. When the instructor approached them, watching the others leave, Ishmo realized why. "Stay back, Audrey. I know Cam taught you to fight better than that." He feigned surprise. "But I lost." "This is my decision. Hurt will not care who your family is. After this, you're on your own." He bowed his head. "Much obliged, Lieutenant. An assessment of damages. Ishmo." Ishmo followed the remaining boys to a table cluttered with haphazard blue coats and silver swords. It wasn't exactly the grandeur he'd imagined when he was accepted into the guard. "Captain Hurt is the Trinar man by the tent," Gregor offered. "Cameron says that he can tell who will drop out and who will graduate with a royal distinction, all from the first test." Ishmo couldn't help but ask, how did a Trinar man become the leader of the entire guard? He was born in the castle, lived his whole life there. He was the youngest ever to join and receive a royal designation, following the last captain everywhere until he died. "How old was he?" Ishmo pressed. 13. Ishmo thought back to what he was doing at 13, spending long hours alone in the woods and splashing in the stream with Ara. 3 years later, he became captain. Only 16? Well, technically he wasn't pinned until he returned with the royals from Nerys, but everyone agrees that he became the captain the day his mentor died. Gregor leaned forward as if the man could hear them. "They say he killed 10 men alone during the ambush." Then another guard, clearly older with gray starting around his temples, sized them up. Ishmo remembered the guard at the gate mentioning that many among them had specialties beyond patrolling. This man was important, protected from battle. His eyes passed over them impassively, not looking at their faces but scanning their arms and legs, noting how they stood and lingering on those who seemed unsteady after the fight. He was a doctor. "Strip down." An order rang out. Shit. There was no tent for privacy. The whole camp could see. The entire castle could if anyone peeked out of a window. Yet it was that Dr. Ishmo worried about. Clearly, he was out to see who was fit to serve. The cadet standing behind Ishmo was the first to inhale sharply at the sight of his back. Soon, everyone's eyes were drawn to the scar. Several guards milling about with a disinterested curiosity in the new class stopped to stare. "Name?" the doctor asked. "Ishmo Leaf, sir," he replied, trying to hold a confident posture. One of the peripheral guards stepped forward and looked Ishmo over with disgust. He recognized him from the streets of the meat district. "This one's no good, Doc. Works down at a second-rate butcher shop. His mom is a whore who claims he's one of ours without any proof. And now look at what else he's hiding. The boy's not worth the time." Ishmo thought to himself, "I've already broken one nose. I could happily make it 2. "Was it the city fires?" the doctor asked. "Yes, sir," Ishmo said carefully. He shook his head. "You're lucky to be alive. I understand you might have something to prove," he said, glancing back at the guard. "But people with this sort of injury—" "I can shoot a bow and handle a sword. My job at the butcher shop requires me to climb trees and carry large game long distances. I have a full range of motion, sir." "Prove it," the doctor commanded. Ishmo did as instructed, bending and stretching in all the ways his mother had agonizingly forced him to every day after he regained consciousness. It was slow at first, his new skin breaking and bleeding with the smallest of movements. They masked the true extent of his injuries by pretending it was all due to his mother's seamstress work, buying bolts of fabric to change his dressings every day. "Your doctor did well. Rehabbing a child like this isn't easy." The man removed his sword and held it out, smiling. "Now prove it to him." Tamblyn was all too eager to pull his own weapon, and the boys all stepped back to give them a wide berth. Ishmo took the doctor's blade and couldn't help but think, what kind of barbarian sword fights naked? He cleared his mind and focused on the guard. If Ishmo wanted answers about Ara, he needed to win. And if he wanted to prove himself worthy of working in the castle, he needed a decisive victory. And the captain made decisions the first day. Tamblyn was a cocky bully who hid behind his uniform, demanding respect he hadn't earned. He let the mere presence of his weapon keep everyone in line, never needing to back it up with real skill against someone truly worth his time. Ishmo tossed the sword from one hand to the other, as if deciding which hand to fight with, and settled on his left before tucking the other behind his back. Ara might not have had the same skill as Ishmo did, but she was good enough to make fighting with a disadvantage seem like second nature. Even if he lost, holding his own against a veteran guard would prove his worth. Then again, he might lose. Badly. Naked. That would be embarrassing. The guard swung, and thankfully, Ishmo's hand rose to block without thought. He pushed Tamblyn's blade back and swung around, pouring all his power into striking the sword. It clattered to the ground, leaving Tamblyn staring dumbfounded at the sharp-edged iron he had so confidently positioned over his shoulder. The doctor seemed unmoved, and the boys around them fell silent. Then the captain appeared from the sidelines, and Tamblyn rushed to retrieve his sword. "Lieutenant, I'll see you in my office." "Yes, sir." Had he been watching? Ishmo handed the sword back to the doctor and tried to blend into the group once more. The man never struck up conversation with the underlings or boasted about anything impressive. He was Trinar. Many of them were uneasy around him, though Gregor claimed he was born in the castle. To hold his position, he had to be fierce and loyal, especially with his lineage. The doctor had already moved on, pulling a handful of them away. They walked dejectedly toward waiting guards who would escort them out of camp. Then the captain moved to address the rest. "You have passed today's tests, but you are a long way from proving that you are worth trust or coin." He paced before continuing. "Find a uniform and take a sword. It will be up to you to clean the stains and sharpen the blades. These uniforms will be the only clothing you own. The sword and knife, your only weapons." He gestured toward a long building nearby that reeked of a bathroom. "You are now in cadet status. You'll sleep on the ground until you earn a cot in the cadets' barracks. Once you've found your uniform, sit on the ground in a spot until tomorrow morning. And once you sit, do not move. Not to shit, piss, or even sleep. A castle guard that loses his uniform or weapon forfeits his life, so any cadet missing a weapon in the morning will be sent home." Several guards eyed them, and Ishmo understood that he would be getting no sleep for the next few nights. "I'm coming, Ara. I'm going to find out what happened. I promise." Crime and punishment, Bran. Bran knelt at the foot of the black slate dais for hours, trying not to think of the punishment that was waiting. The doctor would decide. Outside, the sunset brought the cool darkness that foretold a long winter. The next chapter in his life, he was sure. He looked up at the cold throne, afraid. Ara was strong. He clung to that. She belonged in that chair. Father's footsteps advanced down the stone aisle behind him. Harold would be with him, as he always was, ready to carry out his king's orders. No mercy would be extended. Harold was father's second, his best friend and confidant, with years of shared experiences and deep bonds. The years he spent teaching the king's son to spy would hardly matter at all. If the king gave an order, Harold would carry it out. For the best, he thought. I'd rather it be him. But Harold didn't hold a sword in his hand. He had a torch. Brandon hadn't realized how late it was. Father stood on the stairs before the throne, the light from Harold's torch flickering off his hard steel eyes like sparks in a forge. He bowed his head again, rather than look into his father's angry face a second longer. "Will she?" He couldn't bring himself to finish the question. "She woke briefly a few hours ago," he said. The doctor says she may be in and out for days, but the fact that she has woken at all is a good sign. He made no noise, but tears came suddenly to his eyes, and he made no effort to wipe them away. Alive. She's alive. He also says there is a possibility that she has permanent damage. Even if she wakes up, she may not be able to read, do sums, or retain information. She may never regain the strength to walk without aid. She may never be able to have children, all things needed to rule this kingdom. Part of him wanted to stand up and throw himself out of the window, but he knew that the kingdom would be in even more trouble if he did. He was next in line, after all. You've not only jeopardized the future of his kingdom, your sister is lying in that bed fighting for her life. You were born only 10 months apart. She is supposed to be able to count on you. You were supposed to protect her. His voice turned hard. You failed. The gala would have been better. Don't. Speak. It was Yo's voice, the only warning he'd get. I sent you to apprentice with Harold so that you might learn the skills necessary to be a second. I thought that your self-preservation would prove good motivation for keeping your sister alive, but I was wrong. You are not worthy of being anywhere near this throne. He didn't dare look up, but he could feel his father's rage filling the room. For the first time, the man before him no longer felt like a father at all. He pressed his hands and forehead into the cool stone, hoping the king would show him mercy. Selfish, undisciplined, you can kill a man in 10 different ways but cannot manage to keep one girl out of trouble? From this day forward, you are a Palacios in name only. You will join the guard and earn the privilege to see the inside of this castle again, to be anywhere near her again. The guard. The guard was a life sentence. They had more rules than the Trinar. A new class just completed their entry test. You will join them as a cadet. The fury had left him. Now he just sounded tired. Speak, Yo ordered. Choose your words. There was no use in arguing. Can I see her before I go? To say goodbye? There was a very long pause where he hoped Yo was advocating grace. The king sighed. Fine, but Harold will accompany you. Thank you. He stood and bowed deep. She has her mother's strength, father said softly. Bran looked up. His father wasn't even looking at him. He spoke as if he could see through the stone walls and look upon her face. That is why she must take the throne, he said with conviction. Our time is done. We have warred for generations with nothing to show for it. I knew if anyone could put a stop to it, it would be Anna. Bran didn't correct him. She still will, he said instead. Father's eyes found him. They were still sharp as knives. No thanks to you. Bran lowered his head. Father stood on the stone dais with Harold in the torch's flickering light. They belonged there. Ara belonged there. He did not. He turned and left the circle of light. The darkness is where he belonged. Outside of the throne room doors, Lieutenant Audrey, who was the most personable of Father's personal escort, looked grim. Yo spoke to him. The king will head for bed. Check the room before he enters and stay with him until I return. The castle had officially been put on high alert, an event Bran had trained for, and now he was on his way out. The walk up to Ara's room was cold and dark. The hallway candles had all been snuffed for the night. He felt the eyes of every guard they passed despite not one of them moving their face. Before, they regarded him as a superior, maybe a nuisance. Now he was a threat. She was not in her bedroom, but a guest room down the hall. He had not been permitted to see her at all in the last 3 months, since the morning she asked for his help. She looked small in the large bed. Her skin and hair were wet, despite only being covered by a sheet with a cool breeze blowing in from the window. There was a stool and a bucket with a rag by the bedside. He sat down and dipped the rag in the water. It was cold, fresh from the well. Ara's chambermaid was likely keeping it refreshed. He flirted with the staff to see who would break the rules, who would disregard castle confidences, and who needed to be watched. Minette was a good girl, smarter than anyone gave her credit for. She stayed far away from him. He touched the rag to Ara's forehead, and her eyes fluttered open. The whites of her eyes were tinged pink where blood vessels had burst. "I'm so sorry," he said, through tears. She found his free hand and squeezed. "Not your fault." "I won't be back for a while," he told her. "I've decided to join the guard." She made move to sit up and tried to speak but coughed instead. He reached over to the pitcher on the table, poured her a cup of water and helped her take a few sips. "He can't—" She shoved the cup away and reached for the edge of the sheet. "I'll speak to father." She broke off into another coughing fit. He brought the cup back up and coaxed a few more sips. Just that seemed to take all of her energy, and she could not fight him when he gently soothed her back into the pillows. "It's my decision," he said. "Liar." He smiled. She patted the bed, and he laid his head. She combed her fingers through his hair just like their mother used to. He felt Yo stand up straighter. The air in the room changed. Yo had trained him to know when something was off, and the hairs on his arms stood up in warning. And yet, the gentle way her hand moved, he knew without understanding what was happening and closed his eyes. "Don't be angry at your father," she said. "Things will be different when she wakes up, dangerous for everyone. I can feel it stronger in her than it ever was in me. I won't fail again." "I know you won't. I love you." "I love you too, Mama." Yo's hand squeezed his shoulder. "Wake up. It's time," he said. A dream. Of course. Silly to think otherwise. In the dark. Mari. It was an unusually dark and cold night. There was no moonlight, and the fire in the hearth had long been put out while Mari laid awake under the heavy blanket. Word of Ara's awakening had come when she had been about to ask if she might share a cup of tea with Devon. He rushed past her in the hallway so quickly that he couldn't have seen her step back into the shadows, not wanting to impose on a father's need to see his child, a feeling she would never know. At times, her womb ached. All her life, she'd been raised to believe that a woman's highest duty was to produce children. Another punishment her brother knew she would endure by becoming Devon's wife. He knew that there was no possibility that the Naporian king would ever trust a Trinar woman enough to bear his child. And that was true, but Devon wasn't only weary of the pawn a child between the two of them would create. He was also deeply mourning the woman he loved when she was thrown at his feet. Including the night of their wedding night, she could count the number of times Devon had visited her room using only her fingers. Always late. Always after too many glasses of wine. Never unkind, but never fully present either. He had long since given her leave to take a lover, but no amount of years living in Naporia could break that part of a Trinar princess. Even a sinful one such as herself. She must have drifted to sleep because she didn't hear the door or feel the presence in her room until the bed dipped. Panicked, she reached for the candlestick in the dark and a familiar hand grabbed her wrist. "Easy, Mari, it's me." "Devon?" He didn't smell of wine that night, but his voice was a deep well of weariness. "Tell me that I'm doing the right thing, Mari. Are the gods angry with me?" "Izara?" She didn't dare finish the sentence. "She's awake, but weak. The doctors aren't sure the extent of the damage." Mari breathed a sigh of relief. "She is awake, Devon. That is excellent news. I sent Bran away, to join the guard. You know what he needs better than anyone. I feel like my family is fractured. This was supposed to be a time of growth, a strengthening." His voice went quiet as a whisper. "I know you still pray to the gods in that chapel. Tell me, please, is all this my fault?" Oh, Devon. How could he know that this kind of vulnerability was unheard of? Dangerous, even. But she couldn't believe that a man so fearful that every consequence was his fault could ever call the wrath of the gods. Come, lay with me tonight. You should not be alone. I wouldn't be alone. I have Harold. Her brother used to say that Napoleon kings and their seconds were unnaturally close. In Trinar, a second was little more than a castle guard, never permitted to dine at the king's table or speak to the king's family, but Harold was like a brother to Devon. Their bond was deep and untouchable. Gathering her boldness, Mari made her case. I doubt he can offer the comfort I had in mind. There was a pause in the darkness. You'd be surprised. Devon, I know you jest. Please, stay with me tonight. Another pause. Only if you truly want me. None of that virtuous woman foolishness. I do. The sound of him undressing in the dark gave time for the nerves to return. Such boldness would be punished in Trinar. What if Devon decided to hurt her for saying what she had about his second? He climbed into the bed and pulled the blanket up as he slid his arm around her waist and pulled her back against his chest. You always tremble, he observed. Do you remember our first time together? She asked. I try not to. Betting terrified women is not something I enjoy. I was not terrified. Nervous, yes. How could I not be with a room full of witnesses? But I have never been scared of you, Devon. Not when my brother threw me, disgraced and broken, at your feet, and not when you brought me here as your wife. Your touch has only ever set me free. I apologize for not touching you more often then. The outsider. Bran. The courtyard was littered with a few dozen boys that smelled worse than the slop side of a horse stable. Bran stepped forward to join them, standing out in the royal uniform that Hurt ordered him to wear. His golden sword and polished metals seemed like weights waiting to drag him down into the inky depths of a darker punishment. His Royal Highness has decided to join the Guard. He will join your class as a cadet from today forward, Hurt informed. Several of the boys let their eyes drift his way, undisciplined. Because His Highness missed our entrance exam, we will issue him a new one. Instead of beating one of you, he will need to be victorious over all of you. Pick a weapon and form a line. There was a pleasure in Hurt's voice that Bran didn't like. He didn't mind a fight. There were 36 of them at quick glance, but no matter what the captain said, the test would still be for them as well. He'd be watching to see how well they did against someone who knew what they were doing. Most of the boys stuck with the sword on their hip. One of them chose an axe. The redhead cracked his knuckles, and the last in line picked up a bow. Clear your mind. See your enemy. Visualize your victory. Bran drew his sword. Begin. The first boy stepped forward and knelt, head down with his weapon in his lap. I forfeit. Your Highness has the win. Bran looked to Hurt, who nodded and simply said, Next. The next boy did the same. And the next. And the next. All of them the same. Forfeit. Your Highness? Over and over and over again. Hollow victories. Even the redhead that should have known better. He just shrugged and knelt. Apologies, Your Highness. This was the punishment. To be reminded who he was. He would never be treated equally amongst them. He would always be a Palacios. Bran watched the last of the boys kneel, the bow in his lap like all the others. Your Highness. He sighed. Just another. An arrow flew towards his face. If it wasn't for his muscle memory, it would have connected. As it was, by the time he knocked that one away, another was following, and another after that. Bran dodged each one, but the boy seemed to know where he was going before he got there. How? The metals. Each time he moved, they clinked together. Clever bastard. He shed the coat and the sword and charged forward. The boy let his last arrow fly, but it wasn't aimed. He was too busy retreating, switching to hold the bow like a sword. He slashed left. Bran went right. He slashed right, and Bran went left. Too close now, and the boy knew it. The look on his face was almost as satisfying as the feeling of knuckles cracking against bone and the sound of his body hitting the hard dirt. Looks like I win. Ow! The boy blinked a few times when he came back around. At least one of them had the balls to fight him. Hurt appeared at their side with a blue coat and a silver sword and dagger. Congratulations, cadet. Looks like you're officially one of us now. Thank you, sir. All right, back to the latrine, he called out, and the boys all filed out the way they'd come in. Bran offered his hand to help the boy to his feet, and the boy accepted with grace. Thanks for the fight. Thanks for the broken nose, sir. Bran is fine. What's your name? Leaf, he said. Ishmo Leaf. Hurt turned his attention to the boy. When you're finished with the latrine, make sure the cook has what he needs for the week and patrol the eastern forest. The boy bowed his head and left. New hunter? Bran asked. Hurt nodded. Has a keen eye and even keener ear. He has potential. I want you to keep tabs on him. Someone to watch the watcher? After what happened with the other one, I don't want to take any chances. Did you know he wouldn't forfeit? Hurt only looked from his face down to his uniform. Don't you have a latrine to dig, cadet? A message from home. Mari. Bless her and keep her. Send your healing grace down upon her. Mari lit the candle upon the marble altar and handed the priest the match before kneeling and touching her forehead to the cool stone. I request your mercy. Invoke the blood in our veins. Heal your vessel so that she may lead and carry out your divine purpose. The weather had fluctuated wildly over the last few months while Ara remained in bed, and that very morning there was frost in the shadows. Although the sun came out and warmed the air, the stone in the chapel remembered the chill. Mari was born a Trinar princess, in the glittering cathedral in the capital, on the holy holiday of life. She had been laid upon the altar upon her birth and her maidenhood, and found pure from the righteous flames. If anyone in Naporia could appeal to the gods, it would be her. Ara will get better. The gods are merciful, she told herself. She just had to. Devon would be devastated. The priest bowed his head as not to look at her directly. The princess is recovering then? That is great news. Devon will have the prayers of a true believer to thank. It is doubtful that he would, but I will not let that deter me. Does the king still plan to move forward with naming the princess as his heir? Even in a weakened state, she could still serve the kingdom in a marriage. Mari had confessed to the priest Devon's intentions the night of the announcement, when she spent the whole night in the chapel praying for guidance. The old man had been just as concerned as she. Her brother would hardly accept a marriage proposal with Era's change in title. No Eastern prince would. With the way most men clung to power, it might be difficult for a ruling queen to find any match. But if it was true that Ara was the firstborn, how could he deny her birthright? The priest sighed when she didn't answer. The Palacios family did not come to rule legitimately. Perhaps this is the gods' way of correcting a wrong done so long ago. You forget your place. Devon Palacios is my husband, my king. My apologies, Your Highness. Mari spent so many years preparing Ara to fit into a royal court that didn't necessarily end with Devon's decision. In fact, Ara would need to be all the more perfect to find that match. She would have to be beyond reproach. Graceful, demure, beautiful. Mari smiled. I can help with that. The Trinar rules would have to be modified, blended, to fit in with a more worldly etiquette, but there was a decent overlap. She would need to find a proper table setting and teach her the ways of holding polite conversation, the latter of which would not be required as the wife of one of her nephews, but it was possible. She just needed to get better enough to resume their lessons. It did not matter how slowly they went afterward, as long as, at the end of it all, Mari could help her marry well and repay Devon for all of his kindness. Your Highness, if I may, The old man reached into his robes and retrieved a small envelope. I was sought out by some messengers passing through the market with word from your sisters in Trinar. They feared Devon would not allow you this correspondence. Mari had not seen or heard from her sisters since that night, the night she desperately wanted to forget. Why would they be sending word to her now? And why through the priest? You could get into a lot of trouble for this. Of course, I am allowed letters from my family, but they need to be read by Devon or the commander first to make sure sensitive information is not being shared. Oh yes. He looked down at the envelope. I guess I never thought of that. Have they ever tried such things before? Not that I know of. What information would I have to share? Devon does not take me into his confidence. I see. He turned the envelope over in his hands. From what I was told, it is a simple wedding invitation, no espionage. But if you like, I can get rid of it. He turned to leave, and she knew she should let him go, but a wedding invitation was not something that she could come by easily. When Ara got better, and she would get better, she would need a social event to make a debut. It should not matter where the invitation came from. Wait. Yes, Your Highness? What harm can come from a wedding invitation? He nodded and handed over the thick card. It was a stunning bit of stationery with gold scrollwork and raised lettering spaced perfectly among a dozen painted flowers, but it wasn't the artistry that made her breath catch in her throat. There, at the very bottom, tucked below a green flower scrawled in neat handwriting, were the initials WK, a secret among sisters. The rest of the castle moved on with their lives, but I remained in bed. It was a wet summer, as if the world was trying desperately to cleanse itself from some wrongdoing, and from my borrowed room, I could do nothing but watch the gray skies lighten and darken with each passing day. Keely kept me apprised of all the gossip. Apparently, Mari was in the chapel every morning to pray for my eternal soul. Bran's presence in the guard was making Hert's life a nightmare, and Father had decided that the Palacios family only eat food prepared by Harold, which meant nothing but stew and hard bread for weeks. She was close to organizing a rebellion, but I couldn't help but eat my bowl of broth with a little more warmth, picturing the wraith of Naporia toiling over a stove with an apron. I can't stay in this bed forever, I told her. It's been months, and I still feel like I have one foot in the grave. I was able to get out of bed to use the bathroom, but even short walks left me exhausted. Then let's get out of here, she said. It hasn't rained yet today. We can go walk in the gardens. She pulled at my arm. The gardens? I can barely make it down the hall. We'll take lots of breaks, Keely said, bouncing with excitement. Please, the sooner you get back to normal, the sooner we can all live our lives again. Minette had been pacing the hallway, waiting to change the sheets and refill the water basin. Maybe giving her some space to work wouldn't be the worst. Fine. I let Keely help me into a modest cotton dress that had been draped over the end of the bed for weeks and lead me out of the sick room. We set a slow pace, stopping often down the long, cool hallways so that I could catch my breath. She didn't say anything, but I couldn't help but feel Keely's urge to get me outside. Father had doubled the guards in the castle, but I couldn't tell if they were happy to see my progress or if they preferred I remain locked in a room forever to stay out of trouble. The sun was peeking out of the clouds above the garden when we arrived, lighting up our mother's prized roses and warming the stone under my bare feet. I vaguely remembered the bloody footprints from a dream I had, but shook the memory away by flooding my senses with the earth I hadn't realized how much I missed. The smell of wet dirt and the feel of velvet flower petals, bees buzzing, and thick, hazy sunlight. Even the humidity that I lamented in my bed was different when I was outside. It filled my mouth and lungs like an elixir. Keely cut one of the blooms with a small knife and handed it to me to smell. See? She exclaimed, smiling. You don't have to stay stuck in bed any longer. You are still fit to be air, and you'll be back to your old self before you know it. Keely always had a way of seeing past the fears I tried to hide. If father had his way, you would let this keep you inside those walls for the rest of your life. I laughed. I think even I would get sick of staying inside forever. I can't be so sure. She cut another flower and tucked it behind my ear. You certainly seemed content to stay inside for the last 10 years. A smile burst across my face. Well, clearly, I left at least once. More than once. Or would you have me believe that your trip out into the village was the first time you ever broke the rules? Everyone breaks the rules a little. I just tried not to make a habit of it. She ran her fingers along the edges of the rose petals. Is that what you call disappearing every petitioning day? It seemed Bran's shadow had learned quite a bit. Father always prefers that I make myself scarce during the petitioning. There are a lot of guests, and the guards are busy making sure no fights break out. They don't want to have to be worrying about me. It was a boy, wasn't it? She looked around to make sure we were alone. Ishmo? I pricked my finger on the thorn. Ow! Who? A boy? No, I don't think so. She turned toward me and grabbed my arm, excitement spilling out her ears. You said his name when I was telling you a story. I did? You did? Huh. I broke off the rose just above the first thorn and tucked it into Keely's hair. Well, your story must have triggered a dream. She looked at me skeptically. You know I do have regular dreams too. Sure. Maybe to be safe, though, you don't ever say that name again? She smiled. I knew it. This is so exciting. You have to tell me everything. I promise I will. Someday. When I have the energy. But only if you keep quiet. She made a gesture to lock her mouth closed and then leaned in to share another secret. I think Father is planning something. He and Harold are up late in their rooms every night. That's where they sleep. But they aren't sleeping. I went to tell Father that you were awake one night, and he came out of Harold's room when I knocked on his door. The king and his second have adjoining rooms for a reason. They were probably discussing border patrols or grain counts or you. Or literally anything, I corrected. Please, Keely, you're so far down the list of people that need to worry about that stuff. You should be out having fun and making friends. Oh, don't worry, I am. There is this boy at the tavern that I... A tavern? She waved a hand at me. It's fine. Bran goes there all the time. Yes, to kill people. Please, just be careful. Don't worry, we don't typically stay. He's also a stable hand for a local merchant, so he stays up in the loft. She took a long whiff of a rose and closed her eyes, losing herself in a pleasant memory. I'm thinking about asking if I can stay over. Stay over? Saints, you're 17. Almost 18, she corrected. Just because you're forced into celibacy doesn't mean I have to be. Guess you'll just have to keep kissing Ishmo in your dreams. Don't! I stood up. The ground tilted under my feet. Ara? Ara? My head was heavy, sloshing forward like a boat on the Narician waves. Fine, I wanted to say. I'm fine. Then the world went black. You're the only one that sees me as a person, Ara. Like, maybe I'm worth more than a sword in a war or the food I can put on a table. I was laying in the grass in our clearing next to Ishmo, our fingers intertwined, watching the leaves in the trees blow back and forth shortly after his 16th name day. You see me too, Ishi. Are you sure you're not interested in making claims? We could run away, live out in the woods where no one could find us. It sounded like a dream. I could cook whatever he hunted over a fire in a little cottage instead of living a life of servitude in a glittering cathedral. I could lay in the arms of someone I loved rather than fear the touch of those that hated me. But it was impossible. The needs of the kingdom came first, and I had no doubts that we would be tracked down eventually, and Ishmo would be the one to be punished. No one should have the right to your life but you, Ishmo Leaf. We don't need words to know that we are important to each other. You have my heart. no matter what you decide for your life or where the fates take us. He squeezed my hand. And you have mine. Always. Something cool and wet pressed gently against my forehead, and I sat up, grabbing at the wrist holding it. I have to tell. The room spun again. Cess. Easy now. Lay back down. It was the doctor. He turned to address someone else. She'll be okay, Your Majesty. She just pushed herself a little too far today. The fact that she made it down to the garden is actually excellent progress. How soon do you think it will be before she can ride a horse? A horse? I guess it would depend on how long the journey will be. She enjoys horses, I heard Harold say. Just a trip around the grazing paddock to raise her spirits. Liar. What were they planning? A week? Maybe 2. I would still recommend someone ride alongside. The fall off of a horse could. We understand how horses work, Doctor. The doctor swallowed audibly, and I reached out to rest my hand on his arm. He's harmless. I turned my head and, through the fog of a splitting headache, saw Harold standing in the doorway next to my grim father, blood splattered across the front buckles of his coat. Rest well, Your Highness, he said. A mission in Hamra. Bran. Word of the execution spread through camp fast. The cadets were starting to get used to Bran's presence in their class, and while they didn't actively seek him out for information or invite him into their circles, they didn't stop chattering over their bowls just because he was within earshot. The king did it himself, I heard. Absolutely not. The king was only the royal witness. All executions are carried out by the commander. Damn, I bet it felt good. Killing an old woman sounds more boring than door duty. What was the princess doing in the city anyway? Bran brought the bowl up and sipped the last of the bland broth. They all gossiped more than drunk merchants. Everyone except their new hunter. He sat alone most meals. And that day, he was eating only bites compared to the others. He seemed very interested in the bowl in his hands despite not eating. He's listening too. The redhead sat down beside him. Bran read their lips. You gonna eat the rest of that? Red asked. The hunter handed over the bowl. No. You look like you're going to throw up. That old lady a relative of yours? No. The hunter leaned forward, resting his arms on his knees. He rubbed his hands together like he was trying to start a fire. Nervous. Does your brother know why the princess was in the city? The hunter asked. Red laughed. He's one of the king's inner circle. He wouldn't tell me anything even if I was dumb enough to ask. The hunter chewed on the inside of his lip. What is he trying to figure out? A sparrow's warble caught Bran's attention. Naporia didn't have sparrows. He sighed and put his empty bowl in the basin to be washed, then wandered over toward the cadet barracks. Learning anything interesting? Yo asked from where he stood in the shadows. Only that it's no surprise rumors have been leaking out of this castle like water through chainmail. The men are bored. When they don't have anyone to kill, they use up their time chattering. Also, Hurt told me to watch the hunter. I know he's desperately needed, but the boy seems off. He's trying to piece together things he has no business knowing the details of. Yo nodded. Leave the boy alone for now. We have a different problem. What? A date was set for the Hamra Marson wedding. The Eastern Kingdoms are trying to solidify their power in the north. They may have figured out that Devon plans to announce Ara as his heir. You think they're pissed? They've kept the twins free from betrothals for maximum negotiation power when Devon makes his offer. They'll want to offer Michael, but they would be willing to give her to Solus to make the deal. Now both sons are well past traditional betrothal age. The thought of Ara marrying Michael had always made his skin crawl. One of the taverns in the inner rings employed several of his victims. The girls there were off limits. They didn't speak. Mariam told him they were the lucky ones. So they're pissed, he reiterated. Yo nodded. Ara is recovering well. We will make her public debut soon. Afterward, you'll go to Hamra. Colvin was with us in the lavender fields. His great-great-grandfather was close to Iglin. He'll have a journal somewhere that needs to be retrieved. Yo then handed over a beautifully turned silver and blue-handled knife. Trinar and Marson will be on their best behavior until the marriage is consummated. Make sure the king isn't around to talk afterward. Bran sighed and took the knife. Only a royal could kill another royal without consequences. The rule kept them all from being murdered in the streets, but the knife seemed quite feminine. It was clear that the plan was for Bran's first royal murder to also be Ara's. Are you going to tell her? What the king decides to discuss with his heir is no business of yours. Bran sighed. So, no then. More dead. The commander was in the library, Minette informed me as I passed her on the back stairway. Your father just asked for more naso tea. The fall allergies must be getting bad. It's unlike him to lay down before the sun has set. Don't tell him I asked, I said, stopping mid-stride down the last set of stairs. I had no disillusions that Harold would keep our conversation from my father, but he would know best to explain it so father would not lecture me. Minette shook her head. Oh, I would never speak to the king, she said, adjusting the tea tray in her hands. My handmaid went up the rest of the stairs, and I went down to the east wing of the castle where I had not been in many months. For a moment, I stood outside of my bedroom door absurdly, listening to see if I could hear anyone inside. Father explained that he and Harold decided it best to continue to recuperate in one of the guest rooms, which changed in no discernible pattern without any notice. Surely they thought that my poisoning must have been part of some plot against my life, instead of just me making a stupid mistake. The library stretched the entire length of the other side of the hall. Father and Harold hadn't spent much time there since our return from Nerys. It was Mari's domain now for teaching royal etiquette, but I could still remember climbing on the long wooden tables to sit in the window while they went over reports, letting the sun warm my skin and the breeze blow the ribbons in my hair. I found Harold at the back table, surrounded by stacks of old books holding down several maps' edges. He looked tired. It was odd to see him outside of my father's shadow. Your king is sick, and his heir is too weak to defend herself but just mobile enough to be trouble. Are you looking for a more suitable place to hide her? I asked from the doorway. I'm not, he said. Not a bad idea, though. He scribbled a note in the corner of a page and looked up from the mess. It's good to see you up, princess. Don't lie, I replied. It's much easier to control someone who can't get out of bed. Easier to keep out of trouble, you mean? I came to sit across the table. One map was the eastern border of Naporia that featured the Kapari Cliffs and Lavender River. Mari says I am back to the same academic level as I was before the poisoning. My head doesn't hurt when I read anymore. That's great. The doctor tells us that your fatigue may hang on for a bit longer, but you are strong enough to make your debut when you're ready. I swallowed hard, and my throat was so dry that it made me cough. He topped off his cup and handed it to me. Thanks. I went to take a drink, and he said, I'd advise not to drink that. I stopped with the cup nearly to my lips, warm and inviting. Why? Take a deep breath, he instructed. What do you smell? I breathed deep. Tea? What else? Among the familiar leafy scent, something else reminded me of woodberries, but different. Something bitter. That's the poison that almost killed you. I set the cup down. And you're drinking it? It's cut with an ingredient that counteracts the poison. It's important that I expose myself to toxins so that if anyone tries to poison your father, it won't kill me. The lesson here is, maybe don't consume things before you know what's in them. I deserve that. I handed the tea back to him. Did the boys from the city make it to the castle gate? His hard features softened. They did. How are they? Can I see them? Harold shook his head. They're gone now. Have been for a while. Gone? But I told them, the castle isn't an orphanage. I didn't want them to stay at all. Boys like that, with that kind of trauma, you don't know whether they are going to be fiercely loyal or stab you in the back. He held up a hand before I could protest. Hurt insisted that your word be honored. He let them stay in the barracks for a couple of weeks, fed them, and made sure they had fresh clothes. They seemed grateful when they left, but we'll just have to wait and see if they try to kill you for not doing more later. Is this how it always is? Am I always going to be guilty and afraid? Only if you plan on keeping your soul. What happened to her? The old lady. She's dead. He took a drink and set the cup to the side. What? Only a royal can kill another royal, he quoted. I don't understand. You'll soon learn that being king has just as many rules as marrying into a Trinar family. There are safeguards in place to keep royal families in power. Religion, agreed-upon standards of conduct, a commoner that takes a royal's life is sacrificed, along with any family that shares their blood to pay for the divine life taken. He shrugged. It's to stop any random person from deciding to cook up an assassination. It also gives royals room for negotiations. But she didn't kill me. I'm right here, fit as a fiddle. He raised his eyebrows. Okay, maybe I'm not 100%, but I'm not dead. You can't attempt to kill an heir and not face the consequences. He stood up and began to roll the maps and put them away. But she was right, I blurted. We ask the commoners to give up their sons, their husbands, and fathers. Yet, we are willing to risk so little. Are the battlefields of blood not supposed to mean anything because theirs is somehow worth less than ours? I do not believe it, Harold. The people who live outside our gates are what makes Naporia, not those who hide within these walls. If my death would have made my father see. Harold came around and rested a heavy hand on my shoulder. You are not responsible for the sins of the past. Her son's death does not mean you have less of a right to live. Your father could have personally killed her son, and she would have no argument that would justify what she did to you. Do you understand? I nodded, but I still didn't quite believe him. I knew from Ishmo how things really were out in the city, and there was only one way to turn it around. They were waiting on me to accept my new position. I'm ready, Harold. I'm ready to move forward. Your father will be pleased to hear that.